Alright, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は382日目です。It is day 382. It's gonna be a quick one today. We're gonna hop right in our anticipated 5th day, right? And transition right into Bunpro. Let's look at what we have. Okay.
Chuka.
What the Chuka? Is it okay? I'm like Chinese things? What? What the
Inkan.
Inkan. Inkan. It like what? We got like Kan is model, right? So like a model? Print model. It's probably a seal. Ooh. That's plenty. That's like affluent. That's definitely full. I'm gonna say who you. Ooh. No, the other way. You. All I got is like right in my head, all I got is fufu. That's not right. Whole food. Which is not really affluent, but more like abundant. Actually, can this mean affluent? No. Oh, it can only... Okay, rich. Fair enough. Kante. What is a determined model? Like a apparatus, probably. No, this is appraisal. Hecky? We have, that's a bully, right? Yeah, bully and dissolve and dissolve insect. Oh,
直進
Dokuchin. Not direct. It's another straight, like straight to the going straight ahead. Okay, correct for, yeah, okay. This is our canine. All right, that was a little longer than I thought. Incan. Okay. All right. Last summary before our lesson day tomorrow. When is our lesson day tomorrow? At 7? We might take another bye day. I don't know yet. This is 5 and 7. 17, 19. I don't know yet. Today is gonna be a very long day. Lots of fun, but also potentially long day. Yay. So let's go over these one last time. Okay. Salmon. Pita. Fry. Oh. Uncle. Aunt. You. Formal. Say. Former. Say. Say. What the say? Surname. Tsu. Pickle. Goal. Trade. Show. Commander. May. Alliance. Eat. Leave behind. No. Stretch. Sigh. Yep. You. Weld up. You. Reach. Na. Nara. Hava. With. I. Obsolete. Ama. Sweet. Hun. Change. Seki. Luck. Kaku. Nucleus. Oki. Open ocean. Do. Rope. T. Harbor. Ken. Offer. Yo. Heal. Ke. Inherit. E. What the E? Maintain. Ooh. Dance. Eat. Feed. Oh, step on. On. General. Die. Trust. E. Reliant. Shika. Fear. Daku. Agreement. Get. Ban. Cho. Ultra. Alright. So, that's a wrap for our WaniKani session today. It's day 5, very short, right? If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani, give it a try. You're always welcome to come on by, yap a little. We could inflate some of our time. Yeah, keep each other motivated, discuss, exchange ideas. It's all about that critical thinking. Until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato, right? See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna switch right on over to Bunpro. Give me a sec. Thank you, thank you. Alright folks, welcome back everyone. Minasan okae nasai. Kyou wa 22 nichime desu. It is day 22. Keep the ball rolling. We have 2 from yesterday. Right there. Okay, so we have specifically skuru. Tsukuru specifically that we're talking about Godan ru, and then Owaru. Heck. Too close. Oh, Owaru or complete or too complete. And those are the 2 that I narrowed out for yesterday. Let's get right into it. Get the ball rolling here. All right, let's look at our... We're on the final countdown now. Let's get our grammar. Interesting. I don't know how this overlaps with the previous one. So this is verb, right? Hang on, let's double check. Well, they'll probably mention it, so it's okay, it's alright to, can, and may. I think this is where the position is, like relative where the position is. We'll see. Verb plus temoi is a construction in Japanese used to express that something is okay or alright. It can also be used, so we had the okay and alright already previously. It can also be used as a question to ask if you can or may do something. To ask. Oh, okay. So they have the 2 examples here. Okay.
その靴を買ってもいいよ。この肉は食べてもいいです。
Right. So the te form plus mo, and then yi, which interestingly enough, this might actually be one of the examples where mo is used in the positive. Like it can be related to the one where we're talking about ni and mo being in like positive and negative situations in that one phrase. What was the one phrase? Oh no, ka, like doko ka versus dokomo. It could be related to that. Could be. Because technically the te is the verb, like the verb ending.
明日は家に行ってもいいですか？
Okay.
ペンを借りてもいいですか？
Okay. This phrase is also regularly used without the mo, but is considered a bit more direct or casual. It is best to remove the mo only when talking to people that you know well. This expression is simply a construction that literally means te mo I. Yeah. So it is related to the other one. It's a good example of where mo is used in positive sense. So generally the thing was like dokoka is positive all the time, or like vast majority of time, and then dokomo can both be positive and negative, but usually found in like a negative thing. As this grammar point uses the te form of the verb, it is important to remember that some verbs will use de instead of te. Great reminder. Synonyms, right? Here's that previous. Yeah, it's been a while actually. Adapt one means that maybe like more than a week ago, possibly a week now. The demoi pattern expresses that something is acceptable or allowed with verbs. It is used to give or ask for permission, such as tabete moi, can I eat this? It can also be used with nouns or adjectives to ask if questions is acceptable. Like 冷たく 冷たくてもいい? Is it okay if it's cold when referring to? Oh, interesting. I don't know if that's okay or not, but when I have like a long vowel sound, I actually do something like this. Is kind of, I don't know if I hear it distinctively in Japanese or not, but for me, this is a very, it's a tonal thing that happens across my languages. When you have to do a long vowel sound. So I don't know. Like, whenever I say like, tabete mo ii, like, it actually drops a little and then goes back up. So, E as opposed to E, and that's kind of interesting. Let's see, and then we have to actually let's go over our te form, because yesterday I kind of got rocked by the ta as well. Okay, I was just looking at it again. Keep in mind. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay. Let's get back. Next grammar point. Te kudasai. So this is imperative. Now we have imperative plus please, basically. Te alone is kind of imperative. Right. So te is, well, kind of, it is imperative in this case, and then you're asking please to do that. So you're asking, so like, these are an example. Te kudasai is a polite expression that is used for asking people to do something. It is more often translated as please do a, right?
手を洗ってください。これを見てください。
Okay. Kudasai is actually classified as honorific language, a type of polite speech that is used to refer to the action of other people. Kudasai itself is the base form of this verb, while kudasai is exclusively used for making requests. Kudasaru is the honorific language equivalent of kureru. Kudasaru is the kureru. Okay. In friendly conversation, kudasai can be omitted from this expression, and the te form itself can be used as a very casual way of saying please do. Okay.
ちょっとテレビを消して。クッキーを作ったから食べて。
I have a kara because emphasizing the cause. And then we have one already covered thing. Not, oh, yeah, antonym. Yeah, that's fair. All right. Nai de kudasai. So the polite don't do compared to, whoops, accidentally hit the back button on my mouse, like the browser back button and not the back button in the interface. Yep, so we've seen naide a couple times already. So naide kudasai is an expression that is used to politely ask someone not to do something. It is a combination of the casual negative form of a verb. Casual negative form of a verb. Yep. And then the de particle. And then kudasai, the conjugation form of kudasaru, right?
これは誰にも言わないでください。
This is actually so this is the polite form. Most of the polite forms were actually indeed covered by Duolingo. Oh, there, Proko.
そこには座らないでください。
And I have to remember the casual form of go down verbs is the a column. Kudasai is classified as honorific language, right? We read this before. In friendly conversation, kudasai may be omitted. Okay, so this can still be omitted.
それ、お兄ちゃんのだから食べないで。
And then it's using de as opposed to he and de for...
後で電話するから寝ないでよ。
Oh, actually, just kidding. Yes, no, it continues to use the particle de. So de is a particle here as opposed to te, the positive. Kudasai is the te form of the verb. Although kudasai is the polite form of kureru, kudasai is considered to be the base form, and naide kure and naide kure, the conjugated form of kureru, would be considered far too casual in most cases, most situations. Interesting. We'll see if that comes into play. And then the synonym na, right? So let's compare the contrast. Let's compare and contrast these. So naide kudasai form is used to make positive negative requests, similar to the English please do not do this. In comparison, the dictionary non-past form of a verb plus na expresses an extremely blunt or brusque command not to do something. Okay, which checks out. Dewa must not, may not. Dewa ikenai. So now we have the te form plus wa. Okay, that changed? No. And then ikenai. Ikenai just means not okay. So it's not okay kind of situation. So it would be like doing this. The topic of doing this is not okay. So must not or may not. What you wanted to bring up was you submitted all your assignments for this term. Very nice. Feels good to properly be on break now. Oh, okay. Nice. So you have till February, right? Although your dad strongly recommend not to completely abandoning work and still keep up with coding projects or something of that nature. Why not both? Technically, you're not abandoning work if you find the project, your coding project that you're working on your free time. You know, not work. There is this like compartmentalization efficiency answer, like don't mix work with pleasure. situation, but I'm not one that empathized with that because I loved my work, so I kind of did work and pleasure at the same time. That could be a lifestyle choice. But you could one up your dad and meta him and say, well, I'm doing a fun coding project. So it's neither. I'm neither abandoning work nor am I relaxing. How about both? That's generally my slapstick way of saying, like, I don't have to choose. I can just do both of them at the same time. Also, and you don't mean this in a judgment, but could you see how when I asked why didn't you stream the last 2 days, your response is I did stream 2 days can come across a bit tongue-in-cheek as you knew what I meant by the question? Like, what do you mean? Great idea, and you'll end up with suck it, dad. I can exceed your expectations. Yeah. I'm not limited by choice 1 and 2. I can make both choices at the same time, or you can do neither. Well, technically, you can't do neither because if you don't abandon work and you do pleasure, but if you do work, that's a good question. You can do neither. I don't know. So what is it that you were expecting? I'm not actually sure what you meant, actually. I literally think that you thought I didn't stream the last 2 days. And the only answer for that is you didn't notice I streamed the last 2 days. I think when you meant that when you checked your stream schedule, it didn't load that you streamed Tuesday and Wednesday, but it just checked and you did. Yeah, maybe the thing that you wanted an explanation is how did you not know, right? And I'm gonna tell you now that if you're using Twitch as a way to do it, I think there is often delays, like how when a stream is announced when it goes live. There are times when people get, hey, the stream went live and the stream ended like 5 hours ago. That does happen from time to time. So loading can be suspiciously spotty. I still remember back in the day when someone's like, hey, is there like any way I can get notified when you go live? Because every time Twitch tells me when you go live, you ended yesterday. That's kind of a joke, but it does happen every once in a while because of time zone differences. So someone's like, it said that you went live like 10 minutes ago. And meanwhile, I'm at 9 hours in. I'm like, I'm about to end. So it does occur. And that's probably what you meant by you knew what I meant. I figured you... So here's a meta, right? Yeah, you just meant what's the reason you did not stream Tuesday and Wednesday, but you did, so it's just a big money. Yeah. The original thought, my thought was, I was gonna tell you, but I did stream yesterday because I went in my TARDIS, you know? I thought here's my thought, and it might be a meta. I'm metaing you, but coincidentally I made a joke about getting in my TARDIS and seeing you yesterday, and then did you made a I don't know if it was intentional, if you made a joke about not streaming yesterday. But I did stream yesterday, which is today, if you were following my joke about the TARDIS. But I don't think you were that meta. So, you see where I'm going here? Like, the last joke I mentioned was about time travel. So, if I say I'm going to see you yesterday, then yesterday that I didn't stream is today. So, you should know that I have streamed today, at least. But I don't think that was the case. We're thinking a little too deep now. Yeah, I don't know about the... I think more reliable is usually YouTube. YouTube categorizes all the things. As far as I know, I haven't encountered any like YouTube hiccups. But Twitch is. Also related to our Discord convo, when a woman says men are the R word, right? Not that R word. I'll let you use your imagination. Is that less concerning than a man saying an equivalent generalized statement about women due to, oh yeah, the double standard? And then saying an equivalent generalized standard of women due to women overall being less of a privileged position within society. Can you repeat the TARDIS thing? So I made that Neo joke, right, in our YouTube conversation, the Neo Matrix. I don't know if you noticed that I was going down the very specific things. Then I made the Terminator joke with Skynet, right? The Skynet. By the way, these are all meta jokes. And then I mentioned the TARDIS, which is a different network. That's time. So all of these on the right are nets. They are connections. They're meant for connections. And all of these things are vehicles. Vehicles for their connections. Wow. But the last comment I made was that I will see you yesterday, because I'm gonna get in my TARDIS to go back to yesterday to like stream, right? To stream. But it's a coincidence because the next question you asked was, why didn't you stream? You know, at the moment asking me why didn't I stream the last 2 days? And the answer is I got in my TARDIS and went back. So now we're there. Oh, you thought the yesterday thing was time zone. Oh, that is so that is so true. Almost. It's almost, that is true now. Yeah, it is true now. Oh, that's funny. I didn't intend that. I mean, I did. I totally did. You're metaing my meta now. Dang. I didn't even think about that. That's a pure coincidence. That's a pure coincidence that I thought. I did not even realize that. I was making the TARDIS comment because it's from Doctor Who and it's about time travel. But technically then yesterday would be the day before if I was making the comment about yesterday. So then that would make up for the 2 days that were missing. So technically we're streaming the days that you thought I was missing, but it was 2 days ago. So, however, I thought you were earnestly asking, you know, for the record, I thought you were earnestly asking, why didn't I stream the last 2 days? And the answer was that I did stream the last 2 days, but I can't explain why is it that you may think I haven't. My inclination was to blame Twitch. Like, my leap of logic would be like, it's probably because Twitch has delayed things. And then given our time difference, it could seem like 2 days as well. But that's the goal. Anyways, back to what you were asking about the I call this what you described as the halo effect. At least in my opinion, it's kind of like a halo effect and maybe like combined with privilege. So basically people in underprivileged positions are given the halo effect. So what I mean by that is, like, if someone is poor, they can't possibly be greedy. We're not going to use like the gender thing. I mean, you can extrapolate, but sure. As a respect, like if I wanted to be like a little bit more inclined for friendly audience and whatnot, we can talk about like money. Money is fairly a semi black and white situation, right? When someone's poor, they can't be greedy. They can be. Like, two poor people can still fight and throw one other person under the bus, right? Like, if someone is poor, they can't possibly be selfish, for example. That's kind of like focusing on equality and then making it generalized, right? So if, for example, one can make that correlation where we'll go back to gender in a, let's talk about biology, right? Like saying that something is very strong are more likely to be aggressive, right? Like strong and aggressive are correlated. So if someone is weak, then it is underprivileged in strength. So therefore, when they're weak, they can't possibly do harm, right? Because of halo effect. At least the way I'm using it. I'm not sure if that's the exact way to use it contextually, but what I consider as quote unquote the halo effect is something that doesn't have something means that it can't possibly commit those undesirable things. So like when you lack something, you can't possibly act in a way in which you have abundance of it. So to me, I think that paves a lot of things. Like, here's a good halo effect. When something is free, like a game is free, so therefore it can be crappy. When a game is free, it's obviously live service. And live service has the other effect too. It's called the what is it? I think it's called the Devil's Halo or something. They're poetic gestures. So it's the opposite effect, where when you have something that's associated with an abundance of something, then they have the Devil's Halo. So like if you have a lot of money, you can't possibly be benevolent. Right? Like rich people don't, you can argue that rich people are rich because they are greedy. So therefore they can't possibly be benevolent. In order to maintain wealth, you don't give wealth or distribute wealth. Not to say that these are bad or good. I know that even despite having Halo and devils, devil is stigmatized as a black and white situation. These are kind of terms that I came to read and across. I kind of enjoy how poetic they are, not necessarily because of their stigma or their factors, but it has occurred. Like, for example, if you are of the, we can use racism as an example, as a touchy example. The idea of like being the race, quote unquote, and can't be racist towards one's race. That's also a similar halo effect, right? Where if you have something, you don't anti it, right? Like if you have wealth, you do not speak against wealth. If you don't have something, and you might be thinking, wait, they're all starting to sound similar. It's like, yeah, that's what I'm trying to illustrate. A double standard doesn't have to follow logic, and it's also often double standards don't follow consistency either. So that would be my thought about that. I'm not sure if that was the thought. Oh wait, also related, when a woman says generalized statements about women due to women overall being less within society, that is related. That is related to what we talked about, where if you look at a metric and you correlate the metric and you generalize it enough, you're able to come up with double standards. And then those double standards are not held true the moment other metrics are thrown in, right? Like, what else determines privilege, right? In privileged position in society. Does not going to the front of a battlefield for a long-standing period of history considered as a privilege or not privilege? I think the last time I checked, I don't want to go on a battlefield. So now I've cherry-picked, right? Now I've cherry-picked a double standard. So now you're countering double standards with double standards. And now it's a little bit more balanced, right? So cherry picking and then generalizing based on cherry picking is totally relevant to our conversations. It is also a bit like the trend of people saying you can't be racist to white people as white people hold the power. Yeah. That would also incline by that logic that if you hold something, that means if you are poor, right, you can't possibly be poor. Isn't that interesting? No, when you're poor, you're poor. So it's double standard. Double standards don't often make sense. I know I'm generalizing now. So when you start to generalize, things don't kind of check out very often. So like if you have not, does that mean that if you have not, it means that you can't possibly have more? So like, is it if you have money, does that mean you don't know how to give money? Or here's I'm using softer language. If you have money, doesn't mean you can't appreciate money. And the reason why I'm saying these things is I'm trying to make it like there's degrees of things, as opposed to you're either rich or you're poor, because then there's logistically, like if I wanted to associate with someone and they say there are only rich people in the world and poor people in the world, I would ask them to define them on here. And if that is the case, then I can speak in their language, or I can try to speak in a manner that can bridge my perspective and their perspective, so then we can like meet in the middle. So like, for example, how many rich people do you think there are, and how many poor people there are? And they're probably going to say this extreme case. I think this is me presuming based on behavioral patterns. They would say, yeah, it's the top 1%. And then that means that I would have to ask them, so do you think that anyone who is not in the 1% is poor? And it depends, right? It's going to depend, because there is more, or is going to have a larger spectrum than rich. Rich, they've already talked about the 1%. So they're all the way at the left edge. So then I asked them, so what do you consider as poor? Eventually, if I had to take a reasonable approach, they would say something like there's a middle class. Maybe like there might be an upper middle class, and then like a lower class, and then there's poor. And then I would use what they have determined here to illustrate my point about rich people. So if I talk about the rich people, I ask them, so where does middle class and upper class end and rich begins? So then when I can establish that, I know this sounds like it's very laborious and it's taking a very long time and it's exhaustive. It's longer to explain than it is to demonstrate. So maybe one day I'll have a story to make it more brief, but you can achieve this connection with someone fairly quickly with a couple questions, and it is possible. I'm not saying it always happens. So then when you can create resolution in this, then you can ask questions like, all right, so do you think may I ask, what makes you think that the upper middle class is not distributed like the rich? Like, are there people who are both poor in something and rich in something at the same time? Because regardless of how you measure whatever it is that you're looking at, like money, for example, are they poor in something? Like, do they lack things? I'm not entirely sure if there is someone out there that would argue like however there are people in the world that have everything. If it is what they are referring to, then I have no problems agreeing with them, because they're assuming that hypothetically there's someone who has everything. So if they do in fact have everything, then yes, it would be very hard to distinguish the difference, right? The idea here is to illustrate that when you measure something, that doesn't mean everything else doesn't exist. So when someone is strong, can they appreciate being weak? The whole idea of zeros and ones is that there is a presence of everything and an absence of everything. So I don't have to like go out of my way to try to counter them by saying that's not true. What about this? What about that? Using about or whataboutisms to counter their argument or use their logic to defend. I can more agreeably ask them, is it possible to imagine someone who can appreciate something they lack while having a lot of something else? Because the way they generalize these terms would suggest that everything else is fair game. Like the thing about the human that they're generalizing, or the group they're generalizing, all of that also is fair game, right? Kind of like our burglar, the whole burglar situation, right? If 99% of people are burglar, does that mean 100% of the group are burglars? Well, if they do generalize that, then you can also use that as a counter argument by asking them, like, so what if I told you, let's not talk about burglars, let's talk about humans? I mean, are you willing to say that 99% of them human? So that means that they're 100. I'm using like the extreme case, like the opposite extreme case, to further to see if there's a gap. If 99% of the people are human, do you also generalize that 100% of them are human? Or do you need to do that? Like, do you need to do that? Right? And then even when they're human, would you still say that 100% of... Can you appreciate the difference between saying 99% burglars versus 100% human? And I'm not trying to reach a point here, other than trying to find the idea that it is also important to realize that there are far more things than you're currently measuring. So generalizations have limitations. I'm not saying they can't be informative. So, like, I'm not gonna tell the person, oh, this correlation isn't informative, it's not useful. like your observations and pattern recognition is not useful, that would also state that the stuff that I'm going to say is also not useful, right? Pot calling the kettle black. So it's very reasonable to talk about these things and realize them. It is also reasonable to realize that there are many other ways to explain the thing, largely because of generalizations. Also, have you seen the Marvel Rivals tournament drama? No, I have not. With a player named Kingsman getting kicked? I have no idea. I haven't been following competitive gaming in a while. It sounds like the second coming of Overwatch, though. And I chose Overwatch specifically because they're both, you know, you can see the influence. Also, you found out that approximately 15% of the world's population is classified as white, okay, which was surprising to you given Western societal talks about race, namely the white person hold the power rhetoric, but also you think it's surprising as there's been a rhetoric of white people and then everybody else, often the viewpoint of us versus them. Fair enough. I think the thing about holding power, like, I will do what I just said we would do. The whole idea of white and equals power situation. I think the comment is using the metric of proportionality. So, like, to me, when I hear this argument, it's more like white people hold a disproportionate amount of power. So in my mind, it wasn't because of the number of people, it was the amount of power per number of people is the idea behind that statement. Now, that might not be the intent behind that statement. My thought was, when it comes to power, it deals with how much power being held by a specific group, and the smaller the number, the more impressive the power is, because power is also dealing with how it's distributed, in my opinion. That's where the whole statement came. Like, to me, that's what that statement is saying. Again, I don't know the source of that statement or the origins of that statement. My impression of how important that statement is, or like how aware that statement is that power is dependent on its distribution. So how strong something is also how dense it is. So when we talk about, like, the, you know, we're gonna put this in quotes, that the white people hold the power, I would say it's like white people seem like they hold the power because a small number, proportion to the world, like the world population, has concentrated. So the power has to be concentrated to be very powerful. If it's distributed, then it's less powerful, right? So, like, if you have power, let's see, your power is over 1,000. Sorry, I should have used 9,000. Okay, so let's just say the power level is 9,000, right, as a collective. But if your collective has a very large number, then it's not very powerful. And hear me out. I'm doing something about perspective. So and this isn't because I know what the reality is. My thought is perspective in human perspective. So when we're talking about humans, they often come from the perspective of the individual when it comes to those statements, right? Like, and then when you think of collective, we typically talk about averages. But this is where it gets a little weird. Instead of talking about averages, they talk about magnitude. And this is where I'm flipping the script a little. When I hear that the white correlation of, you know, the white correlation, the correlation between like white and power, the outgroup, as in the non-white, right? So that's like everyone else, which represents a very large population. We're gonna say greater than 80% of the world's population, right? The outgroup sees a group as a magnitude of power. So that's what you're presenting. Like, it's surprising that less than 20% of the world's population carries a magnitude of power as a collective. However, when we think about the enormity of strength and power, I typically think about it as power per unit. Right? Kind of like watts or current versus watts, like electricity sort of things. When it is concentrated into a small population, any individual on the individual, so the human level, the individual level, any one person can be seen as powerful, because their power is not distributed into large groups. So it's kind of like accountability. This relates to our conversation between the relatability between an in-group as the majority group and an out-group as the minority group. And then the perception of how much influence they may have, or power they may have, right? Power and influence. Influence is a soft power, or like various forms of soft power, like economy and what have you. I don't know these terminologies very well enough to use them with precise use. So the different levels of power, it often depends on either your exposure to power can be either concentrated, which gives you the perception that a group has a lot of power. But when you're thinking about a group, you're thinking about average power. But that's not how, like, in my opinion, that's not typically what is seen. When a small group, I think the reality is a blend of both. When a small group of people hold a higher proportion of power, when we humans, right, when humans as individuals encounter a group that has a high proportional power, any one person they encounter or representation they counter seem very powerful. So despite a country, for example, like we'll use China, having like a huge number of people, one might not actually see like a concentration of power. And I'm not saying there isn't, like China doesn't have a vision of power. When numbers come into play, when they're measuring numbers, as in number of people, like for example, military might, measured by people, then it comes into play. So that whole, when you were talking about the white, that generalization of white and correlation with power, I think to me it makes a lot more reasonable sense, not that it will explain it, and it is the case, is that any one particular person or like a smaller group of people who are represented by maybe fair skin have a higher concentration of authority. So it appears like they have more power, not as a collective, but as any instance of encountering them. Now, if you have very large number, like what about the opposite? When there's a large number population, but then that power is distributed among that among that population, then not any one particular person seem very powerful. It takes a perspective that measures the power, the collective of the group. So this is often what I mean when you think of things like West versus East mentality, right? West favors a perspective of the individual a lot of times, and like these are generalizations, of course, so be mindful, these are generalizations, and communal. So a lot of times it's like that picture of 100 ants taking down a spider, for example, right? Maybe something bigger than that, but the idea is there's still a way to equate power. The perspective of power changes though. When you look at a spider, like some people are not afraid of 100 ants, but they are afraid of a spider, right? And not just because of creepy crawly and stuff. There's an element of seeing or observing impotence, not impotence, what is it? Posing, you know, like presence, right? Like one mosquito like for example, one mosquito can be seen far more vile than like 1,000 gnats. I don't know. What I'm trying to illustrate here is human filters, and being able to appreciate human filters. So that comment generalizations and stuff are through a human filter, where despite numbers telling you differences and objectivity telling you differences, what you encounter can very well depend on its density, its time frame, and its context. And it's very interesting. I thought about it before. Like here's one that I shared online. The what you call it? I talked about this essay before. The myth of Asian superiority. And this is not referring to native like Japanese, Korean. This is the myth of Asian superiority essay was about Korean Americans. And this is partially related to my life as an Asian American. The myth is that there is a smaller number portraying a concentration of aptitude. So it is very possible to demonstrate with a small number many outcomes and many truths because the sample size is small. Right? The power is also affected by sample size and its distribution. So if you have a smaller number, it's also more easily manipulatable. Meanwhile, immediately you would think, oh, but let's go look at Korea and let's go look at China. And you're like, oh yeah, well, still tracks, right? You could say it still tracks, consistently still tracks. It's like, yeah, but now they're no longer compared. These guys are no longer compared to the collective that is like the United States, for example. Right? The distribution is different. So that's kind of a situation for that situation where when you're thinking about it, you have to think about where that generality came from, or generalization came from, what the source is, who is it? Is it an out group that is making this comment, or an in group? I don't actually know any of this. It would be kind of interesting to hear someone's essay digging through the history books on the source of white people hold the power situation. If you have to give a hot take, which would you say you align with the most? Capitalism, socialism, communism? Remember, you're asking for a hot take. Man, that's like kind of scary. Like, which would I align with the most? I have a hot take. Yeah, sure. It's not really a hot take though, now that I think about it. I was born and raised in the United States. Capitalism. To be honest, the heart of that question was, do you think it's morally okay to generalize a group of people once a certain percentage of people within that group conform to the generalized statement? Oh, the conversation we had in Discord. I think you know the answer to that question, in a manner of speak, considering that I'm Asian American. Oh no, actually, it can be very complicated, because it's humorous because my parents, Chinese, would say, well, the majority are Americans, so you do as Americans do. And then me being Chinese, or like me being heritage, like ethnically Chinese manner of speak, would say otherwise. So it'd be like opposite. So like it wouldn't be such a clear-cut answer for that. What was that hot take? I was born and raised in the United States, so capitalism. I am a person that embraces my human condition. So I understand that when I understand the pros and cons of things, I operate from the basis of how I can change and alter capitalism. So what I mean is, you said you needed a hot take on what I align with the most. I align with my human condition. I was born and raised in the United States, so I know the pros and cons and the ins and outs of capitalism far more than other systems. And then I use that basis to analyze and compare and contrast the pros and cons of socialism and communism, if I use my time for that. So it's not necessarily a hot take, but more like a duh moment. And the duh is the hot take. It's kind of like going back to your first fun thing about, like, so he's American, so obviously it's capitalism. And then it leads into your other thing about the first comment we had, where if you generalize a group of people once a certain percentage of people within that group conforms to a generalized statement, then yes, I would embrace my human condition, that since I'm born and raised in the United States, I would have the most experience with the pros and cons of capitalism. And that would mean that, quote unquote, I align, and I'm actually taking liberties with your word align. Alignment means also experience to me. When you align with something, it's the thing that you are most confident in exposure and experience. I lived in a capitalistic country, and therefore I both, quote unquote, align against or in between, in anything in between about capitalism. So alignment deals with one's experience with it. It's kind of like machine learning, actually. If we take machine learning's alignment, right? The whole idea of alignment The alignment is usually about the statistical representation of the task or the thing they're doing, the function. If my function is to live as a human being and I was born and raised in the United States, then I would have to operate under capitalism. Right? So then the most appropriate alignment that I would have in my life is to operate in the system that I was born and raised in. So in every possible way, I would say it's not quite a hot take, but more of a, I understand how me as a human operate in conditions. So whether I choose or not, in a way, I can most certainly make the effort to have moved away from the United States and participate in a different system or not. But the realities and facts are, I still live in the United States, and I understand the pros and cons of capitalism. And using capitalism as the context, I draw comparisons and contrasts to socialism and communism in order to adjust, right? So the alignment would be the thing that I have the most experience with. That would be the most realistic take on something. It's hot because it's a duh, but it's also hot because other people who are outside may not admit that. So it will be hot to those who do not appreciate the idea. The basis is that you are most aligned with the thing that you are raised around and born and fought over, like not literally, but I mean, you could say literally and figuratively. I personally haven't necessarily fought literally over such things. However, as a collective, right, you would have. So your alignment is to your human condition. So not quite a hot take, but can be hot. I don't have control over what other people think are hot takes. I personally will concede this is not a hot take. This is more like a realistic. It's I would be lying to myself if I would say that somehow I have a better appreciation for socialism and communism growing up exclusively, being raised and growing up in a country that does have these elements represented in the country, unlike a lot of other countries. It's not a competition. I actually feel like diversity creates conflict, and conflict is not for everyone. So when these discussions about these ideologies actually can arguably be more common in the United States, I don't actually know what the stats are. And my awareness of communism and socialism with respect to capitalism is due to my education and its representation in the United States. So in a way, when someone asks me what my alignment is, it is possible to align with the others, having grown up in the United States. And I can tell you now, the parts of the United States that I was born and raised most definitely embrace capitalism. My parents' opportunities, like the opportunities they made for themselves as well as given to them when they immigrated in the country, was under the idea that capitalism exists. They would not have thrived in a system that was purely socialism and communism. I can say that now after the fact. I can never say for certain if that would have happened if we rewind back the time and have a different system. I know for a fact that they did not grow up, they did not raise me and my sister under a system that reflects socialism or communism. So in that way, what came after was the result of capitalism. And I typically do not view my past with regret. I view it as a place to learn, understand, and move forward. So yeah, and hear me out. So that alignment is what at this very moment, this would be a hot take at this very moment. It is a realistic take to know that this can change in the future, right? Let's see. Oh, I think you find it interesting. It's a 40k tournament. The player Kingsman got picked to be in a group, and the leader of that group, BC, stated that she wanted to conform to good vibes, and then in a match one of the player was on Widow and was 0-5. It's kind of funny that Widow, the Marvel Widow, is because of Widowmaker Overwatch. Anyways, Kingsman strongly suggested her to switch to which the other 4 players berated him, and one of the players messaged her boyfriend who knows the tournament owner and got him kicked. One of the players also mocked one of the Kingsmen as he was doing the tournament to fund his college degree. Dang. Wow. That's quite dramatic. Sounds like an anime series. Well, I hope there's some peaceful... I really am not caught in drama a lot, but I hope there's some reasonable resolution to that. Yeah, so not quite a hot take. I prefer to take the realistic route, I suppose. Sometimes I say something is a hot take if I don't explain it. So how hot a take is, I don't know how people define hot takes, but when I say hot, or when someone asks me for a hot take, the way when I answer something, it's only hot when I just don't explain anything. And that's what I mean when I say, man, that's a hot take. Not because it's controversial, in strictly controversial. It's more that, boy, it's controversial because there's nothing explaining it. That's my personal take, obviously. I understand that other people's hot takes are, oh, they're gonna get a lot of conflict, like a lot of controversy. I actually truly think they are related. Controversy is bred by the lack of explanation and the lack of clarity or transparency. So, like, for example, oh yeah, this game is bad. That's a hot take. This? What this? Game? What game? And bad? What do you mean by bad? It's hot. It's a hot take. Because that's exactly the element of what a hot take is. You say something very generalized and it has no explanation attached to it. That's a hot take. The other type of hot take that I tend to kind of avoid, so to speak, is the element of going against a larger group, going against an establishment, or going against a majority trend. So that other hot take is hipstery. It's called the unpopular opinion, is the other type of characteristic of hot takes, where you have an unpopular opinion that goes against convention. So you're like the less than 50%. It gets hotter as you get lower and lower. So, you know, once you cross this 50 threshold, hot is on one side, and cold, or I don't know, popularism, I don't know, normal is the word we're going to use. Normal is on the other side. So this is one of the I would say there are 3 characteristics of what constitutes as a hot take. It's hot because lack of information. It's hot because it's generalized, hyper generalized. And then it's hot because it's not trendy. And these are all related to some extent, right? Because if something, so let's say info, lack of info, or like quote unquote vague in terms of info, detailed in terms of info. Vague is general. Detailed is niche or specific, right? Or very, very closed off. And then trendy is general and vague and not trendy, which is technically still niche. So all these are related. One, I'm talking about info, available info. One, I'm talking about population. And then last one, I'm talking about like popularism. So all these line up on this, and then you draw that 50. So when you get a hot take, when you're looking for a hot take, it will, once you pass the 50 point, the take gets hotter as it goes to the left, and the take gets more normal when you go to the right. Did I screw this up? I kind of screwed this up. I screwed up the bottom part. Oh, no. No, that was fine. Yeah. So that's kind of how I try to make a number line here. There might be a little bit of confusion here. I didn't think this through. I'm basically making these stuff up as I'm going. So if I wanted to make a hot take, I generally say something. It's incredibly vague. It's generalized, and it bucks. Oh yeah, I did make a mistake. It's not trendy versus it is trendy. What a sloppy diagram. You did not think that through. It's a hot take. It's a hot take on a hot take. This is kind of a hot take, honestly. This part is kind of a hot take, where like I'm generalizing so many things right now. So for me, I broke down hot takes because I need to ask myself, right? I need to ask myself, how do I give the impression? Like, I understand other people like, well, you just make a hot take. Just say whatever, and it's a hot take, right? If you say it's a hot take, it becomes a hot take. That's what the internet does, right? Like, you say it enough, then it becomes one. I'm like, that's okay. For myself, I wanted to understand the nature, the linguistics, and the communication style. So typically when I want to elicit someone's like, man, that is very hot. What are the most consistent characteristics whenever someone says, oh yeah, wait for a moment, this is going to be a little hot? It's vague, it's incredibly hyper generalized, and it bucks against an existing trend. Those are the at least 3 ways to accentuate how hot the take is. So for myself, when I make it sound like I don't have too many hot takes, is because generally I would say something general, then explain it in detail, and then demonstrate that a lot of times my opinions are not trendy. So what happens is you get like a mid feeling, like, oh, well, he said something hot at first, and then when you listen to him explain the thing, only for him to bamboozle you and say, well, it's a minority opinion, but he explained it well enough, it's no longer hot. It doesn't feel hot anymore. Right? It's only hot when it's vague, general, and you can't understand it. All 3 of these things, what are the 3 commonalities of these things? It's hard to relate is what makes it hot. Because it's not something. It's a negative feeling. So whenever someone's like, yo, dude, you think Souls games are bad and they're not challenging? that's a hot take. Bad, not challenging, it's generalized. Souls-like is generalized. Someone's gonna say immediately when they're thinking, oh, Elden Ring is challenging. Like, but what if they're not talking about Elden Ring? That's what makes it hot. You don't know. What you do is it's so generalized, it's hard to relate to it. So you can continuously choose an example that will take it apart, which makes it hot. It's cold, or it gets less hot because now you have enough details that, oh, okay, within that framework, then it's really not that hot. Like, what if I told you when I said, I align with capitalism? It's quite hot because the moment you say, like, wait a minute, but what about all the other types of philosophies? It's like, where's this guy even from? Like, it would be hot if it came from like a Japanese person, or this guy kind of looks Japanese or Chinese or what have you. But I ended up asking myself what kind of details would be relevant to make it less hot. So I did mention Asian American, and then I mentioned Chinese, and then I mentioned that I was exclusively born and raised in the United States. And I also narrowed it down to the regional preferences of representation of capitalism to my parents' background when they immigrated from China. And then China being a source of, communistic potential or republic-like ideology, it limits the hotness. Now, whoever questions my hot take, I'm not saying it's bulletproof, but it becomes less hot. The details is like, now everyone has to operate within the details, right? And that's kind of the whole idea of protocol. I increased my transparency, and now I have higher accountability for the details I shared this very moment. So when I share more details, my accountability also has to go up publicly, because what I said, I'm accountable for those things. So transparency and accountability can go up in a reasonable way. Usually that's not what happens. What happens is double standards happen. Someone wants to be vague enough to not be accountable. It's kind of like Law and Order, right? The idea is, if you are vague, there is reasonable doubt. And what people want to try to remove is to create more transparency. So that they can hold something accountable for it. So oftentimes when I'm talking to someone and they're trying to accuse me of something, if they are coming at me with vague accusations, right, then they are avoiding accountability for what they say, and I cannot trust what they're saying because they could change what they mean as they're going. It is a great way to play like poker and game someone and be defensive. When you're defending, right, like if someone's attacking your character, you can also play the vague game. So the idea is, oftentimes when you combat vagueness with vagueness, it, in my opinion, tends to escalate into miscommunications and further conflict. Someone has to have that generosity of transparency, that has the integrity to hold the accountability of the details they do and hope for it to be reciprocated. Obviously, in reality, this is not necessarily the case. Opportunism does exist. So someone who is vague and accuse you of something, and you immediately reciprocate by taking accountability for it, by being transparent, that person doesn't have to reciprocate. And that leads to what our current, in my opinion, internet society exists now. When someone is vaguely approaching you, you typically respond vaguely back. until there's some sort of posturing that allows one to be more candid. I take that gamble. Someone asked me before, I talked about how there's a gambling mindset or a gambling mentality when it comes to skill building on internet, and then they asked me, do I ever gamble? And back in the day, I used to play video games, or like with gambling elements, so to speak. Actually, I still do now, but the current like people that I interact with, they don't see probability manipulation in like video games as gambling, and I could make a case for that, but we're not going to make a case for that. I still play games that deal with probability, basically, in terms of gambling. And then P5X was recent. It's a gacha game, right? And you can still make an argument that it doesn't deal with probability the way I play it. Nevertheless, RNG, right? And they asked me, do I gamble? And I understand the undertone of what they mean, because they're referring to gambling on life, making a decision or doing something without knowing what's going to happen, or being uncertain of what's going to happen. It's the major question that young people ask themselves and others who are much older than them. Like, what made you want to pursue science when there is no certainty that that science career is gonna blossom into your dream job? Right? The future, the uncertainty of future feels like a gamble. And my retort nowadays, or like my illustration, is, you are my gamble. I do it every day. I gamble every time I talk to you. The reason why I say that is because I want them to understand or realize, in my opinion, how I feel about gambling. There are choices you make, and you use faith and willpower, trust. Trust is a gamble. So instead of constantly demonizing and stigmatizing uncertainty and only embracing certainty, which, by the way, it's an incredibly, arguably an unbalanced way to live through life, that you can't see that life is a balance between uncertainty and certainties, right? You have kids who are raised on the internet where everything is a certain. Like, it is certain that you'll have an answer to all your problems on the internet. That's not true. There are going to be answers that are imperfect. Like, life is not going to be perfect. That's though, like, it's a balance between those things. Even the universe itself and all its collective knowledge by humans are still left with many uncertainties. So how could you possibly think that as an individual you have certainties in your life, or you want to build a life that's only predicated on appreciating the pros and cons of certainty, right? So when someone asks me, do I gamble? Like, yes, you're speaking to me and I'm speaking to you. That is a gamble I make every single day. What is another gamble I make every single day? I record my learning lessons. Every time I upload a video, every time I start that stream, I've already made a gamble. And those gambles are not bad things. So the idea is, when you're taking chance and probability into light, good things happen expectedly and unexpectedly. So do bad things. And when I say this is because then I go into tougher things. In the state of society now, at least in my opinion, online, when you gamble on talking to someone, it will feel like you have higher numbers of failures, right? Which means that you may likely have lower numbers of successes. But a gamble also has other value systems. And then I say something a little bit poetic, like, the value, again, we're going back to the very first topic we talked about, Procall, off stream in our Discord thing. The value of 1 can be vastly greater than the value of 900. I guess we can use 99 instead to complete the cycle. And it ranged true for this. For every 100 gamble I take, which is approximately like 300 days, 300 streams. This is my ratio, 1 out of 99. And I wouldn't give that up. Like, this isn't discouraging to me. So whenever someone thinks about like probabilities, failure ratios, and success ratios, we gotta keep in mind that there's context to value. So, how do I know that what kind of person I'm talking to? A lot of times people ask me questions like this, where, why do you stream if no one is watching? Or why do you do something if it's going to be unpopular? Right? And I know the type of person I'm speaking to from the questions they ask, because they give out a lot of their cards. You wouldn't be asking this question if you understand the value of doing something that isn't predicated on numbers. Right? So, and I'm for the record, I don't mind people asking that question. It tells me what type of person I'm speaking to, or what likely is the type of person I speak to. And then I can try to speak their language. Like, I can use this. It's very important to understand the motivations, the consistency, or what type of questions you get asked by a person. You can resonate a lot. You can play off that instead of like answering the question, which goes back to Procall saying like, why didn't I stream the last 2 days? And all I said was, I did stream the last 2 days. How does the value of it change with viewership, if at all? I don't know. Or, okay, I do know, but not because it's my opinion. How does the value change with viewership? Because what people want is that when you stream, it is worth a particular amount of clout. And one way to measure clout, well, technically they want merit. And merit is translated to clout. And clout, one of the metrics of clout is viewership. This is kind of a hot take, because I'm not going to explain any more than this. So whenever a person starts to stream, they want guarantees. They want guarantees. And one guarantee that was sold to them, in my opinion, is that after a certain amount of time spent, invested, this is assuming, again, that the values are the same when you're measuring time, there's a certain amount of merit, and that merit deems a specific amount of clout, which is measured in viewership. Now, this is not what I think the person is actually thinking. The person is thinking, if I stream some time, I get viewership. I added a couple of steps so that it's not that hot. It's not as hot, right? I'm adding a couple steps here, like the potential coinciding cause, and also the steps in between to explain like the leap of logic that has occurred. But really, what they're trying to feel is that viewership equates to a feeling of affirmation. That's where the clout comes from. And then that affirmation provides a sense of merit. And that merit creates legacy, is what they seek. legacy is permanent. You think, you hope legacy is permanent. You hope. And I can tell you now, that is also a leap of logic, because legacy is not permanent. It can be stripped on the internet. You can even be buried on the internet. You can also be erased on the internet. So if one were to rewind like 20 years back, legacy is very difficult to erase. Now permanence is not the case. So that's kind of the idea, right? And this is to add more details, because adding more detail, I'm very uncomfortable in leaving things as hot as they are. But generally speaking, it would be a disservice to me to generalize the pitfalls without understanding the nature of those pitfalls. And then what you can do to, like, with this idea, you can address how you want to do this, right? Like, is it the clout? Is it the merit? Are you using viewership as a metric? There are other types of metrics, like, you know, Patreons. That's also a metric. Like money, right? Money is a metric. Sponsorships are a metric. All of these things fill in the idea of clout and merit building. However, nowadays, one of the cautionary tales about the internet is that while one hopes that legacy is permanent, it can be stripped, it can be buried, it can be erased, it can even be countered very quickly. And when I speak and I take the gamble, I think about these things and a lot of other things. So when, you know, as accommodating as I try to be when you raise particular topics pro call, I weigh these things. Like, I don't have to necessarily do everything to expectations while being agreeable in many ways. And it doesn't hurt my pride. It might alienate other people, but I don't have control over that. I want to hold myself to integrity, acceptable professional integrity, that if the internet decides to strip me of my integrity and bury me and erase me, then I at least can find comfort that I've held myself accountable for the things that I've said. I don't have to put on like a face or like send an apology or something, because, well, like, what I mean is I can still apologize but still know that I am accountable for what I said. I like the idea that I place the same pressure on myself to be accountable for what I do, much as I like to wishfully think that others have the same consideration. I would say that is not the case if I open my eyes and observe. So it's fair enough. Also, you may end up falling asleep while watching, so you know if I don't reply. Okay. On that, you did want to bring up a potential problem you have with what you said in the past. You said that we play a game of chicken, with the game ending once you reach physical and mental exhaustion and fall asleep. I take issue with that if you have any negative connotations with that, as I don't believe that's a bad thing. Wait. So you take issue with that if I had any negative connotations with that? What would be an example of negative connotations with that? What would be a potential negative connotation? Because you said you don't believe it's a bad thing, and I don't think it's a bad thing either. The whole goal is to play the game of chicken at all times. That this game of chicken we play is unhealthy? What makes you think it's unhealthy? Hello there, James. Oh, well, if you don't think it's a bad thing, then you have no issue. That's a very hot take. But it is a gamble you have on trust. So we can chalk it up to trust me, bro, in this situation. Oh, there, James. You didn't know if you thought it was unhealthy? Oh. Yeah, it's unhealthy. I'm totally giving you mixed messages. Yeah, I think it's unhealthy. It's unsustainable. Okay, hear me out. All right. Let me explain. I'm on this hot take moment. Like, I'm really doing this hot take stuff. I'm playing around, Protocol. So here's the hot take. First, it is unhealthy to me. I do think it's unhealthy. When you're specifically talking about if it's sustainable. But I was being cheeky here. It's unhealthy when you're thinking about how often we can do it. That's why it's often called a game of chicken. Because I can see why now. It makes sense why you say if it's unhealthy, then it has a negative connotation and you might have an issue with it. Because a game of chicken, there's only one winner most of the time. You know what I mean? Like, a game of chicken is there's an end to it. Right? A game of chicken. And it is unhealthy. I am inferring that there's a risk to it. But here's the thing. I was saying it in the context of our relationship. So when we go back to the conversation we had today, is our relationship only the game of chicken? At least that's what I was implying. Like, I was being cheeky because this game of chicken that we play, which we don't do every single day and every time of our lives, is seen as an indulgence. We are indulging in something. So yes, it is unhealthy. But it is not everything. We don't only do this. It is healthy, and this is where I was being cheeky. It's healthy when you do various things in moderation. So yeah, we do play a game of chicken, and then we spend a lot of time avoiding that game of chicken a lot of times too. So it's no secret that you and I do this platitude back and forth. It's like, oh, hey, if you're tired, or like, oh, you need to do stuff, you should get to doing that stuff. And I was like, oh yeah, I was about to tell you that we might have to end this conversation. It's probably late for you. That's what we do too. So we not only play a game of chicken, we also play the gentleman's game. Admittedly, it also uses up time as well. Right? And then we also play the guessing game. I'll call it the guessing game. Which is who's awake or who's asleep right now, or who feels like they're more guilty than the other person for keeping someone else up. Like, there's the guessing game. So what I'm really saying is it is healthy when it's balanced. Alone, when you're only referring to the thing in isolation, most things are unhealthy because they're not, again, right? This time we're referring to the 1% versus the 99%. Yeah, that guilt guessing game troubles you sometimes. Exactly. We do the guilt, like, hear me out. The guilt guessing game, this isn't the first time. This might make it feel less special, but I don't have a lot of friends, so we're still talking about the 1% here. The guilt guessing game, I played this rodeo every single time. Whenever I am with my best friends, right? Best friends, we play this game every single time, and it's like passive. It's like passive aggressively wholesome, so to speak, when someone else observes it. Like, I'm not saying that. It's funny when other people tell us that. So like there would be the four of us would sit in a room, and then we would have someone who's uncharacteristically with all of us at once, and it would be something like, oh hey, like what do you think we should, like, do you think this is a good idea? It's like, I don't know, I think that's a pretty reasonable idea, what do you think? And then we would pass the thing along until it lands on the one person, and that one person isn't playing the game yet. They're on the out group. So what they would say is, can you guys stop being passively aggressively agreeable right now? Like, oh, okay, well, we'll try to do that. But what are your thoughts about what we should do now? And then if you're wondering, what happens when the decision maker is gone? Oh, well, we play this game until we run out of time. Which then the guilt guessing game kind of filters into the game of chicken. Now, then you're wondering, then how are you going to get things done? Life gives us choices that we have to make. So then we don't have to play a game of chicken or a guilt guessing game too long. Life gives us choices. In this case, it was school. You know, like we had school, we had other people, right? Jobs, family. There are other ways to break off the game of chicken. And that's what I mean. I do imply. So yes and no, Procall. I do imply when I said we play this game of chicken as an unhealthy thing. It is unhealthy for the sense of the time factor that we were focusing on, but it is not unhealthy in the long scheme of things because we technically don't do it every single time. We actually probably do the guilt guessing game far more than the game of chicken, and then the gentleman's game is filtered into guilt. The gentleman's game is when you offer a suggestion and you sideline the suggestion by offering the choice to be given to the other person. So therefore the guilt is not rest on the person who made the decision. And both of those can lead to the game of chicken because it's whoever ends up with the hot potato, right? I'm not sure if hot potato is something that's generalizable for you, James, or Procall, but it's whoever is holding on to the hot potato at the end is the one that then they lose the game of chicken, so to speak. Like they lose or gain the game of chicken. Like game of chicken is both positive and negative because it means you get to do what you wanted to do at the cost of feeling guilty having lost the gentleman's game. So this is the cycle. That's literally... Oh, yeah, I forgot. James is your first name, right, Procall? James, yeah. Both of you happen to go by James, so... like... Sorry. Yeah, James is on the YouTube side of thing. Random question, but are you also listening to music that's playing through stream? I am. I had this question before. This question has... occurred before. Let me answer a couple of questions. Yes, music can distract you. Hold up. Yes, music can distract you. Music is on a loop, and yes, it's a less than hour, 2 hour loop, so it's repetitious. And the volume is normalized to my volume, so it's usually half. It's supposed to be perceived as less than half of my speaking voice. So the speaking voice that I hear and then it's registered on here, it's about minus 20 decibel. That's more than half, but And then also music has to be copyright free. So this is all C0 or no attribution music. And what else? I don't particularly believe music is distracting, provided that it is these things. Music loops, it's repetitious over time, and it creates a microenvironment for studying. So, to answer the question that I know that's going to come in, or the commentary that's come in, music is divided and compartmentalized if it's a distraction. Music is distracting if it's not a repetitive, if you're not using it as a form of white noise. I am using it as a form of white noise. So the white noise helps me remind me, this is what I use it as a feedback. Music is telling me when I am distracted. So whenever someone says that, oh, what if the music distracts you? Then I am not focused. That's, and how is this useful? It's useful when I'm struggling with something. So I can tell when I am struggling mentally with something, and then I have lost concentration. Is the moment when the music distracts me and causes me consternation. And it does happen. However, I do not express this outwardly, because I've created a habitual pattern to know when I'm distracted. So if I'm sitting here and I'm like spacing out, like James, like yesterday when I was spacing out on Skuru, right? When I was spacing out on Skuru, the moment when the music fades into my ears, as in like I start hearing the separate notes and stuff, then I look at the answer. I can occasionally make attempts to like use a space blanker, like think of a blank space and then look at it again, or have the thing rotate back around and see if I can do it again, which is HanziHero. HanziHero, like you can just undo and then it'll just come back around. So you can do that, but that's kind of how I use the trigger for the music. So there is a function to the music. Its cons, the con of the music is used functionally as my trigger. So what people think is bad, right? What people think is bad, I use it as the source of indicating that it's bad. So I haven't really talked about it that much in detail. However, people did ask me about music quite a lot. And also, obviously, music lacks lyrics. The music that I have lacks lyrics. Music can be distracting, but it is repetitious or ambient. You think it could be helpful? Yeah, you agree. The music could be an association memory trigger too, I suppose. It is. It is a memory trigger for me. That might need to be more specific trigger. I don't know. Yeah. So, for the music trigger, I tied it to a habit that occurs most of the time. And instead of saying like a music trigger for this, like, oh, I was listening to ABBA Dancing Queen. Sorry, I'm throwing in a random reference. So, you know, see that queen, da 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 da. Okay, right during this, and then you have to have this occur again to trigger your memory. That's very specific, and it would be poorly scaled. Yeah, this would be poorly scaling, right? However, you can use this to remember this detail by triggering it if it's a problem. So if it represents your 1% of your problem, that's what Anki's for. You tie it to the very specific memory so it can increase encoding. So you can use it as an encoding thing. What I'm using music on, like when I'm streaming, it's an ambient trigger. It's a response. So I'm using it as a trigger response for focus. And that's where the typical internet conversations about. It's not distracting if it's a source of focus trigger, because the focus trigger is 99% of the time that's what people are focused on. So it's constantly there. It's constantly repetitiously reinforced. When you're looking for the encoding benefits, which is what most people are referring to when they say music is distracting, they're talking about when it can be distracting for encoding the specific memory, because music creates more encoding noise. If it's like all over the place, then the encoding becomes less vivid and less detailed. And that is very important to know, because you can literally leverage that too if you want, but it would not be in this environment. It would not be appropriate for this environment, because a repetitious loop used for focus is not identifiable for encoding. Alternatively, you can create like a card where there's like trouble words, like your leeches, and you can associate very unique things to the memory to cause it to trigger, and it would deal with poor scaling, because you're not scaling to the 99%, you're scaling to 1%. You are specifically focused on the small 1%, right? That's kind of the idea. Dang, what's my favorite tribe at the moment? Oh, in Battlegrounds? Hold up. I'm thinking back through all the... I think Quillboars is my favorite tribe right now. And the specific Quillboar, Quill, I'm gonna call it the Quill board strategy. So the barrage into, I forgot what the barrage triggers spam into that one that moves blood gems. So you need a three point setup to trigger barrage onto your board, and you buy everything. You buy anything, you keep one space, buy something, and you have the 4-star one that moves the blood gems to a new source. So when you barrage over and over again, any minion you collect or buy will transfer all of those blood gems with one spell. So, and you can gain indefinite. This is a death rattle at, I think it's T4. And then these are like a mix. All the time warps and stuff can trigger barrage. Really? Let's see. You find having background noise as white noise helps you a lot. You've been told that an indicator of being neural atypical. Yes, it's actually quite neural atypical. Yes. For having multiple conflicting things. A neurotypical person who's high function, like kind of like very successfully functioning, would say that it's overall generally distracting, because they're functioning in a way that don't necessarily separate the background noise, so to speak, with the idea of expecting a loss of focus. Right? Do you know what one hot encoding is? I do not know that term, not that phrase. It converts categorical data into numerical format. Oh, that's what Mika tried to do. She tried to convert categorical data into numerical format, and I did not resonate with it. I actually typically do the other way. I take specific things and form categorical data out of them to scale up. Really, that surprised you, as Quillboar seems to be at a down point this meta? It's not you asked me what's my favorite tribe, right? would be my favorite tribe, would typically be the most intricately interesting playing mechanic to me, not whether it is meta or not. So winning is not my categorization for what is my favorite tribe. Like hyper performance is not what I'm looking for. If it was hyper performance, I would say Naga. Naga would probably be hyper performing. It has the most flexibility. You feel like Barrage would be good for an early setup to then switch to Mechs or Demon for a buff shop? You asked tribe, so you're changing the condition of your question. You can't combine tribes. If you ask me what's my favorite strategy right now, that would be one of them. It's pretty good. What Naga will the end of turn? What Naga with the end of turn spell strat? With the end of turn. Oh, you're talking about like the 6+6, the thing that gives blessing. Add on to the original. You just wanted to say that. Oh, you just want. Okay. You just wanted to say that. That's fair. The end of turn strat? No. The blue gill attack strat with rally. The rally blue gill attack strat. With spellcraft spam to draw spells, which is nearly a guaranteed time warp Naga mechanic, which is the more spellcraft you use, the more spells you get, and then you leave a Naga slot empty, which you can play Nagas to get more spellcraft, which triggers more spells. It is like the most dynamic to me. Like it has the most utility. You can adjust to the most at least in my opinion, the largest set of situations. You love the end of, but it's so tricky in this meta as trying to send the yeah. Again, you remember I'm answering two separate questions. Protocol. First, you asked me what my favorite was, and I think the Quill hijack is awesome because it's interesting. It takes your tier, it affects the tavern, and you're harvesting the tavern's gems, which is really fun. Like you don't harvest tavern things very often outside of like Ellie from 101, like patch 1, and like Demon from patch 1. And then I answered if it was based on performance. If it was based on performance, it would be Naga. So it wouldn't be the strategy that is risky. I was giving you the strategy that is not risky. Like if you're going for a win situation, which is what you were talking about because you said that Quillbore seems to be at a down point this meta. It is. Quillbore is at a down point in this meta. It doesn't mean that it's not my favorite at the moment because it has an interesting strategy that I haven't played with in a while. What's Ellie's Azurite build? It existed already. That's why Azurite was there before with Ellie. So it's okay. Like it plays like Ellie's Azurite build. The Quillbore thing is relatively new to me. Music is really powerful for memory too. Can be great for memory vocab through an association to a catchy tune. Yes. Yep. If it's lyrics in your target language, yeah. It can also be scales, like scales. What you call it? You can use fugues. Fugues are, you have like repeated measures, like dun 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 dun, like from there. That's Beethoven, that's a symphony. But what I mean by fugues is the characteristic bombastic repetition association in the catchiness. When you say catchy melody, it can be broken down to not just lyrics, but also like particular measures. And they're often in fugues. Fugues have very unique things, or ornate. You can use like math rock sometimes, like very specific identifiable unique pieces, and you can link them even if they don't elicit literally lines and whatnot. But yes, what you're saying, James, is an example of encoding when you're doing encoding practice. Remembering vocab will be just as efficacious provided that you're in that specific environment. When you whoops, I accidentally, dang it, I hate it when I hit the top barrier. Okay, so anyways, I accidentally dragged the top of my window. Let me resize. Okay, anyways, yep, exactly, James. Excellent. I don't know what one I was being facetious, Procol. I don't actually keep track of patch numbers. I don't even know what patch number Battlegrounds is on at the moment. All right, yeah, you don't mind that strategy. Okay. Do you think Quillboard has the most potential for horizontal scaling? As in like in a design thing in the future? I think no, not really. I think Nagas have the most potential for horizontal scaling. Which makes them the most utility. I equate, it's not always the case, but I equate utility with horizontal scaling. So the more utility you have, the more it's likely to become more consistent behind a skilled player. That doesn't mean you win by landslide or you lose by landslide, because if you go big and go home, you steamroll or be steamrolled. But when you're thinking about horizontal scaling, it's usually like pretty mid. You barely win, you barely lose. That is the consistency game. So horizontal mechanics, whatever you're doing, if you're doing a lot of different things and it's always barely winning and barely losing with a very specific tribe, then that tribe probably has more horizontal scaling. And more horizontal scaling potential, when we're talking about potential, it deals with the person who's using it. So if the person isn't recognizing their potential, then you can't really compare things. So my potential and your potential when using a specific tribe is going to vary. However, I would say that for me, horizontal scaling would be Naga, because of spellcraft and spell dependency and playing the board and playing the tavern. Like, you have to play both your board, the tavern, all the spells, like habitually most of the time, even to set up. And then their scaling things deal with various things. Like, for example, they have multiplicative scaling, right? Multiplicative scaling in one of their characters, which can go with a Quillboard build. They have death rattles before, not now, but they had death rattles before. Actually, they still have certain things that you can still pull off, but death rattles used to be a thing for them. Like, most of their mechanics deal with like a lot of non-steamrolly things, but more like barely winning and barely losing situations. Quillboard is like steamroll or not be steamrolled most of the time, like, in my opinion. They have a lot of vertical scaling for sure. Like stats, and more stats. Beat the blood gem down to like make everything give blood gems as much as possible. It's still one vertical scaling. It's whatever the biggest source of blood gems is coming from. Like my strategy, the Quillboard strategy, you're playing the tavern, but it's still based on which is the fastest way you get blood gems in Battlegrounds. Your most recent comment was just asking for clarification of what you meant by Ellie's 1.1. Also, what is... Yeah, I was just being facetious. I meant that you said you much prefer... Oh, yeah, so you didn't know if that's why you like Quillbore? Oh, okay, so the correlation... No, it's just that Quillbore has a new mechanic. I guess that's not that deep. I like new mechanics, so technically it's horizontal scaling still. However, Quillbore is not the... They're not horizontally scaling most of the time. In fact, most of the time I don't really pay attention to Quillbore. Like, what I mean is, I don't pay attention when I'm playing Quillbore. So, oh yeah, that's a good Quillbore build, and then what are you doing for Quillbore? Find the quickest way to blood gems. You gotta power up the blood gems in a certain way, and then build up the blood gems. You sent me a message of some Python code on Discord. Oh, is this is this dealing with the one? Are you referring to this as a one hot encoding situation? Is that referring to that statement? I'll have to take a look at it. I would have to brush up on my Python, but that's a big code. Interesting. And that's a mathematical Monty Hall problem. Do I still remember what that means? Or... Oh, yes. Yes, that Monty Hall problem. I always refer to it as the door problem. Like, I wonder, is Monty Hall the name of the person? Like, Monty Hall? And that's why it's called the Monty Hall problem? So I always think of it as, like, the door problem. So, the Monty Hall's door problem or something like that. Because I always think of the fun skits about choosing between 3 doors and then explaining how, like, of course you would always switch because your odds go up. That's a really fun little math thing that people talk about. Hang on, I gotta blow my nose. Okay, I really said I was gonna stay on task today so I can do like my P5X update, the 3.1 update, but it's looking like it's not going to happen now. It is so counterintuitive. Yeah, on first glance. Here's a coincidence. I'll share one short story. The guild game continues. Yeah, here's one short story. By coincidence, I talked about probability recently. By coincidence, and it's early days. Someone is learning about probability notation. So one of the probability notations was this. Now, it's not really about the notation itself. I'm just relating it back to the Monty Hall problem, right? The idea that the probability of A and then B happening is... Whoops, that's not plus, it's... Right, it's multiplication. And then you have to try to prove this. So you can prove it by just talking about like, hey, here's a container. There's 5 things. And then there's like 3 these and 2 these. It's represented as an end. Mu is or. Mu is or. It's represented as like a fancy N. I forgot what the fancy N is called. or like a upside down U. This is and right here. Mu is or. So this would be or is like this. But anyways, that's not the point that we're doing. So you can illustrate this, right? And when you're saying and, a lot of times something that's counterintuitive, but also intuitive at the same time, depending on who you are. What's intuitive is a lot of people think that the probability of A is not dependent on the probability of B when they're thinking intuitively, which is not intuitive when you think about an example. Like, for example, you have a container with 3 blanks and 2 like filled in balls. Let's just say different colored balls. These are like, just use your imagination. This is a white ball and this is a black ball. I know I'm being facetious. Most people would think this is a white ball and this is a black ball. That's also counterintuitive. Something that's filled is usually less transparent, which means it has high absorbance. I know. I'm digging a hole right now. And white means it's transparent, so light goes through it, right? Or a situation like that. Or you can think of it as transmission or absorption. Yes. It's very complicated, but we'll just say white and blue. I could have used red and yellow or something like that, but that's besides the point. Okay? So with 3, when you remove 1, right? When you pick 1, so the probability of A, right? The probability of A is 3 out of 5. But you have to test for independence or dependency. That's where the intuition comes in. And how's this related to the Monty Hall thing? That is one of the crux of intuition when it comes to the Monty Hall problem, because you're talking about the dependency or independency of choice. Like the events matter. So like when you remove some of this, and this is not exactly like the Monty Hall problem, it's talking about the intuition and tuition of actions. So when someone says, oh yeah, then what is the probability of B? Well, after A happens, what do you think the probability of B is? It's 1 out of 2. That would be A and then B. And what I'm saying is it's because of sequences of action, dependency, independency, that creates counterintuitive and intuitive perspective. Not that the math is changing. Like, as long as you represent the math notations and the relationships in an objective way, it will still check out in the mathematical proof. But the perception of what is intuitive and unintuitive is that a lot of times people intuit independence. As in, the first action does not affect the probability and perception of the second action. Order does matter, and it does remove the probabilities when you're making the second decision. So this is dealing with probability in a sequence, where sequence matters and where that sequence has dependency. So the one thing that is supposed to be intuitive for most people is when you're pulling from this container, you're either throwing it back in the container, or the container is a state. That is the state in which the probabilities are calculated based against. But when there is dependency of A on B, then the probability changes when you make the second action or the second occurrence. Their probability changes. So that's kind of where like the whole like Monty Hall problem and basically this is what a high schooler, which by coincidence has happened, was trying to interpret what this meant when this occurred, and then why is there something like this where there's a probability of A and then that bar meaning like order, right? Or I think it's supposed to, I forgot what it really stands for, but it's suggesting that there's a dependency, and in there these relationships have dependencies and independencies where order does also matter, and it causes the probability to change based on the first action or the second action or whatever the preceding event is. So the reason why I say this is because it is when you are online, when you're talking about net speak and like net logic, for example, most people think of the starting point as static because they often only think about goals. So it's always point A and goal. What happens is if A gets modified into A prime during this, the choices are no longer the same. A has been altered to affect everything else around it. So like it's kind of like learning. When you learn something, do you think your opinion will still be A as you're going? It's not. It's going to be A prime. It's going to be A double prime. It's going to change as it's happening. So do you think your goal is going to stay the same? You can think that because the goal hasn't been reached yet. So a lot of times what people think is their starting position and their goal is static from their perspective. And that when they make a decision, their static decisions at first will be correlated with their goals at the end. And that can be true. That is one way it can happen. The other way is every time you take a change to A, the goal and everything that comes from it changes as well. And that's realistic probability. That's the, to me, when I think about Monty Hall, when they were doing that thing, it's illustrating the way you think about conditions and their dependencies of their action. If action 1 affects the probability of action 2, then the probability changes. It doesn't stay the same because the situation is no longer the same if you wanted to intuit it. So it is intuitive to people who look at the process. And this relates back to my 8 hours of how the internet has normalized goal-oriented thinking over process-oriented thinking. And then when people think about studying language, they think of language as static content, right? They think about static content, so they measure their goals as static goals, right? And so on and so forth. It's one of the first things, in my opinion, that when you learn a new language, in my opinion, learn a new language as an adult, there's a high chance or a higher chance than if they didn't learn another language. That includes coding, by the way. Coding, logic, that's a different language. That will allow someone to figure out the difference between process-oriented thinking versus goal-oriented thinking. And when you're coding mathematical problems and doing mathematical proofs, that also helps you appreciate the process, not the goal. Because the goal could be like, oh, well, A equals C. Like, what the heck? What is A equals C? That doesn't even make, like, okay, what can I do with this? Well, I don't know, make A equals B plus E. Now B plus E equals C as well. Right? And now the nature of the process is different now. You have added an extra step. Right? Now the meaning is completely changed. Despite you still saying A equals C, right? you can still continue to say A equals C, but A also equals B plus E. Therefore, B plus E may equal C, right? But hear me out. You can make it even more complicated. But A doesn't equal E plus B. Because order could matter. So that's what I mean. And it's a great way. I think the Monty Hall problem really is a great litmus test for how your intuition works for now. And personally, I don't actually think humans are bound by a particular perspective in intuition. They get trained and normalized into their things. So yeah, I totally understand when it can be so counterintuitive at times. Largely because our intuition also plays in the idea that our intuition can be incredibly vague to process, to the process of thinking in general. It is meant to be a time saver. Intuition is very time saving. So whenever something doesn't line up with our intuition, it would probably feel very like heightened counterintuition. I'm not sure what my first time with probability was like. Like I don't remember what my experience was the first time I encountered the Monty Hall problem. Like I genuinely don't remember if I was like, was I shocked? Was I confused? What I did is probably what computer scientists do these days. Generalizing, hot take, very hot take. What I mean is, if I can't understand a concept, right? If I can't understand a concept, I simulate it. I know how that sounds, but if I'm like, I'm gonna be a little hot about my own aptitude. There are not quite a lot of things that I choose to do that I can't understand, because then I wouldn't choose to do them. But hear me out. In the rare case that I have decided to engage in something or forced upon me that I can't possibly understand, then I would usually end up trying to simulate it. And back in the day when you can't simulate things, like use like high compute, what I typically do is I do extremes, like numbers of convenience, like zeros and ones and like a prime number and something. And then I would do a mathematical proof for that logic. And I would also use syllogism as well to do that too. Syllogism is when you have like the A, if A is true, then it's B, and then that's kind of thing. But the nice thing is you still have a backup. It's laborious. Simulation is high cost, right? Simulation is high cost. It's very rigorous, but it's still high cost in both energy and time and whatnot. It's kind of like saying, hey, do you think you run faster during winter or summer? And then your last resort is, I'll just do it to find out, right? So simulation has been a wonderful boon for like mathematical concepts, especially coding concepts, where you can try to in silico simulate it if understanding is just way too emergent or beyond, like the system is far too complex. That's what biology does, right, as well. Like you clone a gene into a surrogate host in a controlled environment, you let it go and see what happens. You observe it to your best ability, because the emergent quality of that system is so complex that one can't theoretically compartmentalize and ascertain what's happening. So what you do is you do the control experiment versus the variable relative comparison in order to use it as a form of simulation, right? So it's not entirely a novel concept that deals with coding, but coding really does reduce the laborious nature and the cost of doing those things. If you can take it with a grain of salt, animal testing is a form of simulation, right? You're simulating with a live animal as a representation or a model of what would happen in the human like a human host. And laborious, ethical concerns, moral concerns. There's a lot of, but coding with simulation has been a pretty wonderful boon to that. I do not work in those labs, but I can tell you I have had the privilege of sitting in seminars where I couldn't understand anything until they said what it meant. What, like, structural biologists would use, like, biophysical and structural biology would use in silico simulations to, like, kind of predetermine what the effects of, like, the molecular dynamics of a microenvironment before you go and try to do it and simulate it, technically simulate it in a host translational model, because technically, if you're not literally doing it in the environment that it is, it's still a simulation, in my opinion. In a line of thinking that a simulation may not reflect all of the emergent properties of the thing that's happening. What you're trying to do is you're trying to capture what you think would happen. So in a way, we kind of deviate. A simulation often is used for something that's like non-organic, and then a trial would be the word. Trials and, like, a study or case studies and stuff would be the word used for organic things. But in a way, due to the advent of coding, it could kind of see as the biggest picture is that it's trying to capture something with incomplete data and trying to get a close facsimile of what is happening in order to gather more data. So simulation is putting in everything you know about something and hope that is complete enough in which it has predictable power, right? And that's why simulations is a prediction, not a certainty. Right. You saw a clip of a UK journalist, Piers Morgan. Oh, I remember Piers Morgan, yeah. I guess he's a journalist now, huh? And he talking with the scientist Richard Dawkins, and then Piers said that the idea talking about before the Big Bang is illogical, as time may have not existed before then. Yeah, and Piers replied, "Well, it's obviously not true just by using common sense." Okay. To which Dawkins tries to explain that common sense isn't a good way to evaluate these kind of questions. Yeah, I have seen a couple Piers Morgan viral videos about that. And I was going to say even further than that. While common sense isn't a good way to evaluate these kinds of questions, common sense is only common. It's only common sense when it is common. What used to be common sense was not common sense. Common sense is based on habit formation. Intuition is based on habit formation. So the more habitual and common or reiterated it is, anything can become common sense. It can be common sense to think that the earth is flat. So that's, I think, underneath the undertones of what Richard Dawkins might have been comically jesting about, one of the undertones is the nature of common sense is not great to evaluate those kind of questions, because what is common is not necessarily true. What is common is what's most carefully iterated. If that were true, the internet has a problem. Because if the internet can say anything with the utmost influence, then it can become common sense. Right? What's a common sense thing that kids nowadays tell me? Like a Gen Z. What is a Gen Z thing to tell me? It's common sense that everyone's introverted. It's common sense when you get a bad grade that it's the teacher's fault. It's common sense that anyone older than you who's in charge of you has the answer to all the questions that they ask you to answer. There's quite a lot of common sense out there when it comes to that type of line of thinking. It doesn't make them true. Right. Also, in that same debate, Piers said, well, you can't prove the origin of the universe is X theory, so you can stick to that while I'll keep believing in God. The existence of a metaphysical being is unfalsifiable, you darn fool. So is the origin of the universe. I mean, that's the whole reason why you can neither confirm nor deny a theory. You have to deny the theory in order to say you can't prove. Like what I mean is you can't disprove that it can't. So like it's a cyclic argument. You can't prove that it can't prove something, but you can also can't prove, like, the origin of the universe, we exist in the universe. So you can't prove either or deny either or. But you can't disprove that the theory has something to do with the origin of the universe. It's very hard. Very same reason. So both the arguments are in both cases. It's a double standard, in my opinion. That is a double standard. He said something that was the very reason that he can't say the first thing. In my opinion, he's unlikely to be able to say the first thing for the very reason he can say the second thing. So, I don't know what point he was trying to prove there. I'm not entirely sure. Can you tell me something about... Sorry, you forgot to say he said that and then said you also can't prove God exists. Oh, okay. Which, due to his phrasing, made it seem like that God not existing is a good reason to believe in God. Yeah. Okay. So he did follow up. That's fair. I was about to ask you, Procall, if he like does this for comic relief. I don't know a lot about Piers Morgan other than like YouTube. I already said this. YouTube Shorts, TikTok Reels, or YouTube Shorts of TikTok Reels, they're like impractical ways of understanding the nature of someone. Even if someone is incredibly perceptive, that's such limited information. So I have no idea if Piers Morgan is like a jester, like not a jester like a clown, but someone who like jests a lot in despite being a journalist, right? Like he's also trying to be charismatically entertaining, you know, like Stephen Colbert and James Oliver. Well, not James Oliver. What is Oliver's first name? Am I making names up now? Is his name James too? What is this show called? Like the news to I forgot what they're called. Dang it. Is it Jimmy Oliver? I think his name is Jimmy Oliver, right? But all those people, they're very charismatic and they have like a level of cheeky, they have a level of cheeky sharpness to their humor. While also eliciting information. Jamie. No, not Jamie Oliver. That's a chef. What's his name? Hold up. John. John is his name. Of course it's John. John Oliver. Pardon me if I've forgotten the difference between James, John, Jimmy, or English people. I apologize. Yeah, I apologize in advance because it is very difficult. I usually go by their last name. But in this case, it doesn't help. In this case, it doesn't help because Jamie Oliver's last name is John Oliver's last name. So it doesn't really help that case. That's a rare case though. I typically remember people's last names when it comes to like a country that has very common first names, right? And then hear me out, in Chinese, I actually remember people's first names a lot more, their given names more than their last names, because it's the reverse. It's the reverse a lot of times when it comes. Just thought I'd throw in like a, I don't know if you've heard this stereotype, or like, I'm not sure if it's still true nowadays, but typically in Asian cultures, so we're using Chinese dynastic period or ancient Chinese situations, people are never given they are often not given the same name as someone else's name, because it would be like inappropriate to try to either replace someone or be like something measured to someone that already exists. And then in the Western world, it's an honor typically to, like, in, we're gonna say, older times, to be named after someone in honor of them, to follow their legacy and be part of their legacy. So oftentimes this practice, I'm not sure if it's still fairly common or not, in moving to our current date, there are still far more people who are named or given names, like their given names, their first names overlap with each other because of honoring or trends or proliferation, versus Eastern cultures where they typically try to avoid having the same names, and their family names are what carries their legacy. So like my family name traces a large origin back to wherever they are, but my first name rarely takes on the shape or nature of someone who already exists, especially in my immediate family. So like, there wouldn't be multiple Mikes in my family. Like, despite having a really large family, like the guys, like there wouldn't be multiple Michaels, or even though they're English, all of us would likely have different given names because we share our family name. In opposite of that, it's no shortage, even a lot of times names would rhyme with each other, they would be related to each other, that kind of thing. That happens with higher frequency anecdotally, and I think culturally, with Western like longer Western heritage stuff. And then that's a little different from royalty. So like emperors and stuff, they actually assume another name as well. So that's still practice between, when we're thinking about like dynastic ancient Chinese, or like ancient Japan, or like the feudal times, like the equivalent feudal times in separate countries, East and West, they still do like the different names for their nobility names. However, their like actual names, the names that were given, they go through very different preferences, or significant enough that it's still felt today. Which is why I typically smile, because my name, my full name, which I don't usually share openly all the time, is a combination of that. I have a name that's incredibly shared it's one of the most popular names in the 60s and 70s because of an American actor. And then my last name is one of the most common family names in a very specific region in China. So a lot of times, I think I've been asked this a lot in my life, where someone asks like, don't you want like a Chinese name? I thought about that when I was a kid, and I thought, man, but it's also quite poetic that I have a mixed name. Anyways, look up Francis Foster. You think he looks like a lot like John Oliver? I think I know who Francis Foster is. Yeah, I like doing lookalikes too. Lookalikes are fun. Oh yeah, he does. Yeah, Francis Foster does. There are plenty of them. You can name a bunch of people that look alike in the mainstream, like Keira Knightley and dang it, Black Swan, Leon the Professional. Who's the female actor? Keira Knightley came after. It was when her role in Pirates of the Caribbean that I started realizing, it's like, oh, that's not... What's her name? What's the Keira Knightley's look like? Natalie Portman. Yes. Yeah, Natalie Portman. I'm like, wait, that's not Natalie Portman. Oh yeah, and then yeah, Leia from Star Wars. Yeah, like, wait a minute. By the way, Leon the Professional, really awesome movie. It's one of her first roles. She's like 13 or something when Natalie Portman was still a child star. So really awesome one when she was younger, before she was like Leia and stuff. And then when I look at Leia now, it's like, that's not Keira Knightley. Sorry to those actresses, but I do enjoy their roles regardless of which one it is. But there are so many. Would you wait? Would you mind sharing? It's completely fine if it's not ours. It would be sick if your last name was Miyazaki. Miyaki? Who? Oh, Miyagi. Oh, Miyagi in no, it's not Miyagi. Since I am not Japanese. But it is like a win situation. Like a Vietnamese situation. So like it's like win. It's not okay, it's not Wang, okay? So I'll give you that. It's not Wang because it's not from that region. Wang is not a common name from the region of China that I am. But yeah, Daniel Radcliffe and Elijah Woods. My first name is Gary. It's Gary. Since you asked. It's great doing lookalikes with the white people because you don't have to worry about racist allegations. You're guessing it's not spelt wing? No. If you look up common family names, you can probably narrow it down to probability. Right, we're doing generalizations now, so there is plenty of converging evidence that I've shared over the years that would narrow down what my last name is. There's even a historical language related thing. I can even explain the language transition of why it's spelled that specific way too. The way it's specifically spelled and the way it's specifically pronounced. Not in English, in the quote-unquote secondary language of a macro language, it'll give away its like origins in how my last name also depicts how my parents came to the United States. That's what's pretty interesting about last names, family names, when it comes to Chinese. You can even tell how my parents came into the United States by the way my last name is spelled and how it's supposed to be pronounced. Oh yeah, I have told you my first name before. Yeah, you need to find a video because Gary had a terrible funny problem when a Westerner wanted to get the name Gary tattooed. It was something to do with kanji. Oh yeah, yep. No, I know what video it is. And yes, it's funny. Like someone already because of how it translates. Yeah, you got to be careful. Yeah. Anyways, could you explain because you forgot? Oh, you want to look up ga and di. So ga di. and look at all the possible meanings. All the possible meanings for ga and di. And there's a very particular one. There's a very particular, like, one that is a bit inappropriate. Or, like, kids find it inappropriate. I'm not sure if it would be in a dictionary, though. If you can. I don't think so. So I'm seeing if it actually even comes up on. I don't think so. But is this you can find the clip though. You can find the clip. I didn't know that it involves that. I only think of it as like the crunchy note, the crunchy sound, or it's either a crunchy sound or a crunchy noise or something. Gari gari. Gari gari. I will link to you. Hang on, I'll link this here. And
Hi, kids.
Oh, it's this. Sorry, it's this video. But it's not gadi, but it's ge. Ge is what they used. It sounds like ge when they pronounce it. So it doesn't end up being so you know, like gar is ger, right? Instead of ga. I read this as ga and di, but it's then read as it's heard as ge and di. So it just means it's potty joke. It means diarrhea. So whenever it doesn't work when you write it for a Japanese, in my opinion, it doesn't work when you write it for a Japanese person. So like, for example, if you wrote this as when a Japanese person reads it, you'll get ga and di. So that's not a problem. That's not a problem. I even read it as ga di, right? Ga di. And I would introduce myself as that actually. However, when someone hears it, when like an English person, you know, like English speaking person, introduce himself as Gary, then it ends up sounding like Gary, right? And that's why, and then kids laugh. It's kind of like yelling. It's kind of like, my name is I don't know, my name is Penis or something like that, right? Like, it's kind of like saying pianist. If you don't accent this, it's gonna come out as penis, right? Penis. There's a diphthong. Oh, which, by the way, came up with a really fun clip about Crag. 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 Venus Island. Yeah, Craig. Craig. Craig versus Craig. What's his first name? Daniel? Yeah, Daniel Craig. Daniel Craig. As opposed to Daniel Craig. Right? Same difference. Same difference here. So instead of penis, you get pianist. Pianist. There, the diphthong gets like, there's a diphthong in there. In terms of Americans, I think American English typically tries to, if you're in like the north side of things, you know, like north of the half, lots of northern Americans, they tend to remove diphthongs into single things. So like, what's a good diphthong? Coat. Coat. There's no like coat, or like it's just coat, right? It's like it almost sounds like just one word, right? You're not like accenting anything or something like that. Fail. And so fail. Right? So all the diphthongs are like one thing. They're typically one thing. However, I say northern because when you get southern, one of the characteristics of southern is that the diphthongs get extended. That creates their slur. Not like derogatory slur, but it causes that slurring. So whenever you accent the diphthong, it makes it sound like you have a draw to your English. So like bailed versus build. Bailed. I bailed a stall next to I can't do it like, but bailed or I'm really bad at these things, but what you can do is typically when a diphthong extends, it sounds like you're slurring, like you're drawing out English, and it causes like this kind of feeling that it's slower, like things are kind of slower, and that's kind of a stigma. It's like a unintentional stigma, but I kind of like it whenever I hear like the pronounced diphthong. I forgot something, even like this stuff, like a double O. I don't think that's considered diphthong. I don't know if this is considered diphthong, but it's like an extended vowel. School. So I'm going to school instead of I'm going to school. So it just becomes one. School. I don't think where works. Where? What you're wearing? I can't do any of this stuff. I also think that happens with this is a generalization, but Irish, somewhat like Celtic or Scottish, I really don't, I'm not cultured enough to understand the difference. But a lot of these diphthongs also change. It's a very pronounced thing between accents. The diphthongs happen a lot. Like the way they pronounce the diphthongs are very telling of the stuff. So whenever you're like listening to accents, like English accents, the moment a word comes up, it's likely something like could versus could would old. I don't know what other examples there are, or like I can think. I'm like looking at all your words here. Explain this part. Ein, explain, right? Explain, which is like I'm trying to like think of a southern-esque explain. Would you please explain yourself? As opposed to would you please explain yourself? So there's like an ang here. Aing. Explain. Pretty cool. I think it's neat. I don't know if that's any of interest to you. And then obviously if you stop responding, I already know you fell asleep. all right. Now I gotta review all this stuff. I think we'll just do P5X's 3.1. Oh no, I don't think I can do it tomorrow because we have lesson day tomorrow. Or we'll think about it when we get there. All right, so I need to go over these things. That Craig example is funny, as your father used to work for an American company and you were in America and went to his boss's house, who is called Craig, and you got so confused and asked my dad, Craig is such a weird name. Yeah, Craig is a really rare name, but Craig, yeah, Craig is not as like I thought for the longest time, I thought whenever someone said Daniel Craig, I thought they were referring to someone else. Like I really, you seem to pronounce it as Craig, yeah. And then Craig is the other one. So Craig, and then Craig are two different things. Craig, not, you pronounce it Cray. Oh, just like Craig, and with one, he accented as Craig. So Craig. So you're like sliding in Craig. What you wrote, Crag, that's what would Crag be. And Crag would be the other. So Craig. So Craig. So it's like the combination of two. Craig. And then there's Craig, which is interesting. Craig is another one. So I don't actually know like what he was referring to because I can't, it was only one instance of, the clip was only one instance, and it was Daniel Craig was talking to Stephen Colbert. And that was the clip. And I always thought they were different people. Like Daniel Radcliffe versus Daniel Radcliffe. It doesn't even have to happen with two vowels. It doesn't have to happen with vowels. Like with two diphthongs. It happens with A and E too. Like Radcliffe. The reason why I'm bringing Radcliffe is because you wrote Radcliffe earlier. And then there's Redcliffe. Why on earth would there be Redcliffe? Because rad and red often gets mixed up because and that's not the only time. There's like, how you read this? Protocol. How you read this word? How do you pronounce this word? This is why you get Radcliffe and Redcliffe. You read as red? That's red. That's red? But that's yeah, so that's what happened. Yeah. Because this is also read, right? You can also have read and how do you write? I guess red would be this. That's where I think it came from. I'm not sure though. I'm not actually sure. My only explanation, yeah, lead and lead. Lead and lead. Exactly. And then there's also lead, right? So that's where Redcliffe and Radcliffe came from. At least I think so. When someone's reading this, it could end up being, you know, it could be different, and I don't know. That's my greatest explanation for that, which is not that great. It's more like, oh, this kind of seems like it would explain that stuff. I could talk about English all the time, man. Like if I hadn't chosen to learn Japanese and Chinese, I could just sit here and talk about English all the time too. I could totally understand how like some other people could make endless contents about making like celebratorily, right? Celebratorily remembering these things, but making it fun. Like, for example, someone is more likely to remember read, read, lead, lead, if you make it fun in the context of something that is funny or interesting, right? And I can at least that's my echo chamber right now, because my echo chamber is that it's filled with linguistic things, like language related things, and people like basically doing stand-up comedy at this point. They just do comedy on it, and each person, there's so many ways to think about how funny these things are. Like for example, I thought I could. I was thinking maybe something off fair. Yeah, right. Like, the heck, cheap content here. The heck, English. What is this? And then let's not get into old English. Like, what the heck is this? What'd you do? What happened? Like, think about it for a moment. Like, what happened here? I don't know. I see this in like video games, like, you know, feudal, kind of like feudal time video games, like, or fantasy video games. This fair, not that fair, or this fair, but technically this fair, or actually which fair? Oh, it's this fair. Yeah, it's this fair. You know? It's this fair. You were about to say English is cool as it's a mix of Anglo-Saxon and Norman language, but you thought of a more interesting thing to say. Did you know people with Norman surnames on average have a higher net worth than people with Anglo-Saxon surnames due to the Normans installing themselves as nobles and other higher-ups? I think it's very interesting, and I don't think that is interesting because it's unexpected. Because of nepotism, nobility and nepotism. And wealth is inheritable, right? Wealth is net worth and stuff is heritable in places where there's long history. Yeah. Interesting. Anglo. That's crazy though, that even over 1,000 years later, it still has an effect. I mean, there are very few things that violate nepotism. The United States being one of them. Well, it's like, hear me out. This is a pretty hot take. We'll use a hot take here. It's hot because the US is like, what? Less than 500 years old. Right? But when it comes to net worth, it violated that. So what's the stereotypic meme that happens? Us, older countries, see this as an anomaly. So it's not really that crazy. Yeah, personally, my bad. Like, it's not that crazy, largely because it's kind of hard to not pay attention to this. It's very difficult to be raised in a country that is substantially younger, but arguably have a higher net worth than a country that's older. So oftentimes the crazies is being reminded that how crazy this is compared to this. Relatively speaking, right? Like, what I'm talking about is whatever's being normalized. I see this as the normal because what you said was crazy. I see it as the normal. And it's not necessarily just because older countries, because my parents are Chinese. And it's only recently that there's competition, like strong contention for highest net worth. And then we're being more general, right? We're not specifically talking about any particular denomination because it would be very, very difficult to denominate. Maybe not as much as one might think because of how the United States economics work. That you could probably narrow it down to a very specific subset of people that control the vast majority of its net worth to a particular origin, but still reside in a country that is seen as its like a punching bag because of the youth being reflected in its relative age. It happens a lot, and I don't say it as it's bad or good. I think it's actually part of human condition. Like the common stereotype, Jewish people with money, yeah. Long history, quite a long history. So in a way, I would say, historically and all that, hot takes come back, and it's human condition. You know, the last one of the few comments that I made to you in the private Discord was like, it's really fun to like, something about being a human, living among humans. Humans cease to scare each other, but also make each other laugh, you know, and everything else. Like, be surprised, be like, oh, makes sense. It's all of the above. It's crazy how many times Jewish people have been persecuted throughout history. I know, right? It starts to make you believe that humans don't change, but at the same time, humans do change. Situation, right? When you see the glass constantly half full or the glass constantly half empty, as opposed to looking at the granularity, it's crazy. Like, oftentimes it's really crazy. We need Procol. We're not here to make a lot of crazy hot takes. More details make the stuff less crazy. Humans are rational. Come on. In before we start talking about language again, it's like, what the heck? What the heck, man? Why? Why did you do this? And one of the arguments would be that, well, humans don't live forever. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of the cycling thing, right? It also can unfortunately make one believe that there's a justified reason for the persecution. Absolutely. Yep. Sorry, the hot takes are too easy of a dopamine hit. I know, right? Hot takes are like memento mori. Yeah. What you call it? Yeah, hot takes are low-hanging fruit, man. Like, start a video. Like for me, I would say start a video, top 10 worst things about using Bunpro, and then after that goes live for like 1 week, and then they're like, oh, so you gather all the flame, right? All the flame from all the people who like Bunpro. Then you follow it up by, at the very end, it's like, oh, stay tuned. In order to be fair, I'll include the top 10s I love about Bunpro in the next video. Got him. I say that because I say it like it's hot, because that's what's hot about hot takes. You are short with people, you overgeneralize, and then you string them along. Because, hear me out, Hank Green actually made a... So Hank Green wrote a video, recorded one of his vlogs on this. And he was talking about the concern about if there's too much information on the internet. And he was emphasizing that, no, people are actually really hungry and starving for information. It's the information, perhaps, is not leading or satiating that hunger. So this would be an example of it, where hot takes lead to wanting information, but that hot take don't ultimately lead to deeper understanding or comprehension. They recycle the hot take, the dopamine hit, and not develop any deeper meanings. So effectively, people are starving for information and deeper understanding. It's that what draws them with the dopamine hit does not fulfill the nature of developing deeper understanding. So that's kind of the idea, right? So if you think about it in the context of the hyperstimulated internet, things are a lot of dopamine hit, and then it doesn't follow up because it's cheaper, more efficient, right? There's a lot of objective, positive, pragmatic reasons why relying on dopamine hit is cost effective, it's fast, it's reproducible, it's consistent, it requires less risk taking. There are a lot of pragmatic, business oriented and human condition oriented reasons to want to rely on dopamine hits. It does not say that people lack attention. Like, what I mean is people lack the capacity or the potential to have attention. They're legitimately starving to see if someone would provide stimulus to follow up that dopamine hit, and it doesn't usually come because of pragmatism, business models, right? Efficacy, hyper objectivity, speed, pressure, FOMO. All of them limit the need to follow up. And it was fantastic. This is not exactly what Hank said. I'm like adding my own like embellishment to Hank. What he was saying on points is there was like concerns about, do you think people are hyperstimulated, right? The whole idea of what is the consequence of hyperstimulation, because he was more reflecting on himself. Most of the time the vlogs between Hank and John is self-reflection. They're talking about like the things that they encounter and the things that they answer. And there was this concern about hyperstimulation because of TikTok, right? It was around the time when there was like talk about TikTok's ban and all that stuff, like hyperstimulation. And Hank actually participates in these things. Like he engages in TikTok, and that I don't. So I actually trust and vicariously live and parasocially live through Hank on his reflections on TikTok, as opposed to me deliberately going to TikTok. I really genuinely am not motivated to be on TikTok. But the idea is people conversely think that this is too much information, as in like, is the problem too much information? And he promoted, he like kind of spoke it at a very compelling way to say yes and no. yes, there's a lot of volume of information, but the quality of that information is redundant and lacking substance. It's repetitious. And then now we can, go on to now extend it to AI, which he has made a couple commentary on AI, right? And that's like the quality could be transformative and generative at some point. At the moment, is redundant, iterative, and it's lower in quality. So there's a high volume of information, but a low quality of insight. So now, how does this relate back to language learning? We got to relate this back to language learning, because you can consume a large volume. In fact, this is a very popular method, and now James is probably going to roll his eyes. Not you, Proko, but James is going to roll his eyes. This is what I mean by one may want to be careful that consuming large volumes of something doesn't necessarily mean it's quality comprehension. As in, if you're not interested in the content, you're not seeking maturity and advancements, you're not starving for that information, you're looking for saturation of the volume of that information. So you could hear "sumimasen" 150 different times in 150 different contexts, and it would be zero quality. It would show no growth in your understanding of "sumimasen," because that information needs to be transformed by you. It has to have the quality of human transformation. And I'm not saying people who consistently do this would lack this. I'm saying overall, the internet has a large mass iteration of volume of information. That information is now no longer of higher quality. Quality isn't going up with volume. It's actually getting adulterated and going down with volume. So now we're in a situation where so many people are not getting dumber. Like, I really dislike this trend that's coming up where people are saying that those who are on the internet are getting dumber. They're more like desperate to be given an opportunity to fill that starvation. Like, the depression, being bored, grinding. In my opinion, that's reflexive of how much volume of the same thing that they're constantly engaging in to get the dopamine hit. That dopamine hit gets duller and duller. So then it gets more and more intense volume. Like, the volume has to keep going up in order to offset the dulling of the dopamine hit. And then no one's responsible for this, by the way. No one's held responsible. You shouldn't be held responsible legally, technically, because it's not technically an obligation. However, I would love to see it as an obligation to follow up on integrity. As in, okay, there's this natural suggestion that when you draw someone with that thumbnail, like, remember I showed you examples of thumbnail. When you draw someone into your video, you're hoping that you're allowing them to grow. This is my excuse for allowing someone to say, oh, they're complicit in the dopamine hit, but they're using it to lead to personal growth in people because their content is creating growth in people. They don't stop at the cell. So if I kept saying hot takes, the people listening to me will no longer grow. I'm not rolling it. You agree that input requires quality, being an interest or appropriate level of challenge? Yeah. No, what I mean is the rolling eye thing was I'm gonna say mass input again, because mass input is not the same as solely mass input is not the same. Just the term mass input, right? Like, I'm not a fan of what mass input implies. It is mass input with required quality interest and appropriate level of challenge, which is not what I think people hear when they say mass input. They want mass input to be interesting, like the way they consume TikTok. When someone says, oh, the best way to learn Japanese is to mass input, that's what sucks. I don't think they're trying to say, like, I'm not saying the people who are selling it is saying that. I think the ones that are hearing it, so when you know, you watch a video and it's like, oh yeah, just do this a lot, they could possibly be misinterpreting it and say, oh yeah, just watch tons of anime, just watch all your favorite anime that you've watched like 40 times over, and only watch those things, and somehow you'll grow as a person. You'll grow in human development. It doesn't happen. You've seen people suggest or say they do immersion, but just watch way too difficult because that's what they already like. Exactly. And in my opinion, that's where it goes naturally, because in my opinion, it's not normal. You think that's a pitfall of interest without appropriate challenge? Exactly. Appropriate challenging things are not necessarily run specifically by interest. In fact, sometimes they are antagonistic to interest. When you do something difficult, it is inherently potentially less interesting to the current social norm. And what I mean is, right now, if you want to put yourself in the shoes of an adolescent, right? Like someone who's young, interest and challenge are often not reciprocate, like they don't go in the same direction. So when something is challenging, it can become likely less interesting. For me, like, to illustrate, challenge creates the interest in me. So when something is bad, I see it as a challenge to see if I can make it good. Because it's bad, it's kind of less interesting. If it's challenging, much in the same way, it can be less interesting because it can be bad and a bad experience. What is difficult is considered likely a bad experience, so it's no longer interesting. And that's kind of what I mean by, okay, let's do more, at least in my opinion. I literally said this as, oh, I have a hot take. Here's my hot take that I said to someone recently. That I said, okay, I'll take a jab. I'm going to throw a Hail Mary. Here's a hot take that I would use that is probably understood by Gen Z. It's a Gen Z friendly hot take. Do more, not search more. And this was a hot take response to how do I develop critical thinking skills. It's very hot because after I said this, I spent 8 hours afterward explaining the connection between do more, not search more, and how that leads to critical thinking skills. Because this person was particularly interested in critical thinking skills. They weren't interested in performance anymore. Like, what we were talking about was, what else can you spend your time doing when you have free time to do? Well, you can develop critical thinking skills and problem solving skills if you want. You don't have to. You can search more to find solutions. This does not require critical thinking skills most of the time. You're not doing the solving. You're looking for the solution. So you can still do that. It saves time. This saves a lot of time. What we were talking about was a hot take on, oh, I'm interested in critical thinking skills, or I'm interested in problem solving skills. Like, I was reading one of the problems that they had. I knew nothing about the problem. Like, what I mean is, like, I didn't know anything about the semantics. It was about math. It was related to the probability thing. And I was like, wait a minute. But I could use my critical thinking skills to explain it. And I'm going to explain it this way. And it turns out that's what it meant. And my first thought was, okay, well, they would explain like, oh, so where did you like, how do you, I didn't. I looked at it and I used what I think I could know and then come up with a reasonable explanation for it. I didn't go look for the answer right away. So that's kind of one of the things. And it's not worth your time if it doesn't align with your goal. That's the shoes that I'm trying to fill. So if I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of a 18-year-old who's trying to get the best grade they can in the upcoming exams, search more, save time, right? Search more, save time, worry about critical thinking later. And I also admit to this person, I've said this so many times before, I didn't develop critical thinking skills until I got to my first hurdle in academics, like critical thinking in academics specifically. I developed critical thinking skills for other things, like emotion, like in when my teenager years, we were focusing on racism, discrimination, emotional suppression, socialization skills, multicultural problems and dissonance. That's where my critical thinking skills were spent, right? Like school produces an obligation to tackle your problems. If the appropriate challenge does not occur, you do not develop or are encouraged to want to find the value in critical thinking skills. My first challenge in high school was racism. So, and you might be thinking, well, you could have had academic challenge. It wasn't, because I was socially, economically underprivileged. And then when we got to the more affluent place, I was still under challenged. So I didn't reach an academic challenge, the critical thinking necessary for academics, until I was in college. And because college presented, since I'm a kid, right, I didn't have the internet that tells me where I need to go look for challenges, right? You can use the internet to search for places of appropriate challenge, and then you go and do more with it, right? Even if it's not challenging that you find on the internet, you can do more with it to make it appropriately challenged. That's when you become an adult, right? When you become an adult, you can make anything trivial very challenging for you. That's one of the benefits of becoming experienced as an adult. But when you're a kid like myself, I relied on my circumstances to provide the challenge. So in college, I met my first academic challenge, which was med school. Like, do I want to go to med school? And calculus, but that's a different story. It was a conceptual math was one of my first struggles in critical thinking. And then in high school, like high school, middle school, elementary school, the things I talk about now, like motivation, consistency, habit formation, how to stay happy when you're really tired, all those things, I've been doing it since I was like in diapers. Like that stuff that I talk about, I'm seasoned. This is my specialty. Like I said this yesterday. My specialty is, how do you learn to love something that you don't like? How do you learn to like something that you don't care about at first? How do you change something that you have to do to something you love to do? Those are the things that I learned very early. How do you love yourself as an Asian American when no one liked you until now they do? I say this like very funny, ironic, because Asian culture is trendy online. So I chose an environment in which Asian culture is trendy. When I was younger, my first challenge was Asian culture was not trendy. It was horrific. It was used as a double standard. In fact, when you're smart, because people assume you're smart there are pros and cons. When people assume you are smart, they are also going to take advantage of you, right? Opportunist targets useful resources. So immediately you develop the usual adult cynicism and curation, and learn who to trust and learn who to what kind of characteristic of people you want to surround yourself with. So very early on, despite going through trial and error, anyone who I talk to, they can like basically whenever, and it's happened many times in my life, I talk to someone and like a short story, for example, in middle school, I had like people who I thought were friends. There were two of them, and we hung out, and then immediately overnight they basically like ostracized me and then started calling me names. That same person, we still ended up going to high school, we then graduated. I never heard from them again because we kind of like separated in middle school. And later on, fast forward 12 years, one of my high school's best friend is married to the sister of that person. And we never talk about it. It's totally fine because we're no longer kids, right? Like, I'm sharing this because we're no longer kids. Adults do things differently. Like, at least I do. Like, I said this before. If I still live in the area. No, not my sister. My high school friend married that person's sister. I think older sister. One of my high school friends, one of my good high school friends. And I don't think I think I might have told him before. It's not the same anymore. Like, we're not kids anymore. And I've said this before. I've crossed paths. I still live in the general area. I still live in the house that I grew up in high school and middle school. And I still cross paths with those who stayed around every once in a while when before COVID. And I would still shake their hand. I would ask them how their lives are going. Like, if they needed help, I probably help them. Like, I'm no longer, like, it's so different when you think about how kids have to operate within their circumstances. However, when you grow older and you learn to like critically think through things, most of that stuff, in my opinion, they just fade. And fade in terms of emotional baggage. Obviously, the memories are very vivid. Semantic memories tend to be incredibly vivid, but that emotional regulation that it's required, right, during my high school and my early childhood has materialized into something far greater than my critical thinking and my academic skills. So generally speaking, whenever I'm speaking online and streaming, it's through what I practice most. And that, in my opinion, is the one thing that is deficient. It's underrepresented online. And I truly believe that whatever I'm doing now will become more and more relevant in the coming years. And that's kind of what I'm building here. I'm building a practice. I'm trying to build myself. I'm not like building a legacy to sell or something. I'm trying to build myself up ready. Like, the moment when I meet someone, I can read them for the benefit of trying to reach them. Not read them for the benefit of building and monetizing the thing. The goal is, in the future, I would need to know how to communicate in a manner that is appropriate to the people I would be meeting. Like, who will be learning new languages in the future? Younger people. How do you resonate with them? It's not with 40-year-old, 50-year-old wisdom that was in a part of a different old time. It's to cater to the idea that they work from a different starting position, and that starting position can change into your position. So, kind of like our Monty Hall, the Monty Hall problem. Just because they start in a position that's different from you doesn't mean you can't invest in them. And as they're gaining their process, they can become more and more aligned with different situations and different possibilities. But you have to be able to find them in their starting position first. And one of the starting position is speaking their language. Like, all puns intended, both literally and figuratively. If you cannot speak their language, they're not going to listen to you. They might listen to you, like, be present and not process anything. So that's kind of one of the things. The most extreme example of that is black holes. They are the most efficient way to store information, but has zero quality of information. Yeah, black hole. That's pretty funny. Right now, to throw you to do a hot take, DNA storage is a thing now. There is actually a place that you can actually buy DNA storage. So that's besides the point, because there's still huge bottleneck of time to convert and decompress and compress DNA storage information. So that's beside. Yeah, it's exciting though. It's super exciting to use a 4 code system, you know, a power of 4 system. But anyways, and then it has like 3-dimensional orientation, so you can have 3-dimensional storage. Oh, which by the way, in technology, there's also 3D cache. You know, like the next like evolution of 3D cache, like 3-dimensional storage, and then using pipelines and power delivery to 3-dimensional stuff. Because a lot of times in the so far the convention is to have a 2D arrangement, right? Functional arrangement. But anyways, that's besides the point. DNA storage works in that way too, where like you have additional dimensions that increases the density and capacity of what it can store. But that also means you need higher and higher throughput in how to compress and compile, and then compile and then decompress the information. Anyways, let's see. Do you think emotional social skills are harder to learn than practical skills? In both, it's given that they have the other skills due to cultural norms. Links into East versus West? Yes. No. Maybe. Okay. In both, it's given that it have other skills due to cultural norms. So norms, if we're putting the framework of norms, right, cultural norms, there's a period designated for those opportunities, right? And I would say they shouldn't be no less and no more difficult because of the cultural norms. However, there's a wild card now. The cultural norms is hazy because of the internet. And hear me out here. Cultural norms deal with period times. So people go through periods, right? So this is what time looks like when it comes to skill development. Like you could say like emotional development's like, I don't know, here. And then academic, like practical development was here and does that, right? For one culture, for example. And then culture prime 2 would be like, we talked about this before, where like there are different priorities. It could be like I draw 2 curves, so, and then for like emotional development would be like here, and then academic development would be like here, right? But it's across time. The thing about the internet is it compresses time. So, one of the really difficult things about human condition is the appreciation of time, like things across time. So you don't see it as a yes or no because it's through the time period of a person. You see it as cross-sectional. When you're younger, even the younger you get, it's more and more appreciated as one gets older, because if you're 40 years old, you have a lot of time to process the 40 years. And even then, it's hard. It's still difficult to appreciate because the way our memory consolidates, it's cross-sectional most of the time.
whatever you remember now is as though it was happening now when you're recalling it, so to speak. When you're younger, you're even less likely. The younger you get, the more cross-sectional you'll think of. So when you're on the internet, time compresses into a single point. So everything you see is as though it occurred after the 5 minutes you've watched it. Whether you can conceptualize like, oh yeah, what this person is saying took them 15 years to achieve. When you hear 15 years, you are not conceptualizing or being able to understand or comprehend what 15 years is like. You just know that conceptually 15 years is possibly longer than you've been alive, you know, for some people on the internet right now. Or like when someone says, oh yeah, what is that PhD like? It took me 2/3 of my life, so more than 30 years. And then, you know, this person would say, oh, 30 years, that sounds like a long time. Meanwhile, they're 18 years old. So when you're like watching the internet and stuff, and you're watching people at very specific parts of their lives, and it's disjointed, as in one time you're going to watch a 60-year-old taking headshots in Call of Duty because they're so awesome, and then suddenly you watch the same like 15-year-old like dismantling the lobby at 15 of like people who are 25-year-olds. The dissonance is that all time is compressed into a single flat cross-sectional. It's one of the hardest things to do in science, by the way, longitudinal studies. So one of the most difficult things to control and reproduce is longitudinal studies, which is studies over time. And that's very vivid to me. So I'm citing this anecdote is because that's what I keep in mind whenever I see results. When I think of results, I usually think of a gold standard. And one of the most difficult gold standards, because of, you know, life, time, right, mortality, and stuff that you can't control, it's longitudinal. It's things that are over time, right? And that's how I remind myself whenever I'm watching the internet and I watch this guy's like beautiful time-lapse artwork, and all I can think about is that feels like 10 years. And I'm saying it feels like 10 years. My 10 years. That's a lot. When you're watching the internet and you're watching results, I don't think that's the conceptual norm for someone who's like 18 years old and the longest thing they've ever done was 1 year. Or they watch something and the longest time they pay attention to someone's life's work was 5 minutes. I mean, even if that person said, hey, I'll give you 15, this is a 15-minute summary of what 10 years of my life is worth, they would still, in my opinion, be unable to appreciate what happened in those 10 years to create this list of things. And that's kind of one of the major core of the internet hustle culture, right? Why do I refer to the internet hustle culture as hustle? Because it's not intentional. Like, some of it you could argue is intentional because it was supposed to be pragmatic, right? It's supposed to be pragmatic because it's operated on business, right? Business principles. So when business principles make things pragmatic, then it's to hustle people along, right? You either get hustled or you get pushed and hustled along, and that is the nature of being pragmatic. This is objective. Objective has no feelings, in my opinion. Like, it's supposed to be void of feelings. So what is the feeling that I'm talking about? The feeling of doing something for 10 years. You can't even see it. You didn't even see it online let alone be able to feel the impact of that, unless you have done something even remotely analogous to it. So one of the big things, and it goes back to that Gen Z hot take, right? Do more, not search more. When you search more, it makes most things you do more, that you have to do, seem like more and more. So when you search that person speaking fluent Japanese in 1 year, you don't know if it's going to take you 1 year. You hope it takes you 1 year. And you didn't even consider how that 1 year is going to feel, let alone have that person show you that 1 year, and you literally watch that 1 year. If you watch that 1 year, you already lost a year watching someone else doing it for a year. So that's why one of the underlying reasons that what I try to keep in mind is I do not want to create dependency for people to realize the thing that I'm talking about, because it would do the very thing that I don't want them to do. And it's a tough thing to get around. Like, it's kind of like arguing in circles. Like, if I want someone to learn how to appreciate, to do things lengthy at times, that doesn't necessarily mean you sit here and watch me have lengthy discussions. You participate in that lengthy discussion. Otherwise, go and participate in a lengthy discussion. It's like time defeats, right? Time is not appreciated when you are not in that time. When you do not do that time, you're losing, quote unquote, that time, when the stuff you're doing could be redundant. If you search like 30 things of the same thing and you're not doing anything, you can still search 30 things of the same thing and do something with it. But the thing that happens is they look at the 30 things and there's no meaning behind it anymore. There's no, like, they can't even describe why it's redundant. And sometimes when I say, oh, so what do you do every day? And then they would say, oh, I watch this show, which then I watch this show. Then I watch this show, and then I ran out of time to do homework. So, and then I'm like, okay, so what are the 3 types of shows? Slice of life show, slice of life show, slice of life show. So can you describe to me something about those 3 shows? I've seen those 3 shows, and they described and interchange all 3 of those shows. Like, what I mean is, they described one show, and then they talked about the 3rd show, and then they talked about the 2nd show, but they're not quite sure which show had the detail that they were looking at, because ultimately those 3 shows, the things that they remember, was the redundant thing that was in it. So what have I learned from that interaction? They pay attention to the thing that they already know instead of the things that they would like to know about the show. So what they remember are all the things that they already remember. All the things that they're already good at. So over time, if you spent an exponential amount of time doing those things, doom scrolling is a great example. What I'm actually describing is one of the 5 things I believe that contributes to brain rot. It's inherent comfortness in redundancy to give you a false security and impression of growth and learning. You do not engage in redundant things and actively recall in redundant things as a surefire sign that you're growing, or you're learning, or you're gaining more value. And then what they tell me afterwards, and it follows this very classically, they say, oh, you know, life feels like a grind. I never feel like I'm doing anything worthwhile. And it's like, well, you could have done your homework. The one thing that they didn't do was the thing that they need energy to do. They spent their energy paying attention to only the things that they want to pay attention to, that happens to be all the things that they already know. And they're rarely ever incentivized to do anything else. And here's the thing, it's not doom and gloom. The moment you can get that one person who, like, I watched a show with another person before, like one of these individuals, and I pointed out all the interesting things in them, and immediately they would talk about why it's interesting, right? And then the next episode, and then after a while we stopped watching shows together, they would just simply tell me what's interesting in the shows and how it differs and are similar to the next show. That to me is a great way to explain that I think people are naturally going to be hungry for information. The thing is, if you don't practice it and you're not incentivized to do any of that, then you're not going to do any of that. There's no functional meaning to it. Why learn something if there's no value in it that you can see now? No, you didn't expect much philosophy coming in here. Oh, hello there, Revo. Yeah, we're kind of like ditching my last activity here while going to finish up our lesson learning at some point. Pro calls here and James is over on Twitch, so we typically talk about these things. Let's see. Where were we? So a pro call, yes and no. Largely because sectionally, like cross-sectionally, I would say. So what is the TLDR for that question? The TLDR to, do I think emotional social skills are like either, let's just say, practical, like if they're harder to learn. The TLDR is, for now, I can only speak when it comes to the internet. The internet provides an environment that doesn't create emotional and social skills. So you can make an argument that when one is younger and they have no other source of environment that allows them opportunities for the appropriate challenge to develop emotional and social skills, then it would be harder, right? Hard is about learning. So if one doesn't one is not given the opportunity for emotional and social skill development, i.e. through challenges, it's going to be harder. So for now, I think the current state, so we're talking about circa 2026. This is provided that the only source, the major source of their interaction is the internet. Now, when it comes to like those who are off the internet, I don't interact with that as much anymore. Like between like COVID, so we're gonna say like 2020 to 2026, the anecdotes that I share are restricted to sampling the internet between the ages of 16 and 24. And so this is the group that I'm talking about. So you try to encourage them to encounter emotional and social interactions somehow on the internet. There are ways to do that. There are niche groups, right? Niche groups, identifying niche groups, that can be a way. It is much lower in accessibility. So instead of East versus West, this is more like internet and through its availability. So it is harder. The quickest way is if there's not an environment with the appropriate amount of challenge, then usually it's harder. If there is an environment with the appropriate amount of challenge, then it's easier. I can assure you that these internet people that I'm talking about, they are incredibly pragmatic. They are so pragmatic and practical to the point where they have no grasp of their emotional or social status. Like there's this is optional to them. At the most extreme case that I've had, they can imagine a life where you do not need any emotional or social skills, and simply pragmatic and practical skills would be sufficient for living. And I'm going to put living in quotations because the idea and value of living is dependent on what they favor. Now you could say, as a like a hierarchy or maybe some emotional grandstanding, that, oh, you understand the value of emotional and social skills, so therefore you could argue against them and say you're missing out. That would be kind of gaslighting, and it would be very inappropriate, because then that would mean that they are most definitely going to ignore you. And that's pretty much what I'm trying to avoid right now, in order to demonstrate that, hey, let's go and see if they actually enjoy this stuff. So I take their pragmatic things that they have, and I ask, can you explain to me why this? Not like, I'm not telling them what the right answer is, or what the, like, if there is even a right answer or a wrong answer. In fact, it's very common whenever I ask, can you explain this to me? They would be more worried about explaining it correctly than simply explaining it. So they would say something like, oh, it's good. That's all I can say accurately because it's too complicated. I'm like, okay, tell me why it's too complicated. It's like, well, you know, it's hard to explain. Like, okay, can you explain to me what's the difference between something that's hard to explain and complicated? And it goes on for that, for the moment. And then when at some point they will then ask me that question, and I would go and try to explain it. And that to me is a way that they would interact, because if they do not ask a question, they are also not searching for an answer. That's what I came to rely on when interacting with chronically internet people. If they do not ask the question, they're not actively searching for an answer. So that means they would not be listening to you most of the time. So you have to encourage them to the point where they are inquisitive enough. So the reason why I say this is because that's what they do most of the time. When they have a question, and by they, I mean those who are chronically online, when you have a question, you go online to search for the answer. It still occurs in conversations too. When they ask you, you know, how can I solve this problem? They are going to be listening for the answer to it. And that's the most available time that you can take the opportunity to do so. So my goal typically is to focus on how often can I create this opportunity. So my natural thing to do is participate in it. So if someone is learning Japanese and they're saying they have this problem in this particular thing, I participate in the problem too. Like, oh, you know, this character, I keep getting this character mixed up with this character. And then my first goal is, can I see how I could explain this character is confusing with this character, right? You have like two characters. Let's just go with right? The question of approach applies to most people. Hard to explain? It does not. It applies to most people within a given range. So And you're currently learning Japanese, yeah. So it applies to very specific people, this subset of group. When someone asks me that question, it is not complicated to answer. Or it's not complicated to the act of explaining it. It's complicated for the other person to understand it, but it's not hard to explain it, like to want to explain it. The difficult question right now is that the people don't want to explain it. And how do I know that? After 2 or 3 months, they have no trouble explaining something that they keep telling me already was true 3 months ago, before we even met. You mean that if they didn't ask, he's not listening? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, because that's the social norm. For the record, for myself, you don't have to ask a question to learn a lot from observing the person. What is not there is also important as well. So like, I did this exercise before, which is what we'll do for Japanese, by the way. So like, you look at this, right? You look at this, right? And I would ask the person, me? No, Proko. No. You look at this, and I ask them, what do you think is different between these two, right? And their answer would be, oh, there are these 2 strokes. So hear me out. We're not writing anything. They're gonna type it, right? So the first thing they do is they're different because they look different. Okay, so they look different. So they literally look different. I asked them, what is different about it? Because I'm interested in comparing what I think is different, the things that I'm thinking this is different, or similar. We're actually just comparing these two, right? So I asked, so can you compare and contrast these 2 things, right? They say they look different. Okay. Then they talk about the 2 strokes. They type there are 2 slashes. And I'm like, okay, that's interesting that you call them slashes, right? And that's it. It ends there. Obviously, I'm writing this out, but we're talking about like texts, like fonts. So they would look identical outside of the 2. Since I'm writing these, they obviously look different in different ways, right? So that's where it stops. Like, that's it. And then, hear me out. Then I share my explanation. And what happens is now they're waiting for me to explain what else they missed. If I were to explain it first, they would not need to think about it. So like, if I went first, which I will now pretend like I went first instead of waiting for them, it's easier for them to just agree with me of all the things that I can pick out, because they think they can pick it out after it was mentioned. That's the internet. You think of things when someone has already mentioned it. It's a confirmation. It's a recognition of your ability to do something. You didn't do it yourself. So what would I say about this? Oh yeah, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I'm sure that's... So, like, here, I'll go first. And I'll say... let's say the left side has 5 strokes. 1, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The right side has 7 strokes. 5 of the strokes overlap with 5 of the strokes on the right. There are 2 additional strokes that occupy 2 different spaces. That's already more than this. The left side, for me, we're learning Japanese, so you have to also use your imagination where that other person knows other things too. The left side is a grain stock. The right side is droppings. And then they're all now you're like gonna start to say, what the heck? What is grain stock and what is dropping? They're gonna ask a question about that at some point. The idea is they have to ask the question and want to listen to the explanation. The left side is grain stock, right side is droppings. That is something I know. You might be thinking, how could they possibly know grain stock and dropping? They don't. They know something else, but they decided not to say anything about it. So later when I describe, so this is where we would hitch up and then the person would ask a question like, what do you mean by grain stock and dropping? I'm glad you're interested in that. And this is not an internet video where the video just ends there with no explanation because it's a hot take, right? Then you're going to go off the internet and try to explain why it's a grain stock or a dropping. Instead, now I can explain it to them. So the left side is a grain stock because that's the mnemonic that I used from HanziHero. What is HanziHero? HanziHero is a Chinese SRS app that was used as one of their components. Components are very similar to radicals, and dropping was also inherited there. Alternatively, these things also have a WaniKani mnemonics. Now the question is, then someone will say, oh, I get it, because I also do it this way, and I also do it that way. Like, that's good. Why didn't you mention it the first time? So what happened here was to illustrate that if I went first, the other person does no thinking. They don't have to do anything. They don't have to recall anything. They don't have to, as long as they say, oh yeah, I see that. Yeah, there's 5 strokes on the left. Oh, there's 7 strokes on right. I know that. I know this. But they didn't do it. They didn't notice it. They were told what there is in it. And that makes up 90%, in my opinion, of where people's knowledge comes from when they're online. You're not doing the thing. You didn't do the work. That's a different skill. You don't have to do it either. It saves you a lot of time. And there are things that I don't want to do myself. Like, for example, I don't want to know how electricity works when I plug my rechargeable battery pack into my outlet. So I would prefer if someone explained that to me and I'm like, huh, that makes sense enough. I'm not going to go around explaining that to other people, and I'm probably not going to explain it to other people when it comes up. Like, did you know, you actively don't want to know? No, I don't have a reason to know. I'm not avoiding it, but I don't have a reason to know. Like, much like the other person don't have a reason to say these things. They don't have a reason or significance to know the difference between 5 strokes and 7 strokes. It's important to me. Why did I focus on 5 strokes and 7 strokes? I write these characters. In order to write these characters, these aspects are important to me. Right? This character here could have 7 strokes that are of different lengths and different positions. So knowing that something has 5 strokes and something that has 7 strokes does not mean that the 5 strokes is the same as the 5 strokes on left and right. What the heck is with my... Listen, my hair is not managed, okay? You need to calm down. My hair is just whatever, okay? I'm almost due for a haircut. Don't even at me right now, Roko. You need to calm down. Who has time to manage their hair? All right. Hey, okay. Well, let's see what you have left. Becoming Dr. President. That's kind of an oxymoron. Yeah, the bully thing, right? Sure. And then we answered the sister went out with that person. I don't know if you said, but one of your good friends now is someone who quite badly verbally bullied you back in high school. Oh, that's great. That's really cute. I am not friends with any of my former bullies, largely because we didn't cross paths. I moved out, like I left the area, and then when I came back, they're rarely around. I did meet one person who was neutral, like we were neutral, and we met in like a wedding situation. So that was probably the only time. Oh, which by the way, I obviously attended the wedding. And I obviously see them, which for the record, hear me out. It's actually pretty interesting. That bully slash friend in middle school, we still went to the same high school. We also went bowling in the same place, and technically same, like, quote unquote team or group activity later then, right? Later then. 7 hair strokes didn't count. So bowling and same team, and that team was led by my high school friend, who is the person who married the sister of this person. Like the sister of this, yeah, of this person. So I knew everyone in the circle. Like, we bowled against each other, with each other even. In fact, I know this person's father. Like, alright, this person's father is involved in the the bowling team thing. So it's all there. It's still all there. It's kind of it gets pretty deep. It feels like an anime, so like I swear sometimes life does really be crazy things. Humans are weird. Okay, anyways, what else we got? You sent me a picture meme on Discord. I hope you don't think it's in bad taste. It's in bad taste. I'm kidding. Like Hello? Yeah, hello. Yes. Hello. Hello. I always talk about this a lot. I do talk about this when it comes to like doing impressions about my for my parents. Just picture having a mouth full of balls. I could have chosen very different words on that one. Imagine having like something. There's no way around how this can be contextually inappropriate. So imagine like you have something in your mouth, right? Like a cake, a really awesome slice of cake, and then you're trying to say hello. That's what howl is. Like, so whenever I hear the R sound, it sounds like something is stuck in your mouth. So when you're saying awound, like parents, or wheel, sui, right? Sui, that kind of thing. That's usually when you get the parents, the Chinese English thing. So I totally get it. By the way, it was like a picture of a guy who's sitting on a bus, and he's clearly like Asian American, actually fairly Chinese. Actually, is that who I think it is? Oh no, it's not. And there's a sign in the back that's cut off at hello. And then they drew like a speech bubble to the guy that's sitting, so yeah. Let's see, hold up. I don't know if you... Wait, okay. To be honest, this convo may be redundant as we have already had a lengthy conversation on it. Yeah, pretty much. More or less. Cool, the question, okay. Of course. Okay, that's interesting. I'm sure it's true. You actively don't know, want to random. I mean, okay. 7 hair strokes. He admitted to me that he had sleepless nights thinking about the way he treated you. Possibly. That's definitely not out of the realm. You feel like when I was a teenager, you were the type to go around your mate's house and just talk with their parents for ages? Absolutely. I always talk to their parents first. Like, my high school friends and even like post like college friends, if I typically end up knowing their parents. So like I'm the guy who visits their parents. Like even in high school, all 3 parents, all 3 sets of parents, because of like Halo night and all that stuff. All 3 parents, and we would talk about like biology and stuff. And sometimes Asian culture. And then now in college, like I don't have that many friends, right? So like 2 of them, parents. I know a lot about their parents. And then when we like go Thanksgiving, you know, American Thanksgiving dinners and whatnot, I would be talking to parents. Well, for example, even my family friends now, like my parents' family friends, instead of talking, oftentimes they would have children, but usually we just talk to the parent. Which is where the whole French thing came in at a point. So it's usually much older. We talk about like circus glass, automotive stuff, Sunday night football, the usual, like a lot of the classical things that I'm prepared to talk about most of the time. You do feel bad for the person in the picture. Poor guy is obviously just trying to get home. Yeah. Your biggest bully stopped harassing you the only time you wanted to fight because you had enough, and you were controlling yourself because everyone always said that violence isn't the right thing to do, and you felt that way too. You were 14 at the time. Oh, sorry, accidentally hit the back button. Okay. And by that, mean you didn't fight. He just went away saying blah blah, not here at school anyway. You were just ready to burst them into pieces. That's fair. Glad you had some exercise of restraint. Nowadays, the way I can diffuse something is to understand why they're angry or why they're not happy. So if they don't want to talk about it, they would walk away, as opposed to like be weird that someone would be interested in helping them instead. So that's it. After that, you were like, what the heck? That's the only one I had to do after all that time getting hurt. Yeah, that's all you had to do. Yeah. Also, can you tell me at the nonsensical stage of the night? Also, can you tell I'm at the nonsensical stage of the night? All right. So let's try to do, which by the way, Rebel, since you're learning Japanese, what are you currently doing for Japanese? Like, where are you at? How are you feeling about your Japanese? And also congratulations on resolving an unexpected resolution to your bully situation. The bullies that I had, they were bullies until I left. So it didn't change. did they change? It would be interesting. It would be interesting. I didn't go to my, like, in high school, I didn't go to like prom or my 5-year reunion or 10-year reunion or 15-year reunion. There is a 20th year reunion soon. Yeah, I'm kind of like fairly old, so I'm not entirely sure how, when you said you were 14 at the time, I'm not entirely sure how old you are, but this year would be the 20th reunion of the high school class. It's kind of interesting because it was the 5-year reunion was over Facebook. The 5-year reunion was over Facebook, and people try to organize something over Facebook, and no one showed up. Oh, you're 40 now? I think there's something to be gathered with that. You're a mess, but a somewhat consistent mess. You started about a year ago. I see. No one? Yeah. And nowadays, like, hear me out. Hear me out. This is kind of hot. I like to believe in, okay, I got some scenarios for you, right? When it comes to bullying, do you wish, oftentimes when you try to think back, right? Do you wish ill fate for them, right? Like karma, etc., right? To happen to them. When I think about this, I've spoken to younger people what they think in the moment, right? They usually talk about karma, like if they're a bully, something bad of equal force, right? Like if they're hurting other people, they should get hurt back, right? That's kind of the idea when one is younger. And I was caught up in something else to think about that. We'll talk about that maybe another time. But for this, when I hear this, my first thought is, okay, so what do you gain from it? Like, I'm trying to appeal to the person that is hurting. What do you gain if karma happens to them? So that means like they will feel bad, right? They will feel bad. The gain that most people will say is maybe then they will understand how you felt. Right? And that's a reasonable conclusion, right? Like something bad happens to them, then somehow it creates the realization that they understand how you felt. But what are the other possibilities? Let's talk about the other possibilities. They will become even angrier. And who might be at the receiving end of that? That person. Now you might be wondering, it's like, okay, well, yeah, that's a possibility. And then you're starting to wonder, okay, so what's the probability of that? Like, does this happen more often than this? Well, historically, or like what I typically think about is if someone is not in control of their emotions already, what are the odds? Which type of reflection requires more emotional understanding? This one. This one's more self-reflective. So this would be harder, quote unquote. It would likely, I'm not saying for certain, but this would likely be the lesser of the two outcomes. So this is not me when I was younger thinking about it. This is me as a 38-year-old looking at conflict resolutions of younger people today. So it might not even be relevant to when I was younger, because the internet and the way social media works now is a little different. Typically, when a person is cyberbullying with karma happening to them. The unfortunate thing is, since they don't have the underlying regulation for emotional control, because that's where the bullying comes from in the first place, they're more likely to double down and re-target the person. So when you wish for something to happen, it's one of those things like, be careful what you wish for, right? Now there's others. There's even more. I actually do something slightly different. It's gonna sound like it's really different, but it's not as different to me. I hope that person gets helped with whatever they're struggling with, not whatever they think they need. That person gets shown kindness in the way that allows them to appreciate emotionally. This will allow them to decide, likely, if they want to be angrier or feel bad about the people that they hurt. So when someone asks me, do you ever like meet your old bullies and like get satisfaction from seeing their life fall apart because karma happened to them and rotten apples create rotten apples? Like, probably not, because the last thing I want is likely this case, which can blow back on me anytime in the future if I'm a public figure or like a social influencer. They will become angry, they will target you and all that. Bad things come from bad things, which comes from bad thoughts a lot more often than good things hoping to come from bad things. Bad things rarely contribute to good things. So my first thought is, if I ever meet my bully again, I wanted to ask how their life is. Did anything change their life? Have they felt kindness? And oftentimes, if they become like super like important and successful, the roles are reversed in this situation. In the current age of the internet, if you met someone who bullied you, had bad karma, who is the karma in this situation? Because if they, didn't get help, but they were successful, they went on to be super important and super successful, who's holding the karma chip here? You are. The person, you are going to be the source of the karma. Now, there's one way, there are many ways and malicious ways and important ways to think about this. Some people, what they do is they notice that the bully has made a new person of themselves. They're super important now, and they are different. That person who wished bad things to happen to them, who continue to wallow in their regret and toxicity, you are wasting energy. No, not yet. Not yet. We didn't get the you are wasting energy about them yet. That's another option for sure, Revel. That is definitely another option. But in this scenario, this is one of the new internet scenarios. Yeah, if. This is one of the internet scenario. When someone becomes successful and important, maybe they change their life, right? Like they don't need any help. They change their life. They grew up. They became successful. You can see this as a malicious opportunity to attack this person at the height of their reputation. That can send ripples through their reputation. So you can end up being that source of bad karma. Now, does that make you feel any better? It can, in the short hand. And if you fail, right, and it's not assuming that this will be successful. If you fail, you then waste even more energy continuing to think about them, as well as losing your personal integrity. So the idea is, over I'm grateful to meet someone who's older than me, right? Like, over my spry 38-year-old life, which I can say now, bad, usually if you have to hedge a bet, bad makes more bad. Good can change bad. Not the other way around. But it can happen. Bad can lead to good, right? But you wasting energy to be bad and to always look at bad, at any time there's a chance for retribution and, you know, vengeance or something, the odds are stacked against you for something. So when I think about this, my first thought is, man, if my bully, an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind. Exactly. So like, this is my, you can call it copium, you can call it hopium. I'm not reliant on how well my bully does, but I want to talk about it because there are people who rely on how their bully does. They are preoccupied. My first thought is, man, if I believe in humanity, which I do, if my bully becomes really successful, I would love to go and greet that person again, say hello, and ask if they remember me. Because in my opinion, if that person remembers me, that's all that matters to me. The reason why is if they're very important and they are truly important and have developed their personal integrity and I wish the best for them and they still remember me, that means something to me. That is something positive about crossing paths with this person. And you never know, they could become your friends and they could be the very reason that you get your chance, your opportunity. So instead of looking only at the glass half empty, that's kind of my perspective on what happens when people get older. Like, holding grievances and regret and stuff, the stakes are higher now, right? Stakes are higher. So personally, I like my eyes, so I'm not gonna try to blind another person. And if they can use their eyes to change someone's life, I'm not gonna hold my grievances against them. In fact, I will join them. Like, I'm not gonna be even there. Oh, hey guys, that was my former bully, but hey, that person has changed, turned over their life. Go and support them, man. They're doing something with their lives. I mean, I would love to meet him and reminisce about the times that we went to school together. It was definitely a different time, but if this person is truly the man that they are, or like the woman, man, etc., that they are, he or she would have no problems, they would have no problems greeting me and reflect upon it, because now we are different people. We are older. Actually, you're in the process of relearning how to help properly people, mostly your coworkers. You'll try to explain because your help caused something you didn't imagine it could, a more neutral than positive until recently, because you understood something. Oh, that's lovely. There's no, like, when you're saying relearning, that sounds like a person who's able to step up, right? I think my path lately in the last couple years are individuals who don't see as any other options. So they consistently sit and wait for a windfall. And we're not even talking about older people, right? Like older people where the stakes are very high, right? When you're an adult, you don't have that many more opportunities, and you kind of have that pressure and social responsibility all around. Nowadays, as young as like 18 or 19, they would sit around and wait for a windfall, as opposed to like trying to think about things to do in the meantime, right? And then be able to appreciate the process along the way. So that's very very auspicious that you're sharing something like that. It's great. I don't usually interact with people much older than I am, or like remotely older than I am. But when I usually talk to, it's a privilege to meet someone and talk to someone like you, Revo. So I have met, on the rare occasion that I have met, our conversations tend to be around this. It's about like relearning, adjusting, trying to like adapt if it involves certain retraining or environmental changes. And with that comes possibilities of a brighter future, right? As opposed to that the feels bad situation and the wastefulness and the self-deprecation or the isolation that can be really, really tough. Oh, which by the way, if you're wondering if this is a normal activity that I do, I actually do spend most of my time talking about this stuff. It's usually in a different context. Like the person's relationship with their studies is typically what I would be talking about. Like someone come by and say, I don't get it, this is such a grind, how can you find this rewarding, etc. But they really like Japanese and Japanese culture. That's usually how we go about it. My early life is filled with a lot more hate than my later life. So nowadays, most of the stuff that I talk about is because of my early life, not my later life. My later life was what balanced everything out. People I met, brothers from another mother is what I usually call them, because I kid you not, literally the running joke was I was the fourth brother. During that time, like we just hung out like all the time. I hung out with their parents. My parents were still doing the working all day long thing. I got a fairly large forehead, but a very strong hairline. You've got a massive forehead as well, and I'm getting a widow's peak already. All right. Okay, you need to calm down, all right? You need to calm down. Listen, my hair does what it wants to. I'm about to like it. Once February rolls around, right? We just take a trimmer and cut it all off, and then we'll be back to cap mode. We'll be back to cap mode, wearing a cap when summer's in. All right. That's it. We're good. Let's go back to finishing our grammar stuff. We'll do Persona 5X tomorrow. It might be the day after, actually, because tomorrow is lesson day on WaniKani. All right. I need to go over the things again. Okay. Right. Okay. Were we here? Is this where we left off? You wonder how much difficulties in the past of somebody can actually make a better person once he's getting through. That's a good question. I rarely ever had an opportunity to really see it firsthand or witness it firsthand. Like, I can only use my own life as an example, and my high school friends experience very similar things. Like the things that my high school friends and I, we aren't bonded by our interests per se. Like, we're not necessarily bonded by our aptitude and our pragmatism and our intellectual similarities. We're bonded by our grievances and like camaraderie in terms of behavior. Now, if I were to compare myself, what I just said here, I don't necessarily, I'm not convinced. I think you might get the opposite response from one or two of them that I still stay in contact. So despite those difficulties that might be shared, yeah, it's very difficult to determine if it would become a better person, like a quote unquote better person or not. Like, I'm saying my high school friends found a different way. They found a different way, a different balance. However, when they talk about conflict resolution, we would definitely go about it very differently. Like, nearly opposite. Like, oh yeah, you know, if you're rotten, you deserve to be rotten. Like, you reap what you sow situation. And I don't have the stomach for that. So I'm more of the guy who squeeze you. Like, I don't hug people. This is figurative. I'm not gonna go up to a person and just randomly hug them. I don't actually like touching, but I'm not a touchy person, despite what I say. I try to hug people with words, not not literally. Like, I'm not gonna, like, I might tap you on your shoulder or like fist bump you maybe, but we're not no contact. However, in the similar situations, we have people who are like, my entire growing environment throughout my childhood, there are people who would say they respond very differently. Like, nah, you deserve it. That's your problem. Like, why do I need to care about the people who made my life miserable? My thought is, if those people, if their lives were less miserable, what they can do with that life. Because if they can do something well with that life, then my life would be more secure. We don't live in a vacuum. So if the people who disliked you in the first place and they become more influential and happier, and you still like cursing their name and stuff, that's a recipe for self-loathing, maybe barking up the wrong tree, being the opposite. The role then is reversed. Someone is doing really well, but their younger life made your life miserable, but they're not that person anymore, right? And then you become the bully. And that's kind of like what I mean by self-loathing. You end up being the thing that you don't want to be. You end up being and it's a vicious cycle. So probably go watch a movie or a TV show that dramatize that instead for some catharsis. I know it's not the same and it won't make up for it. Generally trying to find some catharsis and growth from it is far more. And you never know. It hasn't ever happened in my life where like a former bully just came up to me and say, "Hey, I'm sorry, man." Like, I did have one though. Yeah, it comes down to what you learn from good experiences. I'll give you one more story. I'll give you one more story. I still remember all these people's names, and we're not going to name names, obviously. I think I actually think them. That's why learning is so weird. Yeah, here's one. In high school, I actually had more high school friends than the current ones that I still keep in touch with, like 20 years later. I had one other friend. I was in high school. To give you an example, middle school is when I transferred. And I was playing catch up. So I was like a low income place, 6th grade. And then when I transferred to a high income place, one more to end it off. Yeah, sure. So when I transferred to a high income place, that's when my parents, we had enough money. We moved into the very house that we live in now. I was playing catch up, so I was 2 years out. 2 years out. So middle school just went by with, there's bullies here, like we're just gonna skip that for now. And then when we got into high school, I finally caught up, so to speak. And now I need to pay attention to my legacy, right? Like high school is a period where you start to socialize, at least in the United States during my growth period. So I wanted to make a friend. I did make a friend. And this friend was also a new student. He also happens to be one of like 5 Asians in the like prominent Asians in my class. Like classes are fairly separate, but in my class of 700, so the incoming class, my very year class, 700. Go man. So one more. Okay, so in Asian class, I made great friends with this person. So we hit it off freshman year. Kind of like joined at the hips. It was pretty cool because I don't rarely meet there was another Asian girl who we then all like, we all were in the orchestra, you know, this guy played the cello, the girl played a violin, and I played a violin. So you get it. Like socializing, Asian Americans tend to collectively have similar behaviors due to the resources that we have. So after then sophomore year, at some point, this friend was far more charismatic than I am. So this other Asian, they speak English very well. They have excellent communication skills. Most of the things they do is very charismatic. And I already talked about my childhood. My development was, I don't sound like this. I'm like the opposite of what I was when I was a kid. Most of my socialization skills come after college. So being charismatic, a conversationalist, ability to do all of these things at once came well after high school. But this guy, he already has it all. Like he gets A's. I still remember he like absolutely destroyed me in English, and then pretty much everything he's slightly edging me. But the other thing he does is he's a magnet. Like people found him incredibly charismatic. I still remember all the archetypes that he has, and I started fading into the background. And then junior and sophomore year is when I started it means sorry, Rokal, in a casual way. Go men, sorry. Then came junior and then sophomore year, which this sophomore year, same bully, by the way. That other bully that I was describing happened freshman and sophomore year. And here's even a kicker. This Asian friend was became good friends with these bullies. Like he didn't know that they bullied me or anything like that. They just like, he's a magnet, right? He is friends with everyone. So like all the people that crossed my path also crossed his path. So they are friends. So what happened was then after freshman and sophomore year, I distanced away from my friends. Well, technically they distanced away from me because I didn't have a choice. I only had limited friends. Like the 3 that I hung out with basically didn't exist anymore after some sort of overnight change. So there are 3 of them. One of them was this Asian friend. So all 3 of them started like becoming more popular and do their thing. So that is then sophomore and senior year. So this is to contextualize things. So he we all graduated. I think he graduated in the top 4 or something, or top 5. I graduated in like the top 40 or top 50. And that was it. then college rolled around. College is almost over. So I'm like about to graduate. And I get a message from this Asian friend on Facebook. Because we were still like, we were during the time of like Facebook trials and all that, like at the end of high school into college. That's when Facebook first started. And Facebook was college, like school only. It was school only, high school only actually, when it first started. And we had Facebook accounts. And he wrote a short message and talked about how he apologized for forgetting me. Like, or like abandoning me during junior and senior year. And my thought is, it's probably because he's graduating soon too. He's he probably graduated as well. He graduated from his top choice college. I know exactly which college too. For like the thing that he wanted to do, which was like I want to say something to deal with like writing or speaking, like English communications situation. And he's probably valedictorian, by the way. For the record, this guy, he was something I admired. Like when I was younger, I still had these somewhat feelings. Like overall, there were very little feelings that I had when I was a teenager. But my first friend in high school, right? Like actually my first friend, like of that nature, I did envy him in a way, right? It was kind of interesting to feel envy. I don't feel much of that most of the time nowadays because I don't need envy to sustain myself. So it was interesting to hear from him. And hear me out. I was still developing my communication skills when I was in college. So I was like still working through how to communicate. And I specifically do not remember what I wrote to him. Like that's how dwarfed I was. Like the guy, it's not that he intentionally abandoned me or anything like that. And it's not like he knew that the people that he hang out with enabled the back bullying and stuff. All of that was related. It's far more complicated than that. But what happened was, after he went and become really popular, right? I didn't stand out anymore. Like I was not charismatic. I'm not charismatic. I didn't communicate. I am a loner. I was still working through all my things. His parents are very well adjusted. My parents are not, right? They have language barriers and whatnot. So, he was very good at everything. And I imagine when he graduated from that college, he had to give a speech or something. This was my brainstorming. I imagined he finally finished graduating. He has to write his valedictorian speech. I am convinced he was probably valedictorian in his school of choice, his college of choice, and he was reflecting upon his like career, how he got there, and he might have been thinking about high school, and that triggered the first couple years. I still to this day would love to meet him and talk about how his life's been, because my first thought is it would be wild to hear if my predictions and my retrospection about him as a person, like he's doing wild things. So that's kind of what I mean. Like I think about what people can do with their lives to make my older memories not a point of sourness or regretfulness, or whatnot, I crossed paths with these people. Now I'm curious if they made even more with their life, because there's always an opportunity later in life to cross paths with them. And I haven't. I thought about it. I just don't know how to find him. But I do have enough information that I could possibly find him. Unless he like dramatically changed the way he looked, I can probably still figure out what he looks like. That's pretty cool. But anyways, he did he did message me, and for the life of me, I can't remember what I wrote back. If I even wrote anything back, because I was still like very terrible in communication skills. Like some of the teenagers and like the younger 20 kids talk about how hard it is to like, are they like doing something wrong? Are they just delayed in social communication skills and stuff? And my first thought is, I don't know what to tell you. I didn't develop proper communication skills and socialization skills until I was like 23, if at all. Like, I really want to know. Like, I personally want him to teach me something. Maybe he's like a ambassador for, I don't know, ambassador for the US to like Korea or something. I have no idea what he's doing, but he was such a superstar. I was not in that way. What I was doing was I was the backup guy. Most of my high school days were like, if everything falls apart, I'm still standing there, so I can at least help out in that way. So, you know, when two people end up breaking up or something, I happen to know both of them, I could help out. I was rarely the one who's involved in anything. I'm the observer most of the time. I sit there, I watch how people enjoy each other. I like enjoy each other's company and whatnot. I learned to like, my high school experiences help me understand what it's like to be a high school kid, if that's kind of a weird way to say it. The way I experienced high school and middle school was that I was watching other people experience high school and middle school. Like I was learning how to be a middle school and high school kid when I was in middle school and high school, because my life was different. Like when I come home, high school and middle school doesn't mean the same thing. So that's kind of how life was like until I got to college. Then it felt like everyone was kind of on the same page. So, and then graduate school is even more so. Let's see. One more to end, yes. Never mind, you reignited conversation, maybe. Trust me, Maku doesn't need much time. Doesn't need much to do that. Oh yeah, that's fair. Oh, for real, and did write that too. Oh, yep, that was for the comment about the message. And I don't think you should, but do you ever feel bad about yourself when you say you're about to say one last thing and then you keep going? Do I feel bad about myself? Like, to me? No, not really. Yes, loner. You had that one friend who you just can't find back. He was a straight genius. Oh man. Here's one person that I know. It's a friend of a friend, but I knew a friend. We were in this collective group. So, a junior year and on, we were a collective group of four people. 3 of them, oh no, actually 5 group. 3 of them, the 3 of them I still know today to some extent. 2 of them, one of them I know, like one of them is my contact to the other 2. Okay, the 4th guy is attached to the 5th guy, and they knew this guy too, but I haven't talk to him in life. This one guy, he fulfilled a bachelor's in mathematics before he graduated high school. So there was always this joke, like, did he go to like NASA? Sorry, I'm in the United States. So did he go to NASA or something? And I didn't ever find out what he did. Like, this guy was so... Now, the funny thing is, while we were in high school, I was the one in the gifted program. But he was the one that was, yo, like, what are you, in a class of 1? I think that was it, though. I think he was in the class of 1. And it's all... I've always wondered, like, I should really ask if this one person that I know, he's like my only contact at this point, if he knows like what happened, like what did he do. But he was way ahead. He was 4 or 5 years ahead of me in mathematics. And as a personal background, I was a straight A student. I was a 4.0 student. But this guy, he was 4 years ahead of me. In that one thing. Like, it's crazy. By the time I got to high school, I was a 4.0 student. So funny. Yeah, straight up genius. I tell you. I want to know, I want to see who my genius, like my high school was. What uni did you go to then? Me? I went to Hopkins. Oh no, not uni. You're talking about like my college? I went to the closest college. Because I didn't know what college was. So I went to my closest college. Here's the shortest answer for the college thing. My chemistry teacher. Came from this college. Chemistry was ninth grade. I think chemistry was 10th grade. Was 10th grade, and the closest college was this college, which I will probably leave the name out for now. It was 2 hours away, roughly less than 2 hours away, and we just applied to it. It gives 50% scholarship for anyone who's at like the top percentiles, a particular percentile. I think it was like 90th percentile. You just have to be 90th percentile of your high school. It's a little bit indiscriminate, but you get 50% scholarship, and then everything else can be filled in with financial aid and grants. So that's where I went. And the reason why is he was a chemistry teacher. I like science, and the chemistry teacher was really wonderful. So I went to the college he went to. And then when I went to college, my I would call it my academic father figure. I'm not sure if he is comfortable with me saying this, but what I consider as my professional founder, someone who basically shaped my path for the other third of my life. He taught at this college as my academic advisor. So it's kind of like a homeroom teacher or something, someone who follows you for 4 years, right? And he was also my teacher, like my specialized teacher for like biochemistry and stuff. And he used to work as a postdoc at an organization, NIH. This is the federal organization. Oh no. I'm okay with Hopkins. Hopkins is fine. So NIH, you know, this is the government organization, right? The National Institute of Health. And he used to work there. So I wanted to see if either med school or science was for me. So I took 2 years at a post-bac. This is post-bac meaning in between, right? And that I ended up in a lab who the boss of the lab, who is like this enigma. He the way NIH works is there's a overall principal in like person who writes all the grants and oversees all the things, but it's not quite the people who work in the labs. So I had like, this is where I met like internationals and had a Italian postdoc mentor and whatnot. But this boss is affiliated with my graduate school, Johns Hopkins University. And that's where I went. Like, I applied to, obviously, by the way, in college, in the uni, I just applied to one. I didn't know what to do, so I just applied to one. I got accepted, and I went there. And then Hopkins is less than 2 hours away, by the way. It's 2 hours in a different direction, so it's less than 2 hours away as well. So I haven't ever been like more than 2 hours away from the very house that I'm sitting in. So graduate school, you know, one of the top universities. But I did have a choice in a lot of universities. In college, I didn't know what to do. I just applied to the first college, and it was off the chemistry teacher. And then the next step was off of my professional academic advisor, and then off my boss during my post-bac. But during the post-bac, I actually applied to 7 grad schools. And I had a choice. I ultimately already had a choice. All the other 6 were backups. So I had a choice. Like, plenty of choices. 7 strokes. That's really great. So then the rest is history, right? I do my postdoc. I do my doctoral degree, and then there was a slight postdoc, and there was something that happened in grad school as well. It also dealt with being pointed. So my life has been like, when someone says, did I ever get lucky in life? I feel like I was lucky all the time. Like, that's how I scrambled. Like, my life was filled with scrambles. Rarely have I ever looked at it and say, like, someone says, oh yeah, but did you have better choices? I'm like, I take the choices I was given. It didn't feel like I ever had choices. And you might be saying 7 grad schools. Why was that not a choice? It's like, I thought I would only get into one. And it wasn't the one that I wanted to get into. My whole life is thinking that I was not good enough. Right? Because I was 2 years behind. I didn't belong in the culture. Right? I'm adjusting to new cultures. I was deficient in many different ways that are not deficient around my peers. There are so many things, and I still hear young people telling me like, oh, you know, when you're behind, you're trying to catch up. It's like, when I was behind, I was trying to get ahead, not catch up. I was not playing catch up. I was playing get ahead. Like, there's no waiting to catch up. I look at what people are doing, and I tell myself I can do better than that. You can't catch up if you're playing catch up. I know how counterintuitive that sounds, but if you're catching up, you're only going to be as good as that person's shadow. So every single time, whenever I'm going, I kid you not, like imposter syndrome, right? If you think about a lifetime that gives you humble, permanent humility, is someone who spends most of their life thinking that they're behind. And all they ever do is consistently and desperately, happily, with the appropriate challenge, constantly trying to do one better than your competition. Not because you want to like dwarf your competition and rob them of their opportunities, is that you don't have to do that. You're already looking ahead. I wasn't concerned about competing for the same spot as someone else. I was more like, how can I compete for a spot that no one is looking at? Like, I wasn't even looking at the same level. And hear me out. You might be thinking, oh, doesn't that sound like it's arrogant? Like, no. I thought it as a coping strategy. That was my coping strategy. If you spent your entire life constantly being told you are different, and you're being discriminated against and being bullied for being different and standing out, the greatest coping strategy is to aim for something and constantly aim for something and not think about what people can take away from you. And you're not bothering with what you can take away from them. You're trying to focus on what you can take for yourself. So like at any turn of the opportunity, I basically doubled down on one path. Like my academic advisor in college he was a brilliant man. Like, and he was like a newly father figure. He was literally a newly father figure during my 4 years. Like, he had his first child. So like, it's kind of ironic. It's kind of funny because his child is born on the same day my birthday was. So that's kind of how I always remember. It was third year, same birthday. Anyways, his oldest. He actually has 2 children now. So I just double down. So when someone takes a chance on me, I double down. When someone took a chance on me, I double down. I kept doubling down until... So what does that mean? It feels like I lucked my way through everything, right? Like, what is the riskiest strategy to be successful? You double down on one thing, right? That's what the imposter syndrome does. So if there's anything I can relate to what kids now are having anxiety over, is that, yeah, it does feel like chance. I had an opportunity. I'm like, oh yeah, all in, everything, all my chips in one place. And then I get to college, like all my chips in one place. So I just kept double downing over and over again. And at no point did I thought to myself, I'm going to fail. Like, what I mean is, I still felt like a failure. Like, I still felt like I'm behind, but I didn't think that I wasn't going to be able to do it. Like, if I'm gonna go down, I'm gonna go down in a blaze of glory. So I like ran myself dry. Burnout. When I hear burnout, try lighting yourself on fire, getting on a rocket, and like rocketing towards the sun and bathing in the sun's solar flares. That's how I rolled when I was younger. It was gamble upon gamble upon gamble, and I was basically running on borrowed time because I was gonna run out of fuel, I was gonna burn out, and that's kind of where it went. And then now when I talk about burnout and stuff, it's through the management of that. How can you extend the burn? If you can extend the burn long enough to find respite, you can still make it work. Hear me out. For younger people, I'm no longer that dude. I tend to talk about myself in the past tense when I talk about sustaining a hot burn. Like, it's kind of like expecting... Oh, I got a good science one. And it's thanks to Neil Tyson. It's a short about traveling to Mars, right? I know I said one more, right? And I'm still going. So like, you get Earth, right? Earth, and then you're trying to travel to Mars. And someone made the comment in a talk show that, okay, so like you just take a rocket ship, and how long would it take to like get to Mars? Well, if you're thinking about burning all the way to Mars, then probably a few weeks. But that's not how that works, because there's no way you have enough energy to burn for a few weeks straight to get to Mars. So what really actually happens is you chart the course of that. This is not accurate. We need to draw a sun. Sorry. I forgot about the sun. So you're trying to chart a course to drift, basically to minimally drift to where Mars is going to be, right? So what happens is it takes a really long time because you only can burn so much. So what you do is you plot a course to where you would end up in that time. That's what it felt like. That's what people feel like. Like, what I mean is, when I talk to younger people, this is what they feel life is like. And what my life was like was this. Like, that's how I felt. This was like imposter syndrome. What happens if I run out of fuel? Like, what if I don't go fast enough? And I do hear them. I do hear other kids saying like, oh, if I start now, what if I fail? Like, I can't do anything. But the way they're going about it is drifting to that position. They're not like exerting themselves to want to get it. So it's kind of a mixed bag. And this is how I imagined my life was like when I was younger. I was like, all right, I formed my first sentences. Now time to build that rocket ship and burn your way to Mars. If you don't make it to Mars, you're off course. You're done. Because if you're burning towards a direction and you can't maintain that course, you can never course correct anymore. Like you're already like it's probably pretty far from the point of no return. Because you're accelerating in space towards a specific direction. So anyways, like you can probably try to do a little bit of a course correction somewhere. But these are like all or none strategies. So in a way, it's kind of related to the youngsters nowadays, where they feel like it's a non-course correction, but they are drifting. So when they're drifting, you can still make course corrections along the way, which I believe is quite healthy if you encourage it. But usually that's not what's happening online. They're selling you rocket fuel. They're selling you rocket fuel, but not telling you how to use it. That's kind of, or maintain it or something like that. They're born drifting and we are born falling. Yeah, that feels like what it was like. My childhood was very much like falling. And ironically, here's the ironic thing, right? Or maybe the coincidental thing, the serendipitous thing. The life lessons learned from drifting, and falling in the scape of the internet is very similar in various ways. Emotional social skills, communication skills, isolation, management, habit formation, those are still part of the human condition. So your responses to them, whether you are drifting or falling, have a lot of overlaps. And that's what I'm using right now. Like this very moment, this very long digression and conversation that we're having is what I'm leveraging. I'm leveraging my falling and finding the connections with the drifting, and then trying to sort out the details in the process. So I do spend a lot of my evenings, like my actual speaking voice will give out in a few hours soon, and I move to typing. We do typing next. Let's see. I Okay. Basically, wait. Okay. I just thought of initial conversation I meant to bring up with you if you have time. Basically, you got the lucky opportunity to sign up for a company's course they offer for this uni for free. Ooh. And it's only being tested in a few select universities. You whispered me the company. Okay. Wait. Was that like a hypothetical? Of course you are. What uni did you go to then? I really wonder, because he was coding in assembly language in elementary school and you feel like you're lying right now. Wow, assembly language in elementary school? Holy heck. Okay, let's see. Did you switch to Hawkins after? Yes. Like, I went to graduate school. I went to Johns Hopkins in graduate school. A related thing about Hopkins and relational with UK is that Oxcam and Hopkins tend to have correspondence when it comes to like academic things, like scientific academic things. Hopkins tend to be one of the affiliates with like the national government's research initiatives. And we answer 2 hours away. Wait, so did you do your degree and then switch to Hopkins? You missed it. Graduate school. Two unis. College, undergrad is a separate. It's often not all the time, but it is like 90% of the time. I think still that your college uni is different from your graduate uni. So my PhD was at Hopkins. My college was somewhere else, which was coincidentally equidistant in a different direction from this current household. Alright, you had an academic advisor. Was that something everyone at uni got? Yes, technically. And the college that I went to, the academic advisor had multiple students. However, the college that I went to, the ratio was relatively small. So you could say that the academic advisor, I'm not sure if I ever asked him in retrospect how many people he juggled, but I would say they were more involved much later, like the last 2 years. But I would say it feels like 7 to 10 on account of the class is like very small by the time the junior and sophomore rolled around. You feel like an imposter all your life? Oh, that's nonsense. I say that, but I don't feel the same about myself either. Don't you just accelerate first? Yeah. You kind of drift in here, you know? So... Okay, alright. So now we're doing the sew thing. I really gotta go to the bathroom. Usually I have taken a break by now. So I'm gonna take a quick break. Take a quick bathroom break and I'll be right back. All right, before we go and get everything sorted, by the way, welcome, Rebel. I hope your life is doing very well. I know it was caught in the digression that was like 4 hours later, but generally speaking, I come with disclaimers. It is all right, whatever task I'm doing, I typically get it complete. And whenever we're in a digression, I tend to commit the time that I already set aside. So typically, we still got technically 2 hours left, and I was going to do something else. However, I tend to reschedule. So there's no like obligation whether how long I go per se. Most of these things are already set aside. The idea behind all of this was to do an activity and then understand that you can also plan around discussions, exchanging discussions and talking about things. That is the primary reason for this type of thing, where one has to encourage each other by discussing, sharing, to find other potential sources of motivation to engage in things. Which, with that said, did I miss when you mentioned your Japanese studies? If you mentioned any details about your Japanese studies? Okay, you said you're a mess, but somewhat consistent mess, and you started about a year ago. Okay. So how does that year... Was that the year thing? So, what did you do in that year? This is my 3rd year. You're just starting kanji? Oh. So how are you going about the kanji thing? This is my 3rd year. I'm going into our... I was gonna say we're going into our trimester. It's like, what am I, pregnant? We're in our 3rd year. You started with Duolingo, which is not the best, of course. I started with Duolingo too. It was our first year exploration. We are about halfway, so we'll probably get back to Duolingo maybe next year for some like updates, because we're evaluating stuff. You went with Hiragana early. Yep. I actually find the Duolingo's introduction to Hiragana, just specifically Hiragana, like not even looking at any of the lessons, quite compelling exercise. I spent the first year with Duolingo to explore like what is it, make how was the theory, the method, and the input and output that you can do. I am hydrating. I even got some sugar water for the rest of the midnight oil. I usually drink some sweet tea when I expect the night to go deep. Yeah, I break out the sugar water, aka sweet tea. I pace myself. I sip some sugar water. Why? Glucose protocol. I don't want the sugar levels to crash. Where else do you think I'm gonna get all that brain power from? I don't eat till the end of the... Is it actually just granulated sugar mixed with water? It's I'm pretty sure it's cane sugar and water. Yeah. And some tea. Or is it honey? It's honey. Honey and added sugar. In water. That had some tea leaf in it. It's like really basic Arizona stuff. So it's like slightly earthy, and then it's 30 grams of sugar into filtered water. And what I do is I sip a little bit of the sugar water, and then I palate cleanse with water so that I get that like hyper sugary taste. And then I pace myself across like an hour. to kind of like avoid try to like lessen the potential sugar crash if I go too, right? I treat myself when I'm going overtime. You watch a lot of shows, you play games with Japanese audio. Nice. Listen to music. You're kind of immersing and your wife doesn't really like that. Why don't you invite your wife to learning Japanese with you? It's hard to say where you are in your progression, I see. Honey. Best form of simple sugar from what you've heard. Or cane sugar. Cane sugar is sort of like honey. It's more like plants sugar things, so which kind of is the same. Would you call sap from... No, I guess that's called a syrup, huh? I'm not caught up on my molasses and your various concentration of sugar. I use added sugar to its mucus. I use I don't usually drink sugar a lot. Simple sugars, yeah, simple sugars are used specifically for brain power. You don't understand why they would be different as you assume your body's... They do. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they're proud. So, I don't know if if you guys ever done this before. In school, have you ever gotten like a really long exam, like back-to-back exams, and they would give you a break and they would give you like a peppermint or something, like something to suck on. I know how that sounds, but like a sucker candy, right? And it would be like to get your sugar elevated a bit. That's what I used to do. So whenever I had like incredibly long study sessions, I would have periodic, when I know I usually tend to focus on when my focus is done. Yeah, it's the speed that they get digested is the difference. Yeah. Simple sugars are incredibly accessible. The complexity of the sugar will increase the processing time. And for myself, I usually consume something, but it's usually sugar, plus minerals and enzymes. You've never been given one? You've given a cracker when you was feeling faint once in primary school? It's very similar to that, yeah. So crackers are still... They're complex carbohydrates, right? And complex carbohydrates are slower digesting, but it also provides glucose. So generally speaking, when you feel lightheaded, you feel faint, or you're not focusing, instead of caffeine, which I could use, I treat myself to a little bit of sugary beverages. Largely because my sugar intake's like... My processed sugar, my added sugar intake is like 5 grams a day. Most of my sugars, carbohydrates come from like vegetables. And vegetables and rice, which rice is technically, I guess, a grain / vegetable, technically. I guess it's a germs of the... A germ, not as in like algae or bacteria, but germ as in like the germ of the plant. Have you done the bread experiment where you leave it on your tongue until it turns sweet? Oh, the amylase? Yeah. That's kind of what you have to... That's kind of what you do in biochem class all the time when you learn about amylase. Yes, salivary amylase. Do carbohydrates get broken down into glucose in your body? Yes. It actually gets broken down in glucose in various places of your body. You named one, actually, when you set the bread experiment. The sweetness is coming from the liberation of glucose as an activity of your amylase in your saliva. Some of it. Like animal crackers. In biology class, like if you were in I don't know when people have biology class, one of the fun experiments is the bread experiment, which is to try to mush and keep the starch, accessible starch, in your mouth long enough for the amylase to process the sugar into a sugar response. And that's usually like the stuff that are sweet, like glucose. So until the thing is broken down into something that's perceivable, that's where the sugar is coming. That's why kind of like complex starches don't have any taste, right? Like when you're chewing on your cellulose, despite cellulose being a carbohydrate, you don't taste it as sweetness. Usually fructose, right? Fructose, glucose, simple sugars have that sweetness, along with like other complex sweeteners like stevia. Stevia is a complex like a complex way to trigger sweetness sensors. Yeah, stevia is an alternative because it shares analog. It shares an analog with the receptors in your tongue. So stevia, sugar alcohols like xylitol, and erythritol would be examples as well. Like erythritol being the second generation sugar alcohol as a substitute. There's also aspartame, right? Aspartame. Diet Coke would be a popular example of aspartame. Do carbohydrates. Apparently the speed at which it turns sweet is an indicator of something to do with your carbohydrates. Absolutely. How accessible it is. If it is fully processed and extracted, it can directly interact with your receptors. And those receptors, how easily accessible in that form it is, would likely be like, for example, hotness is very similar. If you drip pure capsaicin on your tongue, it will feel like your mouth is melting. But if you eat a pepper that has other things that affect the local concentration of the capsaicin concentration, then you would feel a relative lessened reaction. It's usually about thresholds, concentration gradients. So accessibility, speed is proportional to the concentration gradient. So the higher concentration, local concentration, it creates a threshold response. Again, this is like hand waving because I'm not an endocrinologist, but I was a biochemist background, so typically biochemistry reflects on these. So that's kind of you have to think of things as concentrations. Your signals are additive and possibly synergistic and multiplicative. So it's not like one capsaicin molecule is going to create an intense spiked hotness reflex or sweetness. It's about local concentration, and the concentration is the accessibility of the interaction between the two. So if you have a lot of simple sugars, it would become sweeter. If you have less sugars in a concentrated way, then it would be less sweet. The molecules are what is that called when you do dynamics? It's not osmotic pressure, but it's kind of like osmotic pressure, how osmotic pressure works. But generally speaking, it deals with like your equilibrium constants and whatnot when it's in a solution, right? So that deals with accessibility of the sugar. And then also the complexity of a sugar has to resemble the analog that triggers that response. So receptors in your tongue are fairly specific enough that they can differentiate between related structures, but they're not super specific where you can't find substitutes for it. Hence like the stevia, the sugar alcohol and whatnot. You can still find structural analogs, but at the same time it's selective enough for you to like not think broccoli is sweet. Because there's a defining difference between complex carbohydrates and simple carbohydrates. Let's see. Your Duolingo Japanese is at section 4 or 6, maybe total. I see. But you don't wonder how your charger works. Yeah. Yes, but I don't wonder how. I haven't found the motivation to need to know how my charger works yet. There was a time I kind of knew how wireless charging works. Do you guys ever want to know how wireless charging works? I actually don't remember it well enough to be able to explain it, actually. That's pretty crazy, wireless charging. It does deal with electric potentials across a dense solid mass, but it's still wild to me. I'm not a physicist, and I don't think in my lifetime I'll be able to appreciate how like electromagnetic spectrums and like electromagnetic fields and charge potential and whatnot somehow creates the storage of energy without like physical contact of molecule. Like yeah, it's basically magnetism conducting, yeah. And the idea is that I spent most of my time in molecular biology, and molecular biology does still do these concepts, right? Does still involve these concepts. However, the emergent level that I look at is looking from the perspective that physical molecules interact with physical receptors. So like they are addressed as though they are interacting with each other, like by contact. However, that is not the reality of how like things, you know, touch each other and whatnot. That's not quite how that works if one starts thinking about it with physical properties, like in the terms of physics. So I wasn't disciplined enough, like I'm not multidisciplinary enough to understand how to frame like molecular interactions between like a receptor like capsaicin and the receptors on your tongue to be like it's good enough to look at the emergent level that I studied at, which I studied at the level of viruses and DNA and RNA as like a larger structure. So like maybe most classically at the scale of like a 3-dimensional nucleic acid. That's usually the scale I think about most of the time. So capsaicin would be within that scale. Probably much smaller actually. Capsaicin is still smaller than that because we're talking about like even smaller molecules than a 3-dimensional nucleic acid. RNA can get relatively small and still be functional in its way. Do you know the name of what vegetable produce as a defense mechanism? Oh, capsaicin? I have no idea. You think it begins with a P? Sorry, you missed if you said. Have I tried capsaicin? Pure capsaicin? Yes. It's a wild ride. I used to be a lollygagger who punishes his system to test my spice tolerance. So if I ever become influential enough, I would totally hang out with Sean Evans and over some hot ones. But then I would die. Like what I mean is I would probably die because I'm much older than I was when I was younger. When I was younger, my thrill from eating like spicy things was kind of euphoric in a way. It's a way to like compensate for my lack of stunted emotional. It's like a really tiny drop, by the way. It's a super like pure capsaicin. We took a drop and we diluted it and then did it. So, and it wasn't in oil, it was in water. If you put in oil like that, that might actually make it worse. So, it was academic curiosity at most. It's close, you're not going so deep for your work, but you still need to understand to a point, exactly. For the intricacies of molecular interactions. Sorry, okay. Pure isn't saying the hottest sauce you tried was just not worth it. In the next day, yeah, dude, fiery bum. Fiery bum. That's why I say, that's how you bond with someone. Whenever you say like, yo, dude, my butt's gonna be on fire tomorrow, but that's okay. I've consumed. There was one time, like again, not the last story probably. One time I consumed on an empty stomach, and the next day I remember. We won't go over the details, but I'll give you the TLDR. The punchline is, I spent the whole day thinking I needed to go to the bathroom, but I didn't have anything in my system. Like, there is a point where it's kind of like dry heaving, only it's out your butt. Like, I'm sorry if it's a little graphic, but if you were dry heaving, like if you had alcohol poisoning, right, and you didn't eat anything, all you do is dry heave. Now imagine it happens to your butt, and it's a spicy feeling that keeps going. That's what happens when you don't eat anything, like a starch, milk, or something, and you just eat capsaicin. You're gonna constantly feel like you need to go to the bathroom, and your butt is on fire. But you're not gonna, like, it's not gonna happen. Nothing's gonna happen. You don't have anything in your system. It's just that your entire colon and your long and short intestines just on fire. I was a teenager, so cabbage help, they say. Yeah, itai for sure. Honto. Oh man. So like, and I'll give you some more fun context about the short story that I wrote, or like that I talk about. We were on a bus tour with my high school orchestra, and that day was the day I ate the pepper. It was the day after, when my butt was on fire. We were on a bus tour in a different country, Canada, and we were about to perform somewhere. But before then, the highlight of that bus trip was to tour a vacant baseball stadium, the Toronto Blue Jays baseball stadium. Oh, you're from Canada? During that time, I was a teenager. We were going to perform in an orchestra, and we went to Toronto during that day, and we got to tour the Toronto Blue Jay Stadium on an off season. So like, we just walked around, no bathroom breaks, and we got to go on we felt like the new AstroTurf thing, like the turf material, and the whole time my butt was on fire. Like, it just kept feeling like diarrhea is just gonna completely evacuate from my bowels, but there was nothing. Like, the whole time I had to keep reminding myself that's the bowel, it's a bowel movement, like, because of the hotness. It has nothing, like, I didn't eat anything the whole day. Like, there was nothing coming out, and the whole time we had like an hour and a half to 2 hours like touring this. It was a beautiful stadium, by the way. The Toronto Blue Jays stadium was amazing. Some people climb skyscrapers, and there's some eating hot foods. Yeah, the Toronto Blue Jays stadium was it was the first time I was ever in a stadium. I think I was 16 or 17. A beautiful, like, it dwarfed you. Like, you were in the middle, like you were sitting in the middle, and everyone was like, hey, yeah, you know, sit down, feel the grass. And they were talking about like the synthetic grass, right? The synthetic grass for the Blue Jay Stadium. And my first thought is like, dude, I can't sit down. I didn't sit down, by the way. I didn't sit down on grass. I'm like, nope, not sitting down right now. If I sit down, I might actually let one rip or something like that. And obviously nothing happened. After like 2 or 3 hours, the feeling subsided. But it's like an experience. Like, oh, if you want a feeling like dry heaving, but the other ends, throw back a bunch of hot peppers on an empty stomach, and then wait till tomorrow, go to the bathroom, and then feel how it feels through the entire day, because all it's gonna feel is like you really need to go to the bathroom, but you actually don't need to go to the bathroom. It's kind of like when you're dry heaving, there's nothing coming up. You got nothing left. It's all gone. Like, it's already there, but your body is still trying to catch up. You were like that, but maybe 2 hours. Yeah. It's very interesting. I guess the lesson, the TLDR here, this is gonna be a way left field TLDR, is that your body takes a lot longer than what your mind thinks is happening. So what I mean is, like, it takes a while for your endocrine system and your sympathetic and parasympathetic systems to accommodate the changes. So the responses of your body is on delay from what you think is happening. Like, oh, yo, dude, like, can I stop like trying to do this now because it's already gone? It's like, but your body is going through the process of circulating and equilibrating all of these chemical reactions. They don't operate at the speed of electrical signals, for example, right? Like, this is where we like delve into my lack of neurobiology knowledge, but you know, your myelinated sheeted neurons, they tend to saltatorily conduct, like, the chemical signals are quite a bit faster, generally speaking, than how your hormones in your endocrine system circulates through your body to signal like your responses to mistreating your body. So honestly, that's a kind of fun behavioral intersect at how to remind yourself that you want to treat your body with some respect. When you're a kid, you're pretty robust. You do get to do a lot of funny things, but man, that is one experience that is very hard to forget. I remember on the bus ride when we were pulling up to the Bubuje Stadium, I kept looking to the back of the bus because the bus has like a, you know, like a bathroom, right? Like a temporary bathroom. And all I do is I just kept looking back there. I'm like, but what if I went? Like, but then everyone would know. I just keep looking back the whole time. I'm like, oh man. Then my thought was, oh yeah, okay, we're at the Blue Jay Stadium, so we're just gonna be walking around, right? And then, you know, as the tour guide was talking, they're like, okay, so this is gonna be like a 2-hour tour, and there are no bathroom breaks because all the bathrooms are off limits. They're closed for the season. I'm like, oh boy, I guess now it's all or nothing. I either make it or this is going to be the most disastrous story I'll be telling for the rest of my life. The kid who let one rip because they thought it was fun to eat tons of hot stuff the day before after like a 13-hour, you know, like a 7 to 13-hour commute on a bus there. Like, yeah, okay. And that was it. It's a laughing moment because, oh, the hotel rooms though, the other guy, oh, I didn't mention that this is when we competed. So like another kid also did the same thing. Like we were competing. So the bathrooms were unfortunately a little tragic. Not my bathroom, but that other kid's bathroom. Whoo-wee, he didn't make it. I'm just saying. It was I didn't eat very much, so that was kind of the thing. Activation of TRPV1 triggers an influx of calcium and sodium ions. Yeah. Initiate a cascade that results in membrane depolarization. Yep. Neuronal firing and then release of molecules involved with pain transmission. Yep. That sounds about right. Yeah. Saltatory conduction is I think the saltatory conduction is the analogous thing that happens in plants. I don't want to talk about it. That was totally out of line. I'm thinking about a different type of cascading sodium channel, like a salt channel. impressive. Is that, where was that copy paste from? Wiki? Yeah, it's a electrical chemical signals is what drives our biological body. Science Direct. Ah, fair enough. Hank and John, Hank specifically does that a lot. I was watching an episode of Mythical Kitchen, and it was Josh hosting Hank Green, and he was talking about how something that kind of either intrigues him or miffs him in a little way, and it's the idea that we can taste things, but it's more like just tasting the salt crossing our membrane. Like, when you really think about how reductive it can be, the concept of tasting like umami, for example, right, that they were talking about MSG at the time, and it was prompted off that, is that the sensation and the perception of like sweetness, for example, they were specifically talking about acids as in like vinegar, right, acetic acid and whatnot. And it is, if you think about it incredibly reductively, it's basically tasting protons or H plus off of the acid. So that conduction, like that concentration gradient when it goes across your membrane, is what creates the sour taste that you have from acids. And he said it in such a like a wholesome way. He's like, you know, this kind of irks me, but we kind of just like know how to taste protons, and that just comes off as sour. Like, it's not the idea of thinking about, oh, hey, the food is sour. Like, if you reduce it, right, when you're thinking about emergent levels, right, if you're thinking about the behavior sour, right, and then you like get even higher and think about sour as in the thought of sour, but then you start going down and you get to a point where if you're looking at behavior and you're looking at sour, but you're all the way down at the molecular level at protons, for example, then everything's just out of whack, right? You're saying, well, technically sour is just protons going across your membrane. Like, that's weird, and that's sour. It's like, what is the meaning of this? It's like, emergence levels. It's kind of like trying to explain why we think charred meat can trigger a salivary response, when looking at charred meat is just electromagnetic waves bouncing off and absorbing and entering our eyes, where our eyes are actually upside down physically, so our brain gets used to flipping them right side up, and then it gets really crazy. And I absolutely love science. I mean, I was married to science, so like in general, if I had time, like, life is too short to be multidisciplinary at a high level in science. But even hand-wavingly understanding these things is absolutely, it piques curiosity over and over again. I'm sure you guys are aware that the way our physical eyes are constructed, our images are upside down. Like, that literal physical image that's being projected onto the back of our retina is actually upside down. And then our brain gets accustomed to flipping it right side up when we process it. And there's a great, elegant, I wouldn't recommend doing this, but if you had like a week off and you wanted to do a fun social experiment, there are goggles you can get that will turn it upside down. And it'll take you maybe like a day or two to adjust, and it'll become right side up again. And then when you take off the adjustment, everything will be upside down again. And then after a couple of days, it'll be right side up again, because your brain is doing the adjustment. It's crazy. You heard that before? Yeah. Like, the world is so interesting. when you start like taking things apart, even through your perceptions. Yeah. And whenever someone says like, oh yeah, I'll see it when I believe it. So do you believe that the world is upside down? Why is it upside down? It's the properties of the lens. How lens focus, like how the lens, like how an image is with our biological structure of our eyes, it can only be projected upside down. Like the way the lens work and how it reaches the back of our eyeballs, it can, the image that passes through is gonna be upside down. And why, if you're asking like the origins of things, I think it's out of convenience. Like a lot of things are probably serendipitous. So whatever works, right? And then the selection helped it work. Like it's a more like a series of events. You know, like when we were talking about earlier, the Monty Hall effect. The idea is maybe the lens occurred first, or like how that's structured, and then, well, the brain took care of the rest. So it's like whatever came first, it's whatever addressed that problem or that foreseeable physical problem. Who knows? I mean, seeing upside down might not have been a necessary problem. You just view everything with the respect relative to being upside down. So what is upside down might be right side up. Humans are, I think the brain is awesome in that way. So there's so many things that one can perceive so autonomically, and it can be demonstrated. Crazy. Here's one that's interesting that I often feel like has a behavioral disconnect. When you have a habit, so you have an autonomic habit, or you think you have an autonomic habit, start thinking about it and then see how clumsy you are. Like chewing. I don't recommend this, but if you actively think about your chewing when you're eating, you're likely to bite your tongue, or like bite pieces of your like mouth and stuff. So you're likely to bite your lips and whatnot if you think about the act of chewing while you're chewing. So there are quite a lot of these activities where you become clumsier the moment you try to think about the resolution of them, because autonomic functions and habit functions are there for perceived redundancy and like repetition, as opposed to high energy, effort, I don't know, evaluation, cognitive frontal lobe activation. You have a central series or retinopathy that is just healing right now. Oh, you do. I've never read it out loud before. Like what I mean is I've never seen it written like that before. Are you doing all right? Overthinking, use resources. Is it all right? I don't know how stuff like that gets treated, if it's treatable. Yeah, it's healing, but you thought you were going blind at first. I see. Well, that's nice to see that there are treatments for that. But that you get to keep your vision. A time? Alright. Well, that's nice. That's very nice. Prokal right now is like looking up the glasses to turn his world upside down temporarily so it become right side up again. Which by the way, if you guys want to learn a bit about what your brain does with your optics, there are so many fun things that you can do to see what your brain is doing. Like, what I mean is, like, color contrast, for example. Like you have like a light spot, and then you put it next to something. I forgot what these effects are called, but like when you put a light, like a dark thing around a light thing, or a light thing around a dark thing, whew. It's a contrast effect. Basically, I don't know what it's called technically, but it's to accent contrast. So what you see is not exactly literally what it's going to be. So when you think about it in that way, your brain functions in a way that may not necessarily be reflected in reality. So oftentimes when people talk about like taking high mock recording devices, I don't know what they're called, but I just use mock. I have no idea. Like the highly, I forgot what they're called, but the really detailed like certain images, and what happens is those images appear like in a certain way, and they don't typically line up with the way your vision works. So oftentimes it can be a little scary how much your brain processes. So I find it very humorous when people talk about like you take your smartphone image, right, and it's heavily processed, and my first thought is your eyes very heavily processed. What are you talking about? Well, your brain heavily processed things. It's taking one relative and then relating it to another relative, which I find fairly humorous. Seeing a central blind deformed spot is so weird, yeah. And your left spot started to compensate. Oh, interesting. So it was filling. Did you notice any filling in? Like, if the deformed spot was like low enough, like small enough where like your brain starts filling in the gap. That can happen. We're biologically built for survival, not raw truth. Exactly. Yes. That is definitely one way to think about it. Looking with both eyes, it replaces it. Isn't that so amazing? It's so crazy. And you can do that too. You can actually test how your eyes fill in circles. Which, by the way, for the record, your eyes is always filling in a circle. You know, the eye has a blind spot, right? So your eye always has a blind spot. And your eye is actually, your brain, technically not your eye, but your brain is actually filling in the blind spot. So there's literally a place in your eye that has no sensors, and you fill it in with your brain. That's why at first you thought your vision was getting worse. Oh, okay, I see. Because it wasn't adjusting yet. You needed time for it to adjust. Yeah. Raw truth seems like a weird way to put it. Don't our eyes jitter to deal with a blind spot? Yes. Well, various things happen. It includes all the adaptations of your literal eyeball, and your brain does it too. You could even, did you guys ever see I don't know if you guys ever watched how your eyes are attached to your brain, but your eyes are like, I'm gonna do, you know how like GPU right now, like a discrete GPU would have to like get through a motherboard, which then gets to a CPU. And you know how like there's these steps, right? Like these physical steps. In a way, your eye is like this. Like your eye doesn't go through like a GPU for it to render, to go to the motherboard and then go to your brain. Your eye is legitimately connected to your brain. Like it doesn't go through your like spinal cord or anything. It's like, it just weaves into your brain. So it's really interesting. Like you could kind of say your eye is an extension of your brain. Like the way it is organized. So whenever you're thinking like the eye motion and the jittering motion, it's like both your brain and your eye doing things in a way. You have to go to sleep? Take care, Revel. Thanks for hanging out. I hope it was memorable. Such a pleasure. I hope everything goes well, right? Wish you the best. And we'll have to talk about Japanese sometime some more. I wanna pick your brain about kanji at some point. So feel free. Obviously, no obligations. This is a very common ritual. So whenever you want to pull up a coffee or a cup or your favorite beverage, you can go at it. Yeah. よろしくお願いします。よろしく。Rest up, best wishes, yeah. What Procol said. 頑張ろう right? 頑張ろう Okay, so now we're really gone. And then Procol, you are we still playing this game of chicken? Do you know who the 1 or 2 lurkers in your chat are, as there always seems to be? It could be like a fish. It could be like oh no, one is fictitious. Oh no, I don't think I should have. One of them is fictitious. He's just waiting to make like a. I feel like what fictitious does is he waits, and he's gonna get a punchline in. But I don't know what the punchline is ready for, but I'm usually ready for it. So what I mean is, I'm ready to accept the punchline, but I don't know what the punchline is going. Before Twitch used to have these like bots that data mine. So they usually add 1 or 2 peeps, but I guess they're no longer a thing now. So that's usually that 1 or 2, but generally speaking nowadays those things don't operate. Or they like try to API farm your data. That's happened before. Interesting. You messed up. You think for some reason you've started to feel awake again, and you may have to turn this long night into a day early wake up. Ugh. Oh, call. What did I say about unhealthy practices? I still got a couple hours in me. Alright, but I do need to use this couple hours to finish this. I guess we're back. And the cycle continues. Yeah, we're enablers. We're enablers for each other. Alright, let's see if I can remember this stuff. I don't think I've read this. So, dewa ikenai is used in Japanese to express that A cannot or must not be done. It is the combination of a word in te form, the wa particle, and the negative potential form of iku. Ikenai. The negative form, potential form. Oh, potential form of it. In this way, it literally means cannot is not able to go. Yeah, you'll occupy yourself with something else so you can at least get some work done. Yeah. Honestly, if I knew I could consistently just sit here and talk about random topics and do things, that would create dependency between us. However, if there was a different life, different day, and we had different, if we had more of a common interest, and what I mean by common interest, I don't mean like scholastics. We're talking about life common interest, like coincidental common interest. I could see turning this thing into a thing, but in no way would I ever back that up, knowing what you have going on in your life. I think it's very excellent that we are still able to balance our indulgences with encouraging each other to be independent, because that would defeat the whole purpose of my digressions. The major core arguments for doing most of this recording is to try to encourage people to be independent, right? You'll say good night and best wishes for you and your future endeavors, but you'll still be here looking for one. Okay, fair enough. All right. So let's listen to this stuff.
タクシーの扉を自分で開けてはいけない。
Yeah, I imagine you feel quite defeated if by the end of this it goes back to dependence. Yeah, no dependence, right? We're trying to encourage each other to be independent, and then through our independence we can spend time exchanging and talking about our independence. I think dependency creates an echo chamber of itself, so it can become like less and less thrilling or interesting intellectually over time. And I'm sure you and I would not thrive too much with saying, "How's your day? How's my day? It's the same thing as we did yesterday." And that's it. That's where it ends, because there's no independence between the two, so there's no new information coming in either. Independence will take a weight off both our shoulders, I imagine. Oh yeah, like having the obligation, trying to obligate each other to be independent is liberating. It's literally liberating. So one should feel relief that there is a lack of dependence. That means you don't owe me something, I don't owe you something, right? Of course, it also means apathy can form, but I think we have a fairly usual, well, like we have a balance of this. We don't want to be independent to the point of apathy, but we don't want to be dependent to the point of obligation. Otherwise, we can't have separate lives.
子供の前でタバコを吸ってはいけません。
What the heck? That's good. That's a good statement. Although wa can be dropped from many phrases and expressions, the wa in this particular grammar point is usually not. Interesting. This is because ikenai would then become the second action in a sequence of events. The usual function of te for that's fair. That's a fair point. However, to make this more casual, dewa is often changed to cha. Because yeah, dewa and cha. Or ja, yeah, or ja. I was thinking more ja, but cha is interesting. So dewa becomes ja, as this is easier to say. Yeah.
危ない場所に行っちゃいけない。
Ichai. Oh, that makes sense with the... Oh, now I know what where the cha is coming from. I see.
旗を踏んじゃいけないよ。
Denayo. And then it omits the wa. Caution, apart with ikenai, naranai, and dame. Oh, dame. Oh, are also frequently used to get across the same meaning. However, they are used in different situations. Yeah, dame is so casual. Naranai is formal. Interesting. I thought it might be slightly casual. Ikenai, fairly neutral, used in both spoken and written. Oh, it's mostly in written. Naranai. Oh. And then dame, yeah. Very casual, used almost exclusively in spoken, yeah, like dame desho. Dame. Okay. Alright. Nakute wa ikenai. Okay, so now we're doing the double negative. Now we're doing double negative. Dang it. Okay, hold up. So, wait. This is for verbs too, right? Yeah, okay. Oh boy. So much like dewa ikenai, nakute wa ikenai states that something must not be done. However, this is where the similarities end. Nakute wa ikenai is an example of a double negative in Japanese and actually has the meaning, yeah, something must be done or must, double negative. While this grammar point is usually translated as must do, the literal translation is must not do. Yes. Exactly. This double not is where many learners have difficulties. Again, I'll refer back to the now more common English English structure where double negatives are quite common as acceptable in speech and typing. So might not be as difficult. It's still somewhat difficult for me, largely because I speak in the affirmative a lot of times as opposed to the oh, I guess that's you're not wrong, or like you're not wrong. Like, oh, that's not entirely wrong. Like there's a okay. So ikenai simply means cannot go, right? And comes from the negative potential form, right? We got that. To use this structure, simply create the negative form of a verb and then drop it like a bad habit. Oh, just convert it to naku. Okay. And then proceed with the he and then the particle wa, or you can drop it for cha and ja, and then followed by ikenai.
今日は9時に寝なくてはいけない。
寝なくてはいけない。
明日は彼女の誕生日プレゼントを買わなくてはいけない。
Wait. Kawa. Okay, so we're still doing the negative form, right? That's a go down. So
明日は友達が来るから家の掃除をしなくてはいけない。
that's irregular. Shnai. Is it? Yeah, it's considered irregular. Right? Ikenai is considered to be the most common structure used with a must and must not grammar point, and is natural in both speech and written Japanese. Alternatively, we had the naranai be used in writing or formal speech, but mostly in writing. And then the dame is also acceptable, but super casual.
朝食後に薬を飲まなくてはならない。
飲まなくてはならない。Oh my gosh.
朝食後に薬を飲まなくてはならない。野菜も食べなくてはダメだよ。
ダメだよ。Dewa and Dewa is often converted to cha, and yeah, okay, so the cha and ja. Oh, it's just cha, no ja. Oh boy. Okay, that's fine. These casual structures are very similar to words like gotta in English. Okay. I don't know. I'm gonna have to reference this. We'll see. Oh, is it after midnight? Oh, it's after midnight. So we're still only gonna do 20. Okay. So they call it permissive. Oh. I have to miru, right? So mite. Ichidan. And then もういい。
これを見てもいい？
この本の light requests. Which type of requests do we have? It's not that one. 연대 연대 I don't. Oh no, I don't remember which one came first. Hold up. You do the Tay form and then oh, we're just doing the Tay form and the oh, that makes sense. Dang it. Oh, so yonde kudasai.
この本を読んでください。
That's considered okay. 네? 예. That doesn't make any sense. No. Oh, no, wait. I'm not doing past tense. Where's it? Heck. Nai. Oh, I was supposed to wait. How about grammar time is a bit more polite?
行かないでください。
So that was normal. Yeah. Godan's yeah. A column. Okay. Or the A column, not the A column, the A column. Right? では、いけない。いけない。
そこに入ってはいけない。
Okay. Alright. Why do they use double negatives? Hold up. Don't need that. Nenai. Nenai te wa. Right? Te wa ikenai. Heck. Wait, is that am I not using the I forgot to replace it. Okay, okay. That's why I thought of there's a ku in there. So it's nenaku. Nenaku te wa ikenai.
テストの前によく寝なくてはいけない。
Yeah, ikenai. Okay. Let's do the 20 really, really quick here. Trying to reset a little bit here. Okay. All right. Yeah. Sagasu. Fair enough. Nanika. That's fair enough. Ako. Oh, not safe for work. Okay. Ako. I wonder what this could be for not safe for work. Interesting. Watasu. Okay, watasu to hand over. Or to pass. Give, okay. Or to ferry across, right? To carry across. We also have wataru. Do we not? Okay. Otona. Indo. Ne?
インド
Interesting. Iru. Fair enough. Shiai. Oh, the match. Shiai. Yes. Tenki is fine. Yaru. What? The first listed definition is not safe for work? Yaru? What is that not to do? Interesting. Yaru is so multifaceted, so that's gonna be rough. Maybe it's fine. We're already into the body parts. Fired. Yeah, fired is definitely one. Also can be mean head. Lines up with Chinese. Scan. Okay. Yeah, Oksan. This is like old school. Quite old school. Sonkeigo. Madeni. By not later than before. Oh, yeah. In by then, or in up to this point. At least before it then. Ginko's okay. Actually quite special. Imeru. Right, there's the decide to decide something. Transitive. Okay. Ah? And bean? Or is it peen? Bean. Okay. Okay. Bean. Bean. Can I hear this?
この花瓶は私のものです。
And then we have ireru. Ireru. Ireru is our put in stuff. Except pay. Ooh, to turn on. And then, right, bunka. What's the bunkase? Or something like that? Hiku. Large to pull, but also to play a string instrument is a personal one. I like to play a string instrument. Oh yes. And some more not safe for work.
祖父を探す。
何か楽しいことをしよう。
この箱は大きいです。
母に手紙を渡す。
彼女は大人なの？
Oops.
インドに行く。
このビルは高いです。
試合に勝つ。
今日は天気がいい。
Heck. Lead? や
プロ
る？
ジェクトでリーダーをやる。
やる。
首が痛い。
試験を受ける。
彼女は森さんの奥さんです。
雨は夕方の5時までに止むだろ
う。銀行に行く。
入学する学校を決める。
この花瓶は私のものです。
Oops.
彼を仲間に入れよ
入れよう。
この国の文化はユニークです。
ユニークです。
う。ドアを引く。
Alright. Those are kind of okay. I just realized how much kind of okay sounds like kata okay. Alright. Let's see if I can indulge. Okay. Alright. 1:35. We're gonna have to go fairly swiftly. Otherwise, we're gonna be like eclipsing 5 a.m. Alright. Such good conversations. Okay. We'll do less stringent than yesterday. Become fast. Like, hayaku ni suru? No. I do just naru, right? Hayai ni naru? Oh no, it would be, yeah, kunaru.
早くなる。
Hayaku naru. What? Oh, ichiban. All right.
飲み物の中で一番好きなのは何ですか？
Yeah, this is that special flipped way. I don't know which one they're using. Okay.
たくさん仕事をします。
そこはトイレです。
Emphasis on order. Is that a ichidan? Let's say futte. Let's try adding something to the end. Wait. Once? Oh, I thought we just go with futte. Oh, this is when you after you do it. So like
雪が降ってからスキーに行く。
okay.
朝まで寝ました。
Yasun. Yasun. Heck. Oh, it's just negative. Oh no. That's not. Hold up. Ah! Oh, is it like... Oh no, it's yeah.
ロボットは休まない。ロボットは休まないです。ロボットは休みません。
Okay. Conjunctive.
ひとみさんのお母さんに会って一緒に戻りました。
This and this too are yours, right? Exhaustive, inclusive. I was afraid of this. Oh no, wait. I think it's
これ
just
とこれ
Tofu.
もあ
Yeah,
な
it's
た
fine.
のですよね。
Not the one that I'm thinking of.
まだ足が痛い。
Polite. Non-pass polite.
このカバンにします。
What? Sorry. Oh no. Should I? Oh no. Oh no. What comes after Yuri? No me no hold it. No holga. Yeah? Oops.
ユキよりリュウトの方が賢い。
もう帰った。
Oops. I forgot to add the.
明日ビーチに行きましょうか。
What? Wait, oh.
「これは教えない」「これは教えないです」「これは教えません」
Hey.
ここは和室です。
私が何か嫌なことをしましたか？
サッカーをしませんか？
Oh no. Negative pass? 面白くね、面白く Oh no. Hold. Ooh. Ooh. Skew. So we get rid of the E. I know that. Oh, I guess we might just get rid of the E. No, the negative needs K. I don't remember what the middle. I'm missing the branch. It's like you still got the na. I thought that was close. I think I'm missing something. Oh, I'm missing the sa. So like, omoshiro nasa sugiru. Right? What? Wait, omoshiro nasa sugiru. Oh wait, I have to make that to the. Wait. I have to make sugiru. Sense? And standard. Okay. So E. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. I don't understand. Oh, I think it's ta. So almost shiroku nasa sugi da.
その冗談は面白くなさすぎた。
面白くなさすぎた. That is wild. I'm worried. I'm very worried. Okay. この漢字を覚えるまで辞書を使う。彼は10歳ね。About?
彼は10歳くらいだろ
いくらだろう。食べる前に
手を洗います。
洗います。
う。起きる。
起
起きます。
What?
行きます。
Why is that a different point?
「このレストランで寿司を食べましょう。
Is that furu? Oh no, I don't think that's furu. Kusa. Yee. In a state of being rotten. Aggressive. Polite. Be like, ne? Ka imasu ne? Heck. Oh no, not imasu. We're talking about a banana here. What am I doing? That's a heckin' banana. I'm thinking of living thing. I'm thinking plants as living things. Don't at me. I don't want to talk about it. Wait. What I do? What? Yikes. Oh wait, is that always in the past? Oh, okay. Oh no, wait. Maybe it is Iru. I don't see how it cannot. I don't see how that's not Iru. Because we're doing like state of being, right? It has to be Iru. Or can it be Aru? Oh, I don't need the ga. I don't need the. So like this. Ah! Wait. Oh, I actually wrote the wrong thing. It's fine.
ナナさんのバナナは腐っています。
What? Oh.
ドアを閉める。
あそこは静か。
Did you tell someone? Oh. What the? Oh. Oh, I need the yes.
誰かにそのことを言いましたか？
A left side.
いいえ、
Yes.
誰にも言っていません。
That's right. I remember that note. Alright. How well am I gonna truck along here? I'm probably not gonna truck along very well, huh? Okay. Alright.
クオリティが高いカメラを買いたいです。
We're gonna try to go as quickly as possible.
電話をか
Oh no. Oh no. Uwake? Uwaki? Ah? Oh no. Oh, uwagi.
私の上着は水色です。
もう朝だけど
Heck. Oh no.
彼女
It's fine. I'm gonna go with Oto-san.
お父さん
Okay. Whoops.
顔
僕
Let's try the actual action of going down. Whoops. Ah! How do I, what is the middle thing? Oriru? It's Oriru.
下の階に降りる。
まだ火曜日だけど
私は音楽が
誰か僕は来年に留学をするつもりだ。
私の父は警察で
宿題が多いです。
妻が夫にあなたが洗濯をするでしょう
私の
彼女は牛肉が好きです。
この実
質問の答えを言う。
Oops.
この花の色は黄色です。
スーパーに行く。
私が担任するクラスには30人の生徒がいる。
まだ宿題をしていないので寝ません。
午前9時です。
Excuse me.
母が子供たちに、
妹がおととい生まれた。
Ah.
この町の中で一番
車掌さん、
私
天気予報
社員
Oh. Okay. Verbalize.
感想を言う。
Okay. Populated. The heck? I'm gonna say
人口の多い町に住む。
nice. Oh gosh.
私は
質問をす。
Dude, I really dislike when that happens. I try to hit the hyphen and 0 is to cancel. Yeah, 0 is to finish the setting. We gotta rebind that probably. My fat finger 0 instead of the hyphen next to it. And then I would like hit the
今日は算数のテストがあります。
Oh, you know what? I think I can do something about this. Hold up. There's something else. We can just do like what was it? It was something like oh, here it is. We'll just go with that. Oh, no way. But that would auto advance. Hold on. Let me test this first. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. I kind of want to hear the thing.
そのホテルは先月にオープンしたので綺麗です。
No, 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 no.
来週の木曜日は兄の誕生日。
Not today, but maybe the next
この
day.
お皿は
You must not answer my question. Goodbye.
僕の質問に嘘で答えてはいけません。
大丈夫ね？いい？
母が息子に
To call out. Okay.
私の
Erase. How do I make something disappear? Hmm. Ketsu? Right. Probably Ketsu.
黒板消しで
シチュ
Both? Both. Oh, but it's okay. So like what? Oh no.
どちらも私のものです。
Yeah, it's a combination of dochira and dochiramo. Like it's a combination of mo with dochira for both. For that to work.
それは新
Okay. Heck. Heck. It's no.
私は
僕より母の方が sewing を知るのが
僕より母
okay. Heck. Quite.
ともこ。
結構です。Okay.
医者が患者に
Funny? 面白い。
その漫才コンビのお笑いはとても面白いです。
面白い。
座面が
Okay.
今
Yeah.
あな
Huh? Oh no. Don't accidentally hit
飲
the
み物
zero.
明日は
Okay.
家族
Oh no.
明日は
Darn it. I had to
母が
弟
okay.
僕の母
Okay. Happy. Happy. None. Chi. Chi. I don't think it's I'm like thinking oh no. It's probably 楽しい。
何か楽しい気持ちになる映画を見たいです。
私の母
母が
明日
今日は
We're going about how? All right. Oh no, what is this happy? E adjective. We're going E adjective, right? And yeah. Wow. We're going wow. Like washi. No?
「私はとても嬉しいです」。
嬉しい。
あな
彼はクラスで一番頭が良いです。
Oops.
牛の写真を撮る。
Ah.
そこの狭い
I don't want to talk about it. Two? Two? It was... Oh.
私たちは
私た
Okay.
女の子は
お金をください。
この町は賑やかです。
兄は自分の部屋で受験勉強をしています。
私の息子は先月で成人になった。
この切手は私のものです。
足が痛いのでエレベーターを使います。
兄、ここから一番近いコンビニはあそこだろう？
あなたは先週何をしていたの？
あなたは犬種の中で何が一番好きですか？
客、この車はいくらですか？
そのカフェのケーキのカロリーは高くないです。
日差しが強いので帽子をかぶった方がいい。
自転車に乗りながら傘をさしてはいけません。
私はあさってハワイに行きます。
手が足りないです。
その白いバッグは私のです。
Ah! Oh, we're doing 一番が。
家族の中で一番背が高いのは弟です。
And then there's the Sega. Okay, fine.
友達を待つ。
What's another way to say...
私の父は料理をするのがうまいです。
父は漫画を読むのが大好きだ。
このホテルの部屋は結構大きいです。
僕の妻は手紙で感情を表現するのが好きだ。
All right. So the one that I can think of is ureshi. Ureshi is yeet. Okay, so ureshi, we are, how did ureshi work? It's like, I want to say it's like this, then I know. Wait, is it more like this? I know. That's not good. Is there something to the right? Yes, I think Udashi deals with C, right? Pretty sure it's this, then this. Oh no. No, yeah. And then we do the... That something seems off there. Hold up. No, that's it. It's just very sloppy. It's like soldier. Oops. Soldier. Mouth. Or drum. Early drum and then into the mouth. Happy. All right. That's a wrap for our Bunpro session. There was so much yapping. 6 hours worth of yapping. 6.5 hours. Almost. So actually 7 hours and 15 minutes of yapping. Largely. With the last 30 minutes. So it's like 7 hours of yapping. Not too bad. It was very enjoyable. Kind of toss around a bunch of ideas. Too much to cover. That's a wrap for Bunpro. If you're gonna watch this there, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself, give it a try. You're always welcome to come on by and yap, change stories, talk about things, keep each other motivated. Ultimately, pretty much a lot of the conversation does actually wrap back around to all of this. There is a way to connect all of this together. So it's nice to exchange conversations, meet new people. It's really wonderful to meet someone new. We'll see how well Revel 1 goes. I wonder if Revel 1 has anything to do with a Blaze Blue. Anyways, so it was nice. We got an opportunity to meet someone else. It's also learning Japanese at a much later time in their lives, and we talked about a bunch of things, some somewhat controversial things. Not really too much of a hot take on my point, but it's nice to go over some historical things. Yeah, life is filled with mysteries, surprises, and consistencies. You're more than welcome. Until next time. Right. 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Got one more thing to do. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. We still got one more to do. So I'll be back in. Alright. I'll be back. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第375天 is day 375. We gotta get going. Let's crush this out, shall we? What time is it? 3:30 a.m. 5:30 a.m. All right. So we have two things from yesterday. Cha is well, that's very spaced out, but differ. Try to make it hardly brown as possible. Something about construction of the oversized sheep costume. And then Hoang. Child? Right. Hoang. We changed the right into child, and then George just be shoving a child and then fumbling some toilet paper while letting it rip. bump into. Alright. So we're gonna give it our all. Gonna try to exercise a bit of leeway. A bit of leeway here. Fatigue. Okay. Okay.
辜负
Full. Full. Carry on shoulder and crime to let down. Ooh, carry on not shoulder but back. Letting down. All right, to carry a crime. Okay, like to assume responsibility for crime to let down.
辜负滥用
滥用 indiscriminate use, to abuse. Okay. Or use indiscriminately, to misuse. Interesting.
滥用
I'm gonna go with
边
misuse.
疆
边疆. Become a border. Oh no, just a border actually. Just bien, different bien. This is bien, the border bien. How does that work? Sea captain. In road. I don't remember everything about this bien. Is walking. How long ago was this bien? Oh, it was always seen as border as opposed to side. But it's also side. I see it more as side than border. Okay. Frontier is still fine though.
边疆全力以赴
全力以赴. All power used full. Are you on the last segment of this stream now? Technically I'm not, but we're not doing the last thing. We're skipping the last thing. Until it might be the day after tomorrow, because tomorrow, unless I get up really early tomorrow. Oh yeah, no worries. No worries. We already committed. The point that I committed was the moment Rev showed up. Yeah, that's the moment when it was like, nah. We gotta seize the opportunity. The moment Rev when the moment Rev popped in, that's when I knew I was gonna send, or we were gonna full send it. That's going. So going to use with all your strength, so going all out, that's fine. Okay. Spare no effort. There is another phrase here. Yeah, we spare no effort here. 全力, right? 全力以赴.
全力以赴
I'm surprised you don't get annoyed at all when you realize you have to make a big digression. Not
手帕
particularly. Oh, handkerchief. Literally handkerchief. I keep forgetting the H in handkerchief. Handkerchief.
手帕
Handkerchief. Yeah.
辜负全力以赴
Whoops. Go all in and all out are kind of interesting parallels.
边疆
My only limitation is largely time and stamina.
手帕
Nothing else really is a limiting factor. It's not like enjoyment is any less or something like that.
滥用 无辜
无辜 without crime is
无辜
innocent.
依赖
Eli rely lie rely oh rely on. Okay, how did lie work? Oh, it's the guy in the... Oh, interesting. This one's kind of weak. Had no other use yet.
依赖盗贼
Oh, day. Second day. Steely, thief.
盗贼丝帕
Spa. A silk handkerchief.
丝帕疆域
Jiangyu. A border. Yu. Area? A territory. That's interesting. Or a region. Okay.
疆域
Yu is kind of weak.
无辜丝帕
I'm pretty sure the D thing is a... Oh no, it's not. I'm just bad at English. Okay.
依赖疆域 盗贼
Alright.
消
Xiao. Oh no. It's a 10 character day. Xiao, yeah, I mean it looks like Xiao with the Heckin dollhouse. Or night. Nighttime. We're gonna be using... Oh, well, you know what? No. Okay. So Xena's in front of the barn. Working her job, of course. Working at her job. She is collecting various containers to provide some lighting at night for the animals that require it. Takes a spark maker and light up some special candle container for the night. Okay, all right. Lantern Festival. Oh, that's the, you know, 元宵节. All right.
萧江
Young does look like a jung with the addition of a water. General water. Jimmy Neutron's in front of the chapel where he's working with the general to create a scientifically excellent thick liquid from some holy water to be used as a refreshment for the church picnic. Finally created, the general pours the thick liquid into cups for each of the priests to drink. They drink the thick liquid reluctantly. Alright, I'm okay with that. Soy milk, 豆浆, 糖浆, sweet sugar thick liquid serum, magma, 岩浆, stone thick liquid, mortar, 虾浆 for sand, and then 枫糖浆, maple. Is that the word for maple? Feng. Another tree to the list eventually.
江乙
Oh, why? So you kind of look like a shu, but you also look like a jian. Oh man. Okay. This is more literary version of le and rarely used in colloquial speech. Oh, okay. Oh, I get it. Did. Okay, le. Why? Okay. Yoshi is in the basement, okay, of the house playing darts. He has an elbow pinned to the wall to throw darts at. He uses his long tongue to pick up one dart and then throws it at the elbow, hitting it perfectly. He can't believe he did that. The elbow, now in pain, asks why he did that. We're gonna say like Yoshi is in the basement of the house practicing his dart throw. But because he has tiny little, tiny, you know, short elbows, tiny hands, he did it with his tongue. All right. Oh. Yao Yi for a long time. Interesting.
乙烫
Tongue. That does look like tongue. Tongue. Only Curtis with fire now. Okay, Tarzan's in the basement of the chapel where there's an enclosure that is on fire. Bathroom. He grabs some holy water and sprays the fire until it goes out. Relieved, he leans against the still hot enclosure, scalding himself badly. He screams and dips his arms into some holy water by the sink to relieve the scalding pain. Alright. Scalding, is it included with hot? No. Gwen tongue. I don't know that, Gwen, do I? Oh no, it's roll. Oh no. It's roll. I totally didn't remember that. Okay. Tang xiang. Okay. Tang xiang.
烫黄
Hoang? It does look like a Hoang. Yesterday I tripped up on a Hoang for Phoenix. The Hoang in Phoenix. This one has fire too. Wait, is this the other side of Phoenix? No. I don't think this is the other side of Phoenix, right? Brilliant Phoenix? The Hulk is inside the chapel, dressed in his best suit and tie, attending superhero church. Before him is an icon of a brilliant superhero god, Thor. Oh, the Fire Emperor. A little known but brilliant figure from the first comic book ever made in China thousands of years ago. The Hulk for once. Oh my goodness, the Fire Emperor. What is this, a crossover with Avatar? The Last Airbender, not the Avatar, James Cameron's Avatar. Oh, there's no example. So it's okay.
Hoang,
Oh, brilliant, huh? Brilliant. Brilliant.
萧，烫，姜，
Thick liquids.
黄，乙，
Alright. 5 more characters. Chung? You kinda... Yeah, I see it. I do see the Chung. Which Chung I'm thinking of? Chung. I might be thinking of Chung. Heck, nope. That's not it. Wait, what does the top remind me of? Hold up, where's my spool of thread, gang? Why do I think you look like? There is definitely something with mountain that lines up with Chung. I don't remember what it is. Alright, this is the first tough one today. Alright. There's a lot going on though. To punish. I wonder if this is lined up with Xing? Like Xing Chang Xing? Xing. Charlie Brown is inside the English Manor playing a game with the rich kids. In front of him is a mountain of hearts wrapped together with spools of thread. He has to, while wearing sandals, climb to the top of the mountain. If he falls down to the ground, or if a foreman touches him, he is punished. The first one to be punished 10 times. There's so much to work with here. Okay. Alright, let's do a little bit different. Charlie Brown is inside the English Manor, where he is hiding from the rich kids. Okay, from the foreman, because he's hiding behind a mountain. He is hiding behind a mountain of stuff because the foreman is trying to punish him for ruining the manor ground by tracking mud from a silk thread Sandals. The truth is that the rich kids framed Charlie Brown for the crime. Charlie hides with his racing heart behind the mountain of stuff, trying to avoid being punished by the foreman. Okay. Okay. Is it? Oh, it's Fa? Okay, that's fine. The other punish.
成功
Gong. Arch. It does look like a gong though. Gandalf is in the basement of the temple where he's building an arch to pass the time. He sits on the rock floor and weaves a bunch of Buddhist golden finger relics together with seaweed, making a small primitive arch that he places on the ground. He then sits and smokes his pipe in the basement, the smoke forming an arch from one side of the room to the other. Ugh. Okay. Gandalf is in the basement of the temple. Once again, lending his wizardly fingers and magic staff to aid the local monks in the temple. They requested if he is able to construct an arch that will facilitate collection of seaweed from a distant area nearby. Oh, that's kind of oxymoron. From an area nearby. That was kind of weird. Distant area nearby. Arch bridge, okay. Gong Qiao. And arch door? Gongmen. Okay.
拱国
Boa? Oh my goodness, that's another boa. How many trellis boas do we have? Yeah, boa for slight, yeah. Yeah, boa for well-informed. Oh, I forgot the slight one. I'm pretty sure boa is one of the most proliferative one. Boa zone 2. Okay, so we got wrestle. There is some fingers involved. Bart Simpson's inside the lobby of the office building where he's wrestling with a gigantic finger. They're both fighting over a caliper that Bart stole earlier from the office building. A security guard stands by with a trellis trying to hit them to make sure. Okay. It does look like a ball though. Okay, so Bart is inside the office building where he is wrestling with wrestling. A caliper his fingers to set up, close it, okay, a trap to place under the trellis for unsuspecting office workers. It's very similar to the other one where he is setting it up. He's well informed. Slight. Both of these deal with setups actually for the cross. Right? Part of a prank. Yeah, so you set up the part of a prank. And then slight. I'm not quite sure. Oh, slight is also a prank. But this one deals with like using flowers to like spray things. I am gonna be worried a little. Well, we'll see if I can negotiate all of these at some point. Okay.
我 蜡
La wax. That does look like a la. Although there's also another brush. What was it? Moon? No, that's la. I don't remember the other brush. Oh no, is it le? Okay, le. Okay, the others are la. Okay. Wax, interesting. Insect bristles. Legolas is in the bathroom of the auditorium making wax. He stands in the front corner away from the bathroom attendant, crushing a bunch of insects. Gently with a bundle of thick bristles, the dead insect guts produce a wax that he collects into a attempt upon the bathroom towel. Okay, that's good. Elvish craft stuff, you know? La chu, candle, makes sense. Wax candle or candle. Lobby, crayon, makes sense.
蜡斗
Oh, steep? Huh. Hills and walk. Dracula is in the basement of the bakery, where he comes across a pair of steep hills made of croissants, and dough. He tries to walk up the steep. Okay. Dracula sneaks into the basement of the bakery, where Dracula is in the basement of the bakery. I don't know. On a steep hill. Okay. Dracula's in a basement of a bakery of a steep hill where he walks to steep hill on a steep isolated hill where he leisurely walks to. In the basement of this bakery is where he stash the hills of ingredients to create his special croissants. Fitting of a vampire. This is walking off. Okay. Walk to a steep, isolated hill. Okay. This one might be trouble. We'll Duopo makes sense. Duopo, not duo. Duopo. Okay.
斗
Okay.
成
Heck. The whole mountain thing. Full thread. Hiding. But what does that get me? Gets me nothing. Lost the meeting.
Oh.
"我 拱
Okay.
辣 斗
Alright. Here we go. Let's try to keep this within 2 hours. Ah! It already passed 4 o'clock. Oh no, we did 5 lessons from... Oh, we did 5 lessons from the next... Oh no, the 15 refreshed. So technically we did 5 after 4. Okay, so we're gonna do half of these for tomorrow. Oh, it's been a while since I started HanziHero after 4 a.m. Alright, so we'll do half of these. We'll move the trouble ones quickly to the next day or something. So let's see, 295. So let's go for half of them. We'll do 150, something like that.
浪 催促
他不停地催促司机开快点。
What the heck is that? I'm trying to keep myself peep shape. Ugh! Oh, that's way.
康熙
康熙皇帝是一位伟大的皇帝。
康熙 Hoang? Is that just a place? Okay. Figures it didn't make any sense. I'm like, that's gotta be a place.
账户
我在银行开了一个账户。
别人
鄙人愿意协助此事。
蚁人 I can't spell. Oh no, that's bad. I don't know what that is. What? Oh, that is the don't. I got it. I got it. It's fine.
报
Like. It's like it's just despicable or humble. Oh no, wait. Yeah, no. It's a lowly person. Fine. That's fine. We're fine. A humble servant thing. Yeah, a lowly person. A lowly person. More literal. Lowly station.
赎回
他在车站赎回了他的财物。
Okay.
"淡季
现在是旅游淡季，
What happened here? What the? Ay. Hold up. Oh, I got it.
摘花
请勿摘花。
Or pluck flowers. It's fine. What? What? Oh, wait. Oh, oh man, that was a typo. Onto R Huh? Oh, Bantu Harfa. That's either guard or stand. We're gonna use guard. Okay.
杂草
我花了一天时间来清除杂草。
Oh, I did it again. That's Bay. This is this big. Can't spell debt. Oh. Baby.
baby
It's kind of funny. It sounds like baby, like a baby, but it means despicable. This is Xing Wei.
腥味
鱼市场的空气充满了腥味。
洗涤剂，
洗涤剂
你用太多洗涤剂了。
Oh, my tone is all over the place today, right now. What? Okay. I'm not quite sure anymore. Maybe it's tool? Is tool the thing? Huh.
菇
Oh my gosh. 放火
竣工
这座大楼已经竣工了。
竣 洗涤，
请使用温水来洗涤衣服。
放火，
有人在森林里放火。
煲，丝，
Give me all of them. Oops. Okay, hold up. Ban. I'm pretty sure. Oh, Banwu. Banwu are. I think it's still Fa though. Heck. Oh man, I don't know. Hang on. I think I got it. Chang. Wo. What the? Okay, I'm sure that's fine. Where's the scepter and the... Oh. Oh. I got it. Okay.
请柬，
这是一张特别的请柬。
We're at 22. Steady as she goes.
冯先生，
冯先生喜欢读书。
Yo, what? Oh boy. Um.
别起，
What? That's Bao.
木，
So I think this is Chang Huan.
猖狂，
敌军猖狂地进攻我们的阵地。
Okay, I went for that, and that was not that was not it. Let's go. Let's try this again. I'm gonna say Chen Shui. Oh no, Qian Shui, not Chen Shui. Okay. I think I got this. Wu are fa heckin' dingus. I got it. I think.
报，
What? Oh, profound. Oh, yeah. Okay. It's fine. Garden prospector? Not that. Oh. No. Hmm.
潜水，
潜水员去潜水。
挨揍，
他因为迟到而挨揍了。
Say what? How does a torch and a silk work? I have no... I don't know.
靶子，
他们设立了靶子，
I know. Fox Spectre and Guard. I thought it might have been Fool. I don't think it's Lee. Could it be Lion? No. I really have no idea what this could be. Prospector is very... Prospector is so important, and yet... Dang it. We're skipping. Fortune Silk. Oh, is this this is probably Jill.
揪，
By the way. Oh no, I think it is two. Two are... Oh, 半途而废.
半途而废，
他常常半途而废。
Or like give up halfway, yeah, or finish halfway. Either way, it's just halfway.
船桨，
船桨是一种划船工具，
Oh. Ah! What? Oh, 四只. I'm not in the right mind right now.
下田，
他每天一大早就下田工作。
四肢，
四肢是身体的一部分。
慢，滋，
Heck.
独酌，
他喜欢独酌放松。
贸易，
两国之间所有贸易已经停止。
Japanese converged on that now. Nice.
剑，
Oh, that's a saber. Ken.
己，
hey, nucleus.
和
That's a coincidence too.
风筝
风筝挂在屋顶上了。
赎金
他们要求100万美元的赎金。
赎金, kind of like money ransom. Okay. Alright. Okay.
包
Okay. How did this work? What? Hmm.
靶场
他们在靶场练习瞄准。
Oh, tan, not tall.
冗员
冗员太多会影响工作效率。
What the? Oh, yuan, not yuan. I still don't know what. Dang it. Heck. Maybe something would jot my memory once I.
薯条
他买了1份薯条。
Oh no. What? Oh no, that's just one side.
毯子
我的床上有一条毯子。
隆重
今天的开幕式非常隆重。
旋吸抡拳
他生气的抡拳拍了桌子。
杯子
杯子里的水。
负俊
Okay.
倒霉
你活该倒霉。
Like, just kind of rot away or have bad luck. Okay. It's fine. Encounter collapse into mildew, which is encountering misfortune. Oh, hello there, drama. I don't know where the guard came. Yard. Oh, just keep pushing that. And this like cooking pot. Oh yeah, okay, fine. Back at home, you're crying. Why? Why would you be crying?
奥运会，
奥运会是世界上最大的体育盛事。
You going back straight to work at the moment, or what are you doing now?
光芒，
灯塔的光芒为船只指引方向。
Or oh, this is just like rays, actually, just light rays and whatnot, rays of light. Go on vacation next week, Monday, back to work. Okay. Oh no. Oh no.
"冰
It's soldier, troops, military. A dreamland to reality. Dreamland, huh? What did your mate think about it? Did everything check out? Yeah, he also loved it. He already planning to go there again? I see. This is definitely recent. Not that great either. I want to say probably age. Can't quite figure out the part. Oh no. I know what it is. Oops. Xing. Yan Xing. That's annual income or annual pay.
底
融合
融合
融合中西艺术，
kind of how do we mix together? Oh, mix together. You're sad because you planned that this is your last big vacation until your extended stay there? Oh, okay. And I forgot how long that is. Until then.
年薪
他的年薪比我高1倍。
冷淡
大城市的人们常常冷淡。
大城市的人们常常冷淡。I like. How do I say? I guess it's kind of like indifferent and cold. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
足迹
沙滩上留下了他的足迹。
梅花
梅花在冬天开放。
梅花 What? Oh no. I typed the wrong thing. Oops.
挑选
Ah! Hmm.
把
It's like to grasp. Okay. Fine. Oh no, that's die. Twin.
优越
他总觉得自己比别人优越。
It's like excellent, outstanding, superb. Okay.
带
I don't think. Prospector. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Oh, no, it's not. Hmm. Oh no. Like I was weighing between Fan and Yen. Was that not? Oh, wait, I know. I think.
反
Why do I know this is fun? Okay. 冲浪
冲浪，
我喜欢在夏天冲浪。
部分，
第一部分，
or part. How in the world? No. Wait. Oh. Holy Dwan. Oh man.
后，
Dang. I pulled that one out of my butt.
是，老旧，
这双鞋子很老旧。
What? Oh no. 物种. I didn't look at it carefully. Nope. Is it done? No. Shen Yen? Shen Yen.
宣，
Excuse me? Oh, Tian Tian. Tian Tian. Oh, this is cool.
或，
Oh my gosh. I'm really struggling. I fatigue. We're over halfway. All right.
打雷，
夏天常常下雨打雷。
or thunder, or thundering, or storming. Okay.
开始，
我们开始吧。
是 yeah. What is going on? Okay.
麻将，
我整天都在玩麻将。
Was grabbing something to eat. Did you ask you anything? No, I'm good. Did I ask you something? No. I think you're good.
牙科，
他正在念牙科学位。
I shared the meaning of life though. It's a shame you missed it. It'll be another 30 years before I share the meaning of life.
拒收，
我拒收损坏的物品。
What? You show? Oh no, that's just refute. A German rapper once said a legendary line. Oh yeah? Oh no. The purpose of life is to give you life, to give life a purpose. Fair enough. Give your life a purpose, yeah. Thundering is fine. Storming is okay too.
甜点，
这家餐厅的甜点很有名。
润，
What? Oh, I typed the wrong thing. Dang it. Alright, wait, hold on. I think this is it. Shen Ying?
宣言，
Shen
宣言
Yin
谈到了自由的重要性。
Proclamation. It rhymes in German. The heck with you and rhyming German. I thought you're discouraging German. What are you doing, Java? Did German rhyme based on sound? I know this sounds like a well yeah duh. Actually not all languages rhyme with sound. So like if you know what I mean, and considering our pursuit of Japanese, yeah, they don't quite do that. Or is it sound repetition? How are we talking about this? I think the rhyme is more like sound repetition in the way like especially like rapping works. That's maybe it's considered rhyming, but it's more like sound repetition for me when I think of Japanese. Like all the ah columns, all the e columns, the u, e, and o, and they are like lined up in a way that u, e, o is you know, like a, i, u, e, o is like arranged in a way that it's through that repetition of those sounds.
"肤色，
他的肤色很白。
What is that?
混淆，
我混淆了这两个单词的意思。
笑，
Same stress vowel. Okay. Same stress vowel. Fair enough. I feel like English does it a little weird. You know what I mean? Like English does the like consonants too. Others, it's just stress vowel. I kind of like it. I like the stress vowel system. Maybe it's because I grow a bit weird. I grow a bit interested in something that is not the social norm. In fact, a lot of free posing or free writing in lyrics, they go more about the melody than the rhyme in English. When you have like a free verse song that isn't deliberately meant to rhyme, but more like the pitch, lining the pitch from the melody. I don't know how often it happens. Now, "ge" is kind of weird.
歌
So what happened here? Why do I have a ladle? And that's yeah, that's definitely yeah. Oh, that was shit. Yeah.
预约
他没有预约，
Or like an agreement or a prepared appointment. Wait. Dang it! I don't know. I'm not hanging in there very well at the moment.
血腥
他看见了一个血腥的场面。
I mean this is yoyak. 命令
命令
这是一个紧急命令。
Fate, destiny, oh, order. Actually, it's order. What? I'll show. Okay. That didn't work.
物种
现成物种
Fair enough. What the candles? Oh.
注意
注意他说的话。
滋润
多喝水可以滋润喉咙。
Or moisten, I guess. Moisten work better there. Ah! Wait. Huh?
"肾脏
肾脏是人体的重要器官之一。
钙
Hey. A part of German rap is where people just go for long rhyme chains and super complex comparisons. Oh, I see. I don't. show. Oh. Shouling Bao. Okay.
帽
What? Wait. Oh no. I've been looking at Dong and been writing Feng for a couple times there. Ooh. Ooh.
赠送
公司赠送客户一些纪念品。
动
Love to show me some really good ones, but it's often German wordplays and doesn't work translated. Yeah, that's fine. Understandable.
欠缺
这部电影欠缺深度。
签证
他已经拿到签证。
感叹
我常常感叹时光飞逝。
As much as I want to continue this discussion, I'm kind of like really tired. So we got like 45 to go. I met someone today though. They were really nice. Canadian, 40, kind of like in a period of their life they're redefining themselves. They started learning Japanese. That's interesting. Fun discussion going down memory lane earlier. Hence why I'm not getting to Persona 5X. Today was gonna be like, if I was lucky, the plan was to start Persona 5X, the 3.1 coverage 4 hours ago. Let you figure that one out.
鱼 补
Yeah, we indulge. Meeting a new person means easily 3 or 4 hours. Right? Always nice to create memories, even if it's one time. Gotta always give it our all. No? Ganbatte. You think you've seen your recent streams were are pretty long? It was on and off, yeah. When you were gone, we had quite a lot of long streams. Yesterday happened to be a very quick one, and then the day before as well. But Pro Call was around. Summer allows certain people to be more wondrous with their mind as they're trying to collect stuff. Pro Call seems to be a wandering mind when he has time. He's officially on break. He can enjoy his break until the 1st of February because he submitted his assignments for his uni stuff.
Sha
Yo, what, mate? What is that? Okay. I went with it. It didn't work. Let's try something different here. At this point, I'm relying a lot on intuition because I can't think anymore.
手拎包，
他拎着一个黑色的手拎包。
What happened if you type ying instead of ying? It'd just be marked wrong. Or what do you mean by what happens? What do you mean? Like how they assess it? It would just be wrong. It would show up red. The only exceptions that would shake is maybe Sandi rules. Sandi rules are a little bit exception because they're tone shifts. If there's some leniency, yeah. The 1 through 4 are non-negotiable, no leniency. Unless it's a very long phrase. I think the phrase has to match up like, I don't know about 3 phrases. Like if 2 of them match up and 1's missing, I think it's still marked wrong. But 4, if you get 3, it will shake for the 4th one. And then there's silence. There's Sandi rules where the right hand gets silenced, and that can be a reminder too, in certain cases. Not all cases though. And it's specifically for silencing, not the other way around. So if you type 5 and it's a 3, this would be marked wrong. There's no leniency on that. But if you type 3 and it's a 5, sometimes. Makes you want to try HanziHero? Well, there's no time limit for you to try HanziHero. And technically, you can still use all of its things to add dictionary words. But that's besides the point, yeah. It would be very interesting to see how people process the mnemonics. Like HanziHero is very not. If I had to take a wager, I don't think HanziHero. I think HanziHero is barely meeting the server maintenance. I don't know how they're paying for the hosting or the web services, but I don't think HanziHero is like all that. So like I wouldn't be surprised if like in the next 2 or 3 years there might be an announcement or something. It's not bustling. You're planning brushing on your Russian after being comfortable in Japanese, after that trying Korean. Wow. Okay. Brushing up on your Russian, huh? Yeah, I don't have any aspirations beyond this. Brie has been a very great sport, so I will attempt. It's not gonna be like double downing. I can't double down any more languages, so the goal is to hybrid and pair up Spanish and French, much like the way I'm paired up Japanese and Chinese. That's kind of like the goal. And Brie has been a very good sport about waiting and thinking about the French thing. So it can be really tough. Like I have so many. I'm not telling you that I won't try, but there are a lot of other things that I'm doing outside of stream, and it takes a lot of time. Like people are worth a lot of time. So when I choose to do something, I can't simply be satisfied with doing like 30%. It has to be very orchestrated. If it was something I choose to, I usually can. You don't know how committed you're gonna be with Korean, you will see. Yeah, if it's a choice for me, like for example, if I chose to do this, I can choose how to pull back, rearrange and stuff. But when believe that I'm committed to either like reciprocating someone else's encouragements and attentions, that's non-negotiable. That is when I have personal high standards for myself and integrity that I must uphold. It is only through that trying that if they decide to give up on me, that is their prerogative. But I do not stand by having given up enthusiasm for reciprocating someone else. That is kind of like the standard I hold to myself. So I can disappoint myself, but I would not want to disappoint someone else largely because I didn't commit to it. I can still disappoint them. Like they can still tell me I have disappointed them, but it's not from me not trying. So that's kind of where I have to cut the line. I can definitely not try when it comes to things that I do myself. This time in Japan, you realize how many Korean tourists there are, and almost everything is also translated in Korean, but not Chinese, not Mandarin. That's interesting. Intriguing. Yeah, one of the commentaries about it is that Chinese tourists are arguably even higher, but because of, you know, you have Chinese audio translation. Oh, okay. I see. So that's how they went about it. And just for the record, when I said they're not translated in Chinese, but it's not like they're changing their writing system. If you know what I mean. Like, if we were gonna choose what to be translated when it comes to written, I think I kind of get it that they would translate into Korean and then stick with like Chinese audio translation. You met a guy from Hong Kong and he could read most stuff? Yeah, because signage is very legible. I can't tell you how much easier it, like, it's hard for me to gauge, but when you're traveling and you're looking at Japanese, I can't tell you how much I can get with just a "hai kudasai," or like, you know, like I can do responses because if I can read the thing, it's like a-okay. Like it's gotten to the point where when someone types something, I'm like, I would respond in English now because like. Onegaishimasu. Yeah. And now since I have your most used phrase, onegaishimasu. Ah, I see. Yeah, I would do that too. Yeah. And then all you have to hear from them is "Hai, dozo." Or "Hai, kochira desu." You know. "Arigatou gozaimasu." Right? Like that's what you got. Sorry, これをください。1日。1、これ、1、ください。You feel like they always find a word you don't know? I can imagine that too. I honestly, when I'm talking to my parents and whatnot, it feels like there's always a slipping word, regardless of how long. I'm trying to relate. It doesn't. I don't know if that makes you feel discomforting. I kind of understand that in a way, you might be thinking, well, the language that you use, you want to understand every single word. But if I have to be honest, I don't think people listen to every single word despite it being their native language. You know what I mean? Do you ever get this feeling that when you're listening to your most used language, your most common language, it doesn't actually, like, if you try to focus and hang on each word, it feels laborious and exhausting. So perhaps I'm trying to create a silver lining here, I suppose. Perhaps at some point you'll find every word, and then you'll also go back to the idea of filling in those words yourself at some point. There is this like really popular theory, like to really understand a language, you have to make each word as important. You know, it's important to understand every single word. And I totally agree with that. It can also be incredibly exhausting. So, in actuality, when one becomes used to something, you still end up skipping words. Like, it is incredibly tough for me to read every single English word in a text. Like, what I mean is, like if you pull out a manuscript or something, or like read a scientific article, it is very difficult to sit there and look at every single word and read through it. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in another 2 or 3 years. Drama. Like right now, I have a really terrible habit of rewording paragraphs of Japanese because I know what the paragraph is trying to elicit, but I don't read every single Japanese word, which is not great because I need that for my practice. Oh, she has kori o hairemasu ka? Or iremasu ka? Oh, do you want ice? I see. And you only now realize that you understand, but you didn't expect it at the moment. I see. Why do you... is the ice, like... Do you want ice in it? Like, in whatever you're... Like, with whatever it is that you were ordering? Or do you want it cold? No. I think it's ice, right? What were you ordering? A drink? No, like, what were you ordering? Because it's using Coke. Okay, yeah, because they use ice in, right? You're putting in the ice, so they're asking if you want ice in it, as opposed to like just asking ice question mark. Ice question mark. What would be in English? Do you want ice? It would end up being, do you want ice? As opposed to like, do you want ice in it? Like ice inside, right? Like ice in your drink situation. Yeah. Usually they ask aisu. Oh, they really do. They really say just aisu. Like aisu wa? Or something like that. Aisu ni? Like just straight up, not even like a particle. They just say aisu. Aisu? That's kind of interesting. That's very... You wasn't expecting... Oh, kori. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I'm kidding. No, that's too late. Oh no, I don't know this. We're just gonna skip it. Wait. 教说? What does 教说 mean? Teachings? Or like giving teach? Wait. 他是一位知名的大学叫 That doesn't make it. But it's kind of like teacher. Right? I don't know what that is. They ask aisu for when you want it cold or hot. Oh, they do. Oh, interesting. Instead of like 冷たい like 冷たいですか? Or something like that. Instead of using like I saw it in my Bunpro exercise earlier. And also I saw it in a YouTube short where about using 冷たい instead of aisu, but that's good to know. Nope. Also, one menu said it's aisu. Okay. All right. They probably use kori for ice cubes. I see. Did you get any shaved ice? Kakigori. That's how I remember kori at all times. Shaved ice. Or I guess since we're talking about Korean, bingsu. You didn't? Oh, I wonder what like Japanese popularized in the United States. Kakigori and bingsu were very popularized here at some point. Usually paired up with your like boba tea shops and whatnot. Oh, there, Hooks. Okay. Wait. This is listen. 推销 Oh no, 推卸 Oh heck.
怀推卸
我们不能推卸工作上的任务。
Like skirt? Probably like skirt. Or like push off work, basically. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Shirk. Shirt, not skirt. Wait. Okay, alright, hold up. We have... What is the bugle in the ear? Sure. Oh, 词是 词是 Oh no, yeah, 词是 No. Oh no. I don't. Huh. It's 词 So it's 词 辞职
他因为压力大而辞职。
辞职。I'm very tired. Okay. Oh, wait. 奠定
基础教育奠定人生的基石。
奠定 We're almost there. 35.
“畅谈”
他们整晚都在畅谈。
鸡
I was gonna say our duel, but that doesn't look like duel.
耳膜，
我感觉耳膜有压力。
慌，键，
Now let's YOLO this. Dang it. I'll have to think about that one.
畅销，
这本书很畅销。
Wait, what did I say? Push, push and unload. Oh. Shirt. Okay. Tall.
扫，
I don't know. I couldn't make up my mind. Probably like something like Lian, if I think about it. We'll see.
墨，或，记，
Oh, this is Wisteria. Oh no. I don't remember. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
峡谷，
他们在峡谷中露营。
脚踏车，
他每天骑脚踏车上班。
焊料，
这个焊料熔点很低。
What the?
情绪，
他的情绪经常变化。
I don't. We'll come back tomorrow. Yet. The. Is that still tongue?
紫藤，
春天是紫藤盛开的季节。
Okay.
乒乓球，
他每周都练习乒乓球。
斩首，
古代的罪犯常常被斩首。
Where's the finger and the cleats coming from? Oh, maybe. Oh, rip. Nope.
照，
Did I grow up with chopsticks? Yeah, I grew up with chopsticks. Why do you ask, drama? Did you grow up with chopsticks? Hmm? It's a fantastic utensil. Next to the Chinese soup spoon. Chopsticks and Chinese soup spoon. Not the Korean soup spoon. Not the Japanese soup spoon. The Chinese soup spoon. There's kind of a minor difference. I'm just being cheeky. In terms of chopsticks, I guess I still largely use Chinese chopsticks. There's also a subtle difference between. Do you still eat with chopsticks at home? Contrary to yeah, whenever it's appropriate. Here's one that would be, you feel like the fork is just superior. It's only superior when it's not appropriate. So like for example, forks aren't that great with noodles. And when I mean noodles, I'm not talking about pasta noodles. I'm talking about soup noodles. Not the greatest. Oh, and when you're making like rice, I don't know if you use in cooking chopsticks before. Oh, wooden chopsticks, man. Forks, nah, too bulky. But I usually use forks when forks is required. Actually, I use the spoon more than the fork. Fork is like bottom. Actually, we'll talk about frequency. Fork is fork is a lot special. Spoon is below that. Chopsticks is below that in terms of like utility. Like we're talking about a pyramid thing. And then hands are first. Rice is cool with chopsticks as though they clump together. Unless you're eating fried rice. Then you do a soup spoon or a spoon. And obviously there's a common stereotype. Spoons and forks also did exist in various forms alongside the chopstick. It's not as though like there weren't soups and like forks and spoons. Largely, when it's appropriate. Noodle soups tend to be chopsticks and spoons, as opposed to forks and spoons. Forks and spoons kind of like do the clashing thing. Like, if you start spinning around a fork and you're trying to put it into your spoon, the fork angles the noodles. So when you have chopsticks, you can place and wrap it into the spoon. So like when you're eating, it's usually spoon in one hand, in your non-dominant hand most of the time, and then chopsticks in your right, and then you create pools of the experience. It's kind of like forks, for example, are terrible with dumplings, and very specific dumplings. So when you say like you feel like the fork is superior when you're eating soup dumplings, if you fork it, you're probably gonna fork it. It's usually more of chopsticks. And so like if you go to a dim sum place, it's usually not a fork. It's a chopsticks, because various things like can get punctured and deconstructed using a fork. Skill issue? How often do you eat xiaolongbao? I mean, I call it a skill issue. If you're like forking the xiaolongbao, All the power to you, man. That's impressive. If you're like single forking a soup dumpling. You'll go to your local Chinese guy and order it. All right. Let me know. Let me know how you can you write it down? Xiaolongbao? It's just soup dumplings. That's what they're called. So you'll find it on the menu. Soup dumplings. Xiaolongbao is the name, so it just translates to soup dumplings. And then the other ones would be like any form of like things that get punctured easily is usually the thing. Like for example, like Japanese Han is still the goat. For the record, Han is still the goat. But if you don't have like asbestos hands, so you don't have like cooking hands, when you're handling food, it can like scorch you, right? So like some things are kind of hard to handle, but hands are the most delicate. Next to hands, when you're eating delicate foods, chopsticks. Chopsticks is second. Fork is indelicate. So when you have indelicate things, go to town with a fork. And then spoons are obviously for carrying liquid, right? So when you have something delicate like a soup dumpling, it's kind of like forking your sushi. Like you couldn't argue, oh, but you can still fork your sushi, right? Yes, but the question is, would I choose between chopsticking my sushi versus forking my sushi? I would use a chopstick because it's very delicate. Sushi structure and also like things like sashimi, right? Sashimi is delicate. Now, usually you use your hands. Hands is the most like gentle, unless you're gorilla fisting things. But hand gives you the most control. So oftentimes, sushi and sashimi is eaten with your hands. So hands are most delicate. If you're really worried about your dirty hand, like hand dirt and stuff, then it's chopsticks. But when you go to town with a fork, there's a higher chance that it's going to deconstruct the thing. Here's another fork. Desserts. Forks. You can still dessert with chopsticks. So example that you were given was like clumpy rice. Glutinous rice. Glutinous rice is a wonderful like desserts in like Chinese cooking, and I'm not sure how popular glutinous rice is in Japanese cooking, but glutinous rice comes together, and if you use a fork, it's still fine. The idea is that you can delicately like eat them anyways. Another one would be like I don't know what they're called in English, like lotus bamboo leaf rice. They kind of look like these triangles and they're wrapped in bamboo leaves, right? It's not nigiri. Then you unwrap them in special occasions, and it would be like this mound, and it's like really sticky glutinous rice, and usually chopsticks are good to go, or you use your hands. Hands are really goated. Being comfortable with using your hand is, I feel like it's probably the trendiest thing. Like it's no longer about chopsticks. Like everyone's like, oh yeah, you can chopstick this and chopstick that, and then ultimately is like, what about your hands? Sorry. That's my like shoving food into my mouth situation. My fingertips are really sensitive to heat. My father's fingertips are gone. Like what I mean is, since he worked in a restaurant, like sometimes he would just be like, you know, the carpenter, like dad hands, right? Like the whole stereotype of working father hands. So he would be like, he grabbed something and it'd be like boiling water, and he's just like, whoop, just take it out. It's like, all right, that's fine. Like you just be like running your hand into boiling boiling water. It's like, yeah, that's just oil. It's fine. Just dab it in, and it just like feels nothing. And I'm like getting close to hot things makes my hand feel sensitive. So I'm not a working class person, obviously. I'm not sure if you ever tested your like fingertip sensitivity, but holy heck, it's kind of like a waiters. Whenever you meet waiters and they would like give you the thing and they wouldn't have like gloves or anything, and they're like, careful, the plate is hot. I don't know if you've ever seen those memes, right? Those memes where like, careful, the plate is hot. It's like, ah, how hot could it be? And then you like put your hand on it and you're not a working class person, right? And you're just like immediately like, of course it's not hot. And then you're like, ah. I'm okay if I worked for a while. And then after like a year or two, it goes away. So like my sensitivity returns to my fingertips. Like when I used to work out, like in calisthenics and stuff, like my pads and stuff would be really sturdy. So like I would be like my fingertips, like when I used to play guitar and violin, my fingertips used to be really hard. Like there's like extra layers of insulation. So like when I was touching things and sharp things and hot things, I couldn't. Usually it takes a couple seconds before I can feel it, right? And a couple seconds is like the 5 seconds when you're touching something boiling or something, you don't feel it. But then after like not doing stuff for a while, my fingers have become delicate and sensitive. I always joke about it because I have veal hands. Like they don't stay permanently rugged. They kind of like peel. It peels and turn over very quickly. I still remember the first time I ever held a golf club, like a ball golf club, you know, those ones. And I would like swing it for like 30 minutes and I would have like 4 blisters in the inside of my hands. Like just from gripping the rubber thing. Like, I remember getting like blisters from holding on to like badminton. I don't know if you're familiar with badminton, but badminton rackets or tennis rackets or bats, they all like cause blisters in my hand. I don't know how popular badminton is in Germany, and I'm not even sure if it's called badminton, right? I mean, ping pong's called table tennis. What do you actually, what is the German phrase for table tennis? Oh, it's called the same, badminton? Okay. What about table tennis? Do you go table tennis or ping pong? That's always a fun discussion. Ping pong qiu came up. That's what I'm thinking. Table tennis? I see. I wonder what they would say for table tennis. Lan. No, I don't know. I would have no idea what how you would directly translate table tennis in Chinese. I guess you would just use table and then combine it with tennis. Hang on, let's go look. Table tennis in traditional Chinese. They're probably just gonna come up with ping pong qiu. Yeah, just ping pong qiu. Is there like a... Nope, there's no alternative. Like a reverse. Oh, 桌球. Oh, in Taiwan and Hong Kong, there's 桌球, table ball. Yeah, 桌球. Or there's also, oh, they just combine ping pong, 球台, ball, tai. What is that character? Interesting. You love the ping pong kanji? Oh yeah, because it looks like a ping pong net. Yeah. It's really not a table. Oh, true story. I'm kidding. By true story, it's really supposed to be a face. Like a gloomy face. So it's not really supposed to be a table. True story. By true story, I mean, no, I just made it up. But, you know, it's supposed to be just a face. Alright, anyways. I don't know what this is. We're just gonna have to come back to it. So I'm gonna go. Can I figure out college? Gotta be college professor. Or class. Oh, it could be class. Or like teach. Oh, I thought it was teaching. It says a famous college. I don't know. You also started playing a gacha? Oh no. Tell me what it is. What do you got? What do you got for me? What are you getting? What are you trying to sell me here?
狂妄，
他说话的方式非常狂妄。
What? How's that not absurd? I guess it can also be proud or arrogance or something. The heck?
一般，
这是一般人的心理。
Or ordinary? That's okay.
寻，
Oh, wait. Oh, no. Uh...
荷花，
我喜欢粉红色的荷花。
荷，
yeah, indeed.
哎呀，
哎呀，你怎么这么不小心？
우리 아이 우리 아이 I don't know what that is. Oh no, wait. Oh, that's not, that's wait. Wait, I don't know what that is. A Chinese told me that the Dragon Ball character Tianxian Han actually is a Japanese dish, even though it sounds very Chinese. Oh. Oh, no, buri. I said buru. Oh, buru. Oh, no. Buru archive. Oh. Yeah. That's a really old one. Nice. It's actually a Japanese dish. Oh, I can see it. Yeah, Xin Han. Xin Han. So something dealing with like interesting. Yeah, ten Shindon. Yeah. Ten Shindon. Although while it's a Japanese dish, that name can also mean the same thing in Chinese. Interesting. I wonder if they decided, like, was it a back and forth? Interesting. Because I'm pretty sure I know what it is. Yeah, it's Chinese Japanese. Pretty sure 10 yeah, Tian Shen Fan. Tian Shen Fan. But I don't actually know. That's a good question. Oh yeah, that's okay, hold up. Intriguing. I wonder if there was a back and forth exchange. It does say it's Japanese. Intriguing. It looks delicious. Did you have it? Ishan is actually a Japanese that is often served in Chinese restaurants. It doesn't actually originate. I didn't say it did. I did or not. I asked if there was a back and forth. So, yeah. I mean, that's a. You probably copied and pasted that from Wikipedia. Something. Yep. The exact origins of the dish is murky, but is likely to be either an invention by Chinese immigrants in Japan or a misattribute. Yeah. Yeah. So it is as murky as I thought it would be. That's kind of funny. This happens a lot with dishes and talking about origins, since you probably looked up. It's like kebab, yeah. So the idea is that the origin isn't because of the people. They ascribe it to the place, which I personally, as you know, a product of immigration per se, I disagree with. Not that you are not entitled to your like arguments for exact origins or something, but origins is from the people, not the location, in my opinion. So a lot of times, like naming and stuff has a significance to the way it's named. It's named by the people, not the place. Yeah, and yeah, kebabs in Germany. That's a great example. Like chicken tikka masala and orange chicken. Sorry, orange chicken is funny. Things is like contrary to what it might be translated in English. It sounds like it would translate in Chinese. You'll say like that. You only find a real donor in Germany, even if it was invented by a Turkish man. Yeah, that's fair. I'm more in line with your thoughts, but not necessarily only find a real one. You just find a different one, the one that you come to know and like. For example, like a hamburger, right? A hamburger. I would think that the Japanese hamburger would be different from the Americana one. Whether they are better or good, that's up to people who like to compare them. I feel closer when experiencing cuisines from other people. You kind of learn, like other places, you kind of learn the Japanese hamburger is rice with a patty. That's humbug. That's humbug. I think. Pretty sure. Hang on. Oh no. Humbug can be for that too. Or even bagu, really. No, it's hambagu or bagu. Hamburger is hamburger in a bun. So, yeah. And there's still Japanese hamburgers versus Japanese hamburg, like a Hamburg steak. No, named for the Hamburg steak. I guess some people do call it a hamburger steak. Or Salisbury steak is the American. When I think of like Japanese Hamburg steak, I think of the Salisbury steak from the United States. I don't even know where it's from. Salisbury steak sounds like it's something from Europe. Like the way Salisbury... Like, this is how Salisbury is spelled. So I have no idea where this is, but Salisbury is spelled this way. Salisbury steak. And you have it for like cafeteria food. Well, cafe. Did you like it? Yeah, Salisbury. Yep. If you type in Salisbury, instead of rice, it's served with mashed potatoes. So instead, just like mashed potatoes or something. Yeah. I enjoyed this. It's kind of like a meatloafy ham, like a patty. It's a patty, but the patty is slightly different. You like the Japanese? What type of gravy did you use? Did you go with the standard? I don't know if Japanese like have varying gravies for it, like the sauce. I guess you wouldn't. I'm not sure if they even call it gravy. Probably the sauce. Was it kare, like similar to curry? Did you get a hamburger in Japan? You think it was a curry sauce? Okay. Did you get a hamburger in Japan, like a I don't know. Oh, did you get a ramen burger? That's a novelty. I'm not sure if that's kind of... It just feels like a tourist trap, more so. You got a Wagyu? Okay, Wagyu burger. Solid. What was on the Wagyu burger? I've just now realized it's Wagyu, but that's fine. Like after seeing the word. The normal burger stuff. Lettuce, tomato, pickles. Salad, tomato, onions. Okay. Salad, tomato, onions. May I ask, what do Germans qualify as salad? Now I'm imagining, like, this is just me. I'm being difficult here. I can imagine just like dumping your salad bowl onto your burger, like you were having more salad than the patty. I obviously I know what you mean, like some like lettuce and tomatoes and onions. Did they have anything pickled, like a acidic thing, like a pickled radish or pickled onions or something like that? Pickle, man. A pickle thing. Where's that acid? Oh, what type of sauce was in? Oh no, wait. If you're having a Wagyu burger, then you probably don't want any sauce masking it. Google. Oh, okay. Iceberg. Oh, iceberg lettuce. Yeah, iceberg lettuce. That's hilarious that it's called iceberg salad. I'm obviously butchering it, but that is so funny. Iceberg lettuce. I totally see it. Is the word salad for lettuce in Germany, in German? Does that also mean like individual leaves of lettuce? Or do you also have a word for lettuce? And just so happens iceberg lettuce ends up being iceberg salad. You don't have a word for lettuce. Makes sense. In Chinese, like whenever I'm talking to my parents about vegetables, I just call everything a green. And not like the word green, but like greens as in vegetable. Like Thai, just a chai. Na shi chai, just a chai. And then I add modifiers like just swan chai, like this is sour lettuce. Like if I had to refer to like sauerkraut, for example, right? Germany, sauerkraut, and my parents would be like, "What is that?" I would be like, "This is sour lettuce or sour vegetables." I don't know if there's proper, like, I still haven't learned, like, through all the characters, I still haven't learned any like consuming lettuce differences. Maybe like Morning Glory at most, but that's as much as it goes. We have like stir-fried veggies, hot veggies, cold veggies, hollow veggies, curly veggies, layered veggies. I have to watch some Chinese cooking shows. I already do watch Chinese cooking shows, and they all have Thai in it. So I'm like legitimately not joking. Like everything ends with Thai, much like salad when you're saying salad. So it's gonna be like Caesar salad. What is the German phrase for Caesar salad? Is it Sice? I'm sorry, I'm being difficult. I don't know. Wait, hold up. What is the Chinese? Okay. Chinese word for iceberg lettuce. Zhuang xian sheng cai. So scrolled heart life lettuce. Okay, so it's basically wrapped lettuce, like wrapped around a heart lettuce. So it's shaped like a it's like shaped like a heart. So when you have like the iceberg lettuce, right? I don't know if you've ever seen a head of iceberg lettuce. When you look down, it kind of looks like this. So like the leaves, like you're peeling back and it looks like a heart. So that's why they probably call it. So it's a scroll top down. It looks like a scroll. Romaine lettuce? Oh, okay. There's romaine lettuce too. Yeah, so this makes sense. This is what I mean by Chinese. When you think of Chinese, it's like, it's almost like English, where they name it based on what they see, not like a actual noun. So let's go with like Caesar, or like, what does romaine lettuce? I'm guessing like dark green or something. It's like dark green lettuce. Oh, it's just sheng chai. Okay, so it's, oh no. Here's one. Yo mai tai. Yo mai tai would be long. No, yo oil. Yo oil, or maybe even kind of like oil wheat, or it could be Zhili, so long standing, I don't know which wall that is. Oh, that's simplified, that's why. Or phoenix tail. Oh, that's cute. Feng Wei. Phoenix tail. So like a romaine lettuce. You know, romaine lettuce, one leaf of romaine lettuce looks like this, right? And then like this part is dark, so it looks like a phoenix tail. That's cute. Like that's cute. I like that name. Phoenix tails. Feng Wei. And then maybe like you add Cai at the end. Feng Wei Cai or something. Just Feng Wei is kind of confusing whether you're referring to a phoenix tail, or I guess you wouldn't refer to a phoenix tail normally. So that's kind of cute. And this is I don't know if Germans do that too. Like for example, romaine doesn't mean anything. Like what I mean is in English, romaine is a name. It's not a, it tells you the things. So in Chinese, I have often became so accustomed to like, is it just me, or do the Chinese, whenever English tried to name a Chinese vegetable, it would have like a name to it. But then when you go and listen to the Chinese name for it, it sounds like it's just describing a type of lettuce or a type of salad. Like that is a hollow heart vegetable. What is a hollow heart vegetable? Basically, the vegetable itself, the tube of the stem is hollow. So like you know, you have greens, like leaves coming off of it. It's hollow in the middle. So it's a hollow heart vegetable. Or like I don't know, tiny like flower of the I don't know, I can't come up with these things. Kid you not. A wreck lettuce. Okay. All right, anyways. Good chat. I'll have to ask you more about the food, because food, did you get takoyaki in Osaka? Did you decide to get some takoyaki? Did you try any viral novelty things? Like the Japanese fluffy pancakes? You did get takoyaki at a street market? Nice. But it wasn't You weren't at a famous place. That's fair enough. What other novelty things? I did notice that you went to Nintendo World, right? Did you stop by Nintendo World, or was that like a picture of like some decoration? I think you were in the Nintendo World place, so, like it was within your traveling distance. I don't know how accessible Nintendo World is. How do we drop the grain? Like, oh, 秩序
秩序被打破了。
Yes, you were at Universal Studios, which include Nintendo World. Nice. And that was the picture from Nintendo World, right? The one with all the different Mario power-ups. That's what made me thought about it. I saw some of your pictures. Sorry, my voice is kind of giving out.
代工，
他们警告员工不要代工。
狼人，
传说狼人害怕银器。
Excuse me. What? Oh, I typed the wrong thing when I looked away. I still don't know what this is. What is this? Oh, maybe it's... Oh no. That seems like it's further away.
炒锅，
你知道怎么用炒锅吗？
You'll share more pictures once you sort them out. Fair enough. Take your time. Your time. I mean, I demand it now. Right, meow. Okay, I got 6 more. Do 6 more. What the heck? What is this moon doing?
Fool.
The heck? Wait. Am I being a pep? Oh no. I don't know what that is. No. No. Oh wait. I think I know.
王法，
政府承诺打击违法行为。
What the heck? Koichi. Oh, I wrote the first thing incorrectly. I don't know. We're skipping it. We're gonna come back tomorrow for that.
公函，
你需要签这份公函。
Now it's yellow. Is that the leniency? Oh, no, no. I'm undoing. I'm undoing and just pushing it back around. So I take a guess, and then I let it come back around. It always cycles. You can never reattempt the same thing. It always cycles back around. I just keep spinning it back around and see if I can think of it in a different way. But that one is just not happening right now. Uh-oh. Oh no. I have no idea what that is. I'll have to sort through all my things in my head. We'll come back. I think I figured out what this was. And now it's gone. I'm gonna say Dou Bu. Sorry, Dai Bu.
北宋，
北宋是宋朝的前半部分。
You have to wait 2 months in BA for there to be a banner worth pulling. Oh. Welcome to the gacha life. Oh, crud. That's what.
火炬手，
这是他第一次成为火炬手。
I think I have 1 month before there's a banner I'm gonna be pulling. Yeah, 1 month. In P5X, not. But. Gotcha! Okay. Why can't I think of whose finger that is? Oh, wait! Wait. Heck! Dang it! Okay, so whose finger is being used? Oh!
掐，
Yeah, so I just let it go back around and see if I can figure it out. That's kind of what I do most of the time.
蜜蜂，
蜜蜂喜欢采花蜜，
Because usually they
龙，
fill out most of the time, actually. 99% of the time it fills out. And there's periods before it. It's random, but there's usually periods before it. Gives me time to like reset or something. Addition. Is that addition? No, it's a peddler. 小贩.
小贩，
I do like P5X story. It's story. I heard you a lot. It's a lot worse than P5. It's a Persona story. So if you're comparing it to P5, P5 has better story than the vast majority of stories. And then P5X is still up to that for a gacha game. So like P5 is not the same as P5X, the way the story is delivered. So when someone says it's a lot worse, they can't possibly know because the story is not complete yet. If you know what I mean. That's like saying you watch the first Lord of the Rings film, and the first Lord of the Rings film is better than The Hobbit. You didn't watch the rest of it yet. Or you didn't even know it exists yet. So I would say whoever said that, or whoever's, it's kind of like saying, oh yeah, I wrote the first chapter of the book, and then, oh, that's going to be compared to the other game that has the whole thing, the beginning, middle, and end, and that's why it's a lot worse. Like, but yeah. So far, the P5X story is wonderful. I enjoyed it. Actually, we're still waiting for the conclusion. The conclusion is for not the conclusion of the story, but the conclusion of the third palace, which is coming in a month. In a month, there's the final finale conclusion to the third palace. It takes, I guess it takes, I wonder how long the fourth palace is going to be. You love P5, maybe P5X would be a game for you. I mean, if you wait for another 2 years, you might have the completion of the main arc. The difference here is gacha games, in my opinion, have lore. They don't have story. P5X has story. That's what they're doing different. So when someone says, you heard it's a lot worse than P5, it's like, well, yes, P5 has a complete story. P5X still does not have a complete story. So the whole idea of comparing them is like, well, you wait until the story is complete in order to do it. And for me, the criticism here that I'm critiquing other people is, if I had to make a counter argument, is like, if you watch the first 15 minutes of the movie, like for example, if you watch the first 15 minutes of Kill Bill 2, you may never know what Kill Bill is like. If you watch the first 15 minutes of Kill Bill 1, you're probably never going to know what Kill Bill is like. That's kind of how I feel about it. Like, Kill Bill 2 is very different from Kill Bill 1. And I would argue that Quentin Tarantino didn't miss a beat when it comes to that thing. Or, I still go back to Lord of the Rings all the time. Like, oh yeah, Fellowship of the Wings? Fellowship of the Wings. The first 15 minutes is like, oh yeah, it's about hobbits and whatnot. It's like, yeah, that's like the first, I would say like the first 20 minutes of the runtime. That's probably what I would say. And of course, we're gonna play the Persona Legacy. The P3 collaboration doesn't start for another, it's like June or July is when the global servers start the P3 collaboration. So then we get to visit Tartarus again and see Mr. Edgelord meet the other Edgelord, which it would be really fun to know if eventually all three Edgelords come together. And then obviously the elephant in the room, the not so surprising expectation is that when Persona 4 Revival details are released, the CN server, there's a high chance the CN server and the Korean server will likely have the P4 collaboration. Then we're gonna have all the chance of having all four edgelords interact with each other. Probably not for like another 3 years, but it would be kind of fun to see like Lin interact with Nagisa, and I think his name was Makoto. It was his given name, Makoto, and I actually don't remember the Persona 4's protagonist's name. But it would be really great. It would be awesome. Right now they're doing this like memory thing where they occupy parallel universes. So they occupy parallel universes, so the crossovers happen by advertising and crossing to Persona 5. So they occupy the space that Persona 5 has, and then do the whole amnesia thing, where they, like, when they return to their universes, their existence no longer exists in the existing universe. So then the memories do not exist then. However, when they reunite, their memories persist from last time. So like in their pocket dimension, when they're crossing over, they have a forward progression in their activities together. But when they obviously separate, their existence no longer. They try to explain all of this actually. Right now, P5X is trying to explain all of this. Like there's a motivation, a mastermind behind all of this. So I can only look forward to how they're going to cross Persona 3. I have only played Persona 3 in its fullest. I played some of Persona 4, and then we're really going to narrow it down to trying to do the legacy. My legacy project for this year is the Persona series. Much like the legacy project for Like a Dragon 2 years ago, which was right before I started doing Chinese and Japanese language learning. Played every single, it took about 5 to 6 months. 5 to 6 months, and it led into all the existing games. And then next month is Kiwami 3, which I've already played, Yakuza 3 remastered version, but I have never played Dark Tides because that wasn't available. It's gonna be exciting. I enjoy P5X a lot. The difference here is I play like live service games, drama, like I played PSO2 NGS, right, for example, which, by the way, by coincidence, PSO2 team released a statement that their next big chapter that I've been waiting for like a year and a half now, it's happening in April. So I'm excited to see that, because PSO2 has a long, like, quote unquote live service-y story driven thing. Gacha games are usually lore based. Like for example, I had someone I watched like a Genshin, right? Genshin Impact. As well as like Honkai, how they present it. They present it as world building. P5X is presented as a narrative. It's strictly a narrative. The lore building parts does still exist, but they're not part of the playable they're not like part of, they're not like a theme. They're persistent characters, much like Persona 5. So your accomplices, all of the accomplices are characters in Tokyo, and extended Tokyo area. So they keep diaries of all the characters, and then you progress into your social links, and then keep track of all your social links and whatnot. So that stuff is built upon, which makes it worse than Persona 5 because it's always going to be incomplete until they close the game. So if the game gets axed before it finishes, which I don't know if they ever plan to finish it, the major story arc requires that there are 7 palaces, which, since you love Persona 5, I haven't played Persona 5. I watched like the first 30 minutes or so of Persona 5, but since it wasn't on PC, I didn't play it, because that's the access that I had at the moment. So there are supposed to be 7 palaces. That's what the original storyline was set up. And right now, after 2 years, 3 years? 3 years? They are at the 4th palace. Or the 5th palace. The 4th palace. I think. They might be at the 5th palace. I'm not sure. I think it's the 4th palace. Hold up. I enjoy it a lot, but the stigma of gacha games and like comparing two different formats is far too unforgiving in a world of passionate and hardcore fans, obviously. They're at the 5th palace. Oh wait, I'm at the 4th palace. No. No. It's the 4th. They're at the 4th palace. Okay. I forgot that there's 4 major chapters. Wait. No, they're at the 5th palace. 5th palace. Because the first one was Subway Slammer. The second one was Samurai washed up movie, the social media guy. So Subway Slammer, washed up baseball player who blames everything on someone else. The second one is Samurai guy who's a wannabe influencer turned movie director. Oh, I know why it feels like 5. Because the 3rd palace is a dual palace. It's 2 palaces. They're dealing with abuse and extortion and opportunism. And then the 5th palace just started, or is going on the Asian servers. You bought Kazuma Kiryu's bracelet. Oh, which bracelet is that? Is it the dragon beads? A stone bracelet? Ah, yeah, okay. Like the Dragonstone bracelet, right? It looks like it's probably a combination of, or is it more like memorabilia, or was it supposed to be themed from like a dragon? Usually the stone bracelet is black, probably like they're either red or a combination of reds or a combination of blacks from like a dragon. Ah, that's so cool. Neat. You'll have to take a picture of it. In Like a Dragon, there are multiple bracelets, and they're all stone bracelets. They go by different names, and then it goes from like a just largely black one, and then there's like the multicolor ones, right? And various versions of that. That's kind of neat. Very neat. Did you play Like a Dragon drama? I can't wait to play Persona. I'm excited. I still don't know what this character is, but I'm excited. Oh, we passed our quota, so I can like leave now. So it's already past 4 a.m. So that's why I'm only doing half the lessons, because it's actually, or half the reviews. It's actually tomorrow's reviews that I'm in, which we'll leave for tomorrow. You haven't? Okay. Now I have to, let's go over the new ones. And then once I go over the new ones, we'll call it a day. I've indulged way too much today. Tomorrow's my WaniKani lesson day. Save me. Alright, let's see if I still remember this stuff after ranting. So I'm gonna say... Boom. What the... Hoang. Xiao. That's new too. Jiang. Was this today? Yeah. Hoang? How about you? Yes. Yeah. La. Cheng. Bo. And then I think this is old from last time. Okay, do we have 10? No, we're missing one. It's not this one. Oh, it's this one right here. Oh wait, this is Cheng. This is not Cheng. This is something else. Walking hill. Steep. What the steep? So. Oh, you DM me a picture? Okay. Ooh, yeah. Yep. Nice. Yep. That's it, alright. Ooh, the box is nice. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm guessing... Okay, let's try to pick out the new words. Ufu. Right, let down. Bian Qiang. Shou Pa. Oh, handkerchief. Yong. Quan Li. Quan Li 什么? What is the magic stick thing? Quan Li. You played a lot of crane games and won a lot of figurines. P5X just added a crane game. Like, it's basically an homage to UFO Catcher. They call it... I forgot what they call it, but it's basically UFO Catcher. And then they added Robo Challenge, which kind of reminds me a little bit of the... It looked very flamboyant. It reminded me of, like, Osaka stuff. Like, those, like, talk show theme things. You had so many. You started giving them away? Aw, that's nice. Wait, did you go to the Sega arcade in Osaka? Or I guess they're not called Sega arcades anymore. Wait, are they? Yeah, They're oh no, they're not the. Yeah, I think someone Gigo. Yeah, Gigo. Oh, you went to the Akihabara, which by the way, Akihabara is the new region that was added to P5X. So it's the same Gigo, or the Sega arcade that now is Gigo. So it's probably themed after that specific location in Akihabara. Well, there are a lot of Gigo arcades, but did you go to the one that I'm referring to? Like, there are a lot of arcades, but there are very specific Gigo arcades. Like, we're talking about video game related, Sega related things. But yes, there are a lot of Sega arcades. Or there were a lot of Sega arcades, which are now probably you were in most arcades. Oh, okay, I see. We'll see what you think. Like, I will look at it because like Persona 5 locations are it's kind of somewhat like oddly specific. So it's not like the whole place is being rendered, but it's a very specific location of the place. Like I still recognize the Shinjuku area that they mapped. Definitely the you have the classic Yokoshima area. Some of the areas I didn't even know that's what they're called. So that's kind of interesting. It's really neat. What do you call this? Virtual tourism. Virtual tourism in video games. Like a Dragon was so much fun, like doing the virtual tourism thing. Now I'm trying to figure out this magic stick thing. It's like Fu, right? Yes. This is going all out. 우구 스파 What you send me? Oh my goodness. You silly otaku, you. Holy, how'd you get all that back? Now you're gonna just... Where's your shelf at? Where the heck is your shelf for this thing, for these things? I expected a glass display case of some sort. That's a great haul. Thanks for sharing. Ye lie. Is that lie? Ye lie, yeah. Jiang Yu. Dao J. Did I get 10? Alright, those are our 10. You grabbed a bag and gave most of them away. That's the those are the only left. Yeah. Oh, so you took the picture before. I see. And then those are the ones you kept. They're still not on a glass display shelf. The heck drama. Skill issue here. Where's that German engineering coming from? What happened? I expect a fancy... I'm kidding. Alright, so let's get this, and I really need to leave. Stop today. Okay, Gandalf, basement, temple, being hired once again to lend his wizardy fingers to craft a archway to collecting seaweed for the monks. Got Tarzan rushing to the bathroom of the chapel. The place, the enclosure. Enclosure was on fire somehow. Enclosure was on fire somehow, so he was able to leap and swing, spray it out with some holy water, but it was scalding hot. You could place them next to your Jin Kazama. Jin Kazama. Your best figure? Your best figure. Where'd you get the Jin from? Xena. In front of the barn. Fill in some special containers, lighting up some special containers with a sparker. In the night to provide some comfort light for the little cubers. Jimmy Neutron in front of the chapel, where he is helping out a general to make some interesting thick liquid out of the holy water for the priests to consume. Tekken 8 Mega Deluxe Edition. Oh, man, you really went in. Hulk. Hulk in the chapel. What the fire? I don't know what the fire thing is. Oh, it's brilliant. Oh my goodness, that's gonna be rough. I guess we can think about the Phoenix as well on the table, so we can link it with the Phoenix. Maybe he is there to retrieve a white scepter. That glows, like that glows a brilliant fire. Kind of like a phoenix fire. Yoshi. Basement. Practicing throwing darts. Not with his elbow, because he has tiny, useless elbows and hands. But with his tongue. And why is he throwing darts? Something about... he did practice. Oh my gosh, did is gonna be a problem. Okay, we got Legolas, bathroom, auditorium. He's once again, this time he's helping out, picking some crushed insects and bristles. Oh my gosh, bristle is insane. What was the middle thing? Was it a person trapped? Yeah. No mouth. And then we have the rat. Using bristles to create some form of wax for the play, I suppose. We got Dracula heading down to the basement of his special bakery. The special bakery on the steep hillside where he walks to prepare his special pastries fitting of a vampire. We have Bart Simpson, who's in the office building wrestling with a caliper, using his fingers to set up a trap for on the trellis. For any unsuspecting off. Alright. That's it for me today. Way over time. Probably heading to bed as soon as possible. Thanks for hanging out, Drama. It's kind of like around the clock now. First we hung out with Protocol and James, and then met Revo, and Drama. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for the HanziHero session. Still haven't figured out that one character yet. Until next time, if you're gonna watch this later, shit. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a try. I would be very curious to compare notes. You are always welcome to come on by. Talk, discuss. I try to keep the conversation rolling, right? The idea is value. We can promote value, mutual interest in one's lives and the lives of others through discussion, right? And exercise a bit of critical thinking and banter here and there. Always welcome. Well, I'm at my limit, so until next time, 大家下次见。感谢观看。See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Bye bye. Rest well.